Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Super Chuffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. This is the Search for Nicola Bulley, the documentary, My React, Part 2, starting at day 2. Let's get into it.
The plan for the Saturday was to extend the search operation on the land out several kilometres. The water-based searches, there was a dive operation the downstream of the weir.
So extending the search out by several kilometres means that overnight we expected she could have moved a lot further, I suppose. So we've made a much bigger search area. As I said in the previous one, very confident about the quality of the search operatives here and that they're doing a good job.
Into the tidal range.
But now they believe, and they showed the weir there, but they didn't mention it. I suppose they now believe she might have crossed the weir. You know, the details of that search are not so clear here, but we're led to believe, and I am to this police body cam footage. So these are police liaison officers who have come to talk to the family about the day 2 progress of the search and what will happen. I noticed that they don't all have cups of coffee out. It's a silly thing to notice.
Is there a handbag anywhere?
We were in constant contact with the police. You know, they do ask you where you were.
It says do what you need to do there. I don't know who says that and to whom.
You get it, it's horrible. But
They've got handbags out, so they're going through Nicola's handbags here. So we've got an officer that we're watching the body cam at the table. This looks like a box of food, doesn't it, or something? So maybe someone's brought some, you know, they're going to be here for the day. Maybe someone's brought some sandwiches for them. And it looks like this table's being used as like a workstation, and they're going to be bringing items. Someone's going through they're on their hands and knees down here, maybe, or I don't know, maybe that's just a coat on the floor. But it looks like we're going through coats, bags, you know, looking for things. Maybe a receipt, maybe, you know, something like that. Any clue. And this is good police work. I'm happy with this.
Understand.
And so I expect this policeman is going on the computer in order to, you know, same thing, look for any clue. Down here on the sofa, we've got Louise. I assume that's Paul, stood over the shoulder of the policeman who's on the computer with his arms folded, watching the policeman on his computer. I mean, if someone's on your computer, you might stand over their shoulder and feel anxious because you never know what they're going to see, eh? If you use my computer here, then you'll see nothing because I use it for streaming, so I'm not going to go and search up a load of weird stuff, but you know what I mean? So I assume Paul won't have deleted his search history, and we know that he likes the ladies, I guess. I don't know. He might just be embarrassed about what might come up, but he seems to be stood behind the policeman and watching on as the policeman is on the computer, and Dot appears to be the one that is in charge of supplying items to the police lady to look at.
I was really hoping we'd hear something.
I say in charge of, I mean, like, she stood there, you know, with the police lady. This guy's got gloves on, which is good, I suppose, because he's the one looking through the coats and bags and stuff. So when we look at the house and say, was the home forensically searched? Obviously not. They're not going to go around and dust for fingerprints and stuff, are they? Because that's not exactly the process of a missing from home. But they are wearing their gloves and they are going through her possessions. So they're looking for clues. I wonder, I believe in the quality of the police, yeah? So I wonder if the police are suspicious or if it's their role to be suspicious, or how do I mean? I mean, like, is this guy going to have a good look around, or is he just going to do what he's told and go through the coats? Do you know? Like, I wonder whose role is what, but Paul, again, arms folded. He looks stressed here. He does look stressed. He looks like he hasn't slept, or, he looks a bit rough. Arms folded, defensive, stressed.
Somebody will be in touch with you though, okay?
You're just trying to work out what the heck has happened.
He said to the police there, I was really hoping we'd hear something before dark again. And she said, someone will be in touch, okay? So I believe what's happening here, okay, is we're more at the door now, aren't we? Like, are we leaving? Is the door open? Are we leaving the property? Or is this just a chit-chat? We don't know the full chronology. But Paul says, I was hoping we'd hear something before dark again, and shaking his head. And I think what he means is, are you just going to come around here, have a dig through her stuff, and then leave? Have you got no help? Like, are you going to come back and tell me what's going on and stuff like that? So maybe this is not my first expectation of liaison just to inform them about the search. Maybe there's a chance that this is... Who's he saying to that to? Do what you need to do. Who's in that room and what do they need to do in there?
No, they do ask you where you were. You get it. It's horrible, but you understand.
I was really hoping we'd hear something before dark again, and I'll go over what he's just saying in just a second because it adds extra context to this point.
I was really hoping we'd hear something before dark again.
He's very breathy when he says that.
Somebody will be
Shaking his head.
in touch with you, though, okay?
And then we get this shot into the room where we can see Ernie sat back on the sofa with Willow. This police officer is... No, that's not the police officer now, is it? That's now Louise Cunningham's partner. So the computer's now closed. Whatever it was I wanted to do on the computer is not, taken all day. They haven't removed the computer. I'm assuming it's still on the desk. Is this a clock in the background? Is that a big clock? Does that give us some indication of the time? Because it's a massive mirror and I can't really tell where the hands are. But I'd be interested to see if that, was giving us some indication of the time, the actual time. If anyone's feeling fruity and can work that out. Because the reflections and stuff, I'm just seeing very difficult to know what time it is on that clock for me. But
You're just trying to work out what the heck has happened. You're just in a state of shock, aren't you?
Are you? Okay, so going back over this, that's what I was saying is I think they're leaving at this point. And so I think Paul is there asking if he's going to get any more... it's a weird one, isn't it? Because I feel good if the police are there doing a thorough search and treating him with suspicion, yeah? I feel like that's a good thing for the police to be doing because, in cases where partners go missing, it's probably a good thing for police to be doing. And I feel Paul, maybe part of his body language here and the thing he asks, are you going to be giving me... I was really hoping we'd hear something before dark again. It's a statement rather than a question. But it's a statement to the police, so he's asking them, isn't he? Like, will you be contacting me before dark to tell me to tell me, we'd hear something? Or is he saying I was hoping we'd hear something before dark again, as in like every day? Like in this documentary, he describes how when it gets dark, he loses hope, but in the morning he's more hopeful. So is he saying I was hoping that we'd have some good news before dark? Because he's saying I hope we'd hear something before dark. Which is like, I hope we'd hear something, would be a report, someone calling, maybe the police calling us, and maybe he's thinking, I'm not sure about this, because I think maybe he's saying that before dark, can you call me and say how the search has happened, like, how's it gone, did you find anything, not just leave it and say nothing. Or he might be saying, I hope that we find her before dark, because otherwise I'm going to be upset, And there is that feeling to me that this is a sort of plea to the police, like, are you going to help me find, are you helping me to find her, or are you treating me with suspicion? Because if the police come around and go through all your stuff and go through all her coats and, the computer and this and that, and then at the end of it, they just walk out, you're going to be like, whoa, what's going on with the search? Like, are we going to hope to find, or maybe it's just chit-chat. Interestingly, this policeman's still got a coat over his arm, so maybe they're not leaving, or maybe he's taking that coat with him. I don't know. He appears to be removing his gloves at this point, though, about to. So my guess is this is towards the end of the process.
Somebody will be in touch with you, though, okay?
You're just trying to work out what the heck has happened.
Right, and now I'm going to take this again with Paul's
The plan
speech.
for the Saturday was to extend the search operation on the land out several kilometres.
Sorry, extend it out on the land several kilometres.
Water-based searches. There was a dive operation the downstream of the weir into the tidal range.
And there was a dive operation downstream. So they are extending that, yeah, okay. I got that a little wrong at the start. You see sharpness again. I was assuming they extended the river search by kilometres, but they said the ground search by kilometres. So they extended they set up a circle around where they think she's gone missing from, and they extended that.
Handbag
say there? Is there a bum bag anywhere?
Land out several kilometres. The water-based searches, there was a dive operation the downstream of the weir into the tidal range.
Does Nick have a handbag anywhere?
Has Nicola have a handbag anywhere? I think she said.
We were in constant contact with the police.
Do what you need to do. Sensible.
You know, they do ask you where you were.
And it is Dot that fetches the handbag.
You get it, it's horrible, but you understand.
So they do ask you where you were. You get it. It's horrible, but you understand. Says Paul. About being under suspicion.
I was really hoping we'd hear something before dark.
Somebody will be in touch with you, though, okay?
You're just trying to work out what the heck has happened. You're just in you're just in a state of shock, aren't you?
Aren't you? That's, I would say, bargaining speech. You know, aren't you? Isn't it? Like convincing. It's quite a throwaway line, and there's very little of his, you know, to judge his body language off such a short clip again.
Trying to work out what the heck has happened. You're just in you're just in a state of shock, aren't you?
There was a little shoulder shrug. There was a little raise the eyebrows. Not strong enough to call it a believe me look, but a micro believe me look maybe.
Yeah.
Aren't you? The question there though was like, we didn't really broach it really, did we? We didn't really cover it. It's how does it feel to be under suspicion by the police, you know, and all that. And he was like, well, you know, they asked me where I was, and like, you're just looking for her, aren't you? Like, I think there'd be a lot more feelings about being under suspicion, but we don't even discuss why or how the police rule him out.
We didn't sleep much.
No.
We just kept saying, where are you?
Yeah.
And then it's to day 3. So do they mean on day 2 they didn't sleep much, or do they mean generally in the process? But that's a very short day 2, isn't it? A very short day 2. The police were over at their house. The search was extended. I wonder how much of that day for day 2 with Paul Ansell was spent at his own house, going through his property with the police, or Nicola's property with the police, and how much of it was spent searching for Nicola. It feels to me like the police on day 2 hadn't completely ruled out Paul Ansell in their minds. However, it would be standard practice to go and search through Nicola's property, I think. But we got the idea that they were viewing him with suspicion from the documentary, the way they put that bit together there on day 2. But I suppose they have to deal with it quite early because the police rule him out of suspicion quite early. Maybe that's just inconsistent with the narrative. Like, you know, maybe the truth of the narrative is different from the way the days are being expressed. Like, because day 1 or day 2, you know, which day did the police stop viewing Paul with suspicion? Was it day 2 then? Is that the day it happened? Or, you know, did they just ask, like, what I'm saying is, if you put, let's say on day 1, you do all the search, you do Paul under suspicion, you do the friends, you do how everyone's upset, you do the kids, like, you got all of that on day 1, yeah, right? And then on day 2, day 3, day 4 for the edit, you haven't got much to say. So it's better to say, on day 1, we'll talk about how it feels to, you know, to have someone missing. On day 2, we'll talk about how it feels to be under suspicion. On day 3, we'll look at the wider search, you know, and for the edit, to stretch it out, and it makes a better edit. Because as you just saw, that day 2 went by really fucking quick, and all that seemed to happen was the police searched their house. But they didn't search the house. They went through Nicola's property with the family there by request. They seem to be looking at something on the computer, but...
On the Sunday, we still hadn't had any news, and so the girls, you know, needed them to come home on the Sunday. I remember them walking in and they knew something was wrong.
So he said that he needed the girls to come home on the Sunday. So at this point, the children haven't been home since Nicola had been missing. They spent the weekend away.
because all the family was at the house. So I told them Mummy was missing, but at the same time I said, but we're going to find her, you know, and that's where they were looking, like helicopters in the sky, like, are they looking for Mummy? I was like, yeah.
This must have been incredibly difficult. He's very lucky to have the rest of the family around him to support him through this process, because this must have been incredibly difficult.
Yeah, you know, we're going to find her.
Okay, so they do use these pieces of clips of Nikki in interesting ways, don't they? In this one, we see that Willow is attached to the harness. She's wearing the harness, and she's lying down in the long grass, in the sort of muddy grass. She's vocal. No one described her as being vocal in terms of when they find the dog, it's barking and anything like that. She's vocal toward Nikki here. But as you can see, the dog, Willow, is off the lead on the harness. So the harness is not removed for walking off the lead. The dog doesn't, like when Nikki walks the dog, this might just be one picture, but you know, when Nikki walks the dog, I would assume it's routine for her to unclip the lead, but leave the harness on. When Willow was found, she was found without the harness on. So who removed the harness? Dogs can remove their own harness if you tie them to something. I've seen it done. They get real eggy and like, and then they slip a leg out, whatever. They can remove their own harness, leaving the lead and the harness tied to something, or maybe if they've been pulling hard enough at it, dislodged from it. But they can remove their own. Sometimes a dog can remove its own harness, and sometimes, you know, the harness is not even put on. But if you're walking Willow down there, like, basically, this is confirmation to me that Willow is walked with the harness on, but lead unclipped. And it's interesting just to see Nicola sort of, you know, again, God rest her soul and everything.
Find her, you know, and that's where they were looking.
Used in the edit in this way.
Like helicopters in the sky, like, are they looking for Mummy? I was like, yeah, you know, we're going to find her.
She looks kind of satisfied, kind of happy in this shot, doesn't she? Like, it's an interesting choice of shot for this moment. And that's day 3. Very quick again, isn't it? Day 3. All right, descriptions of the search non-existent for day 2 and day 3 here. Well, you know, they said they widened it. And maybe it's just a feature of the edit, you know, we've got to get through things a bit quicker. What we found out really is that the children came home on that day and everyone in the family was there. So that was a day. But we're actually quite short on information whether Paul was out searching or, you know, what happened, I don't know. I mean, we can put it together from what we look at back in, you know, from our own, us internet sleuths. But you know what I mean? We could have a look in that way, but it's not explicit in the documentary what really happened extensively on day 2 or day 3. These are the early days of the search for Nicola Bulley. But something big does happen on day 4 when they install the new or the appropriate SIO.
You can't assume anything. You have to check everything.
The reason that she wasn't appointed to this role initially is because people were busy because they found a cache of guns up the road a few days before, and they don't have enough resources to deliver a new SIO and all the resources on day 1 of a big investigation as it kicks off, if there's another one already going on, sort of thing. So the Nicola Bulley case also, you know, the fact it's a missing person, and they've got this, when she turns up here to do this and all those river searches, if you're up the road in the other village and you call in a crime, you know, you're going to have fewer police that are available to turn up. In, like, not just, I don't mean like turn up on the day, you know, 999, can you help? But like, they had to put on a temporary SIO because the other one was busy. So if you need an SIO now, this one will be busy, you know. So there's a knock-on effect of the amount of resources that are put into an investigation or a search or anything to the rest of what happens in the area and how crime can be handled.
Monday the 30th of January, on the day that I took over the case, I went to meet the family. She's a mum, clearly loved her 2 children, that's dropped them at school and then disappeared. So It was highly unusual. There didn't seem any reason for that to happen, and obviously you think the worst.
Okay, that's interesting. We didn't get to see her saying it, but like we heard her saying it. Obviously you think the worst. So what's the worst? Like, what is the worst if you're a policewoman? Sorry. What is the worst? Like, falling in the river by accident is bad, but if you're a police, I think the worst would be a violent crime, or, I mean, what do you get the worst sentence for? So it'd be something in that realm, wouldn't it? The worst. And that's what she immediately thinks, with her experience working as a police in that area.
Monday the 30th of January, on the day that I took over the case, I went to meet the family. She's a mum, clearly loved her 2 children, that's dropped them at school and then disappeared, so
taking it for granted then that she's dropped them at school and then disappeared. So we're hearing from her that on day one, that's her. I mean, I don't know if she means that because she's now looked at all the evidence and that's what she believes, or if on day one this is what her thoughts were. Because you turn up on the case, you're told that she's done this, but do you verify it? I'm going to find out from her in a second that she does verify information. I'm confident in some of these police, quite a lot of them, but I'm not confident as a human being at home that I feel every part of this story is perfectly... I'll refer to Tear Sharp again. Tear Sharp, missing from home. The next door neighbour, an eyewitness who knew her, said he saw her getting on a bus. I don't know why he said that. I don't know why he said it, because she didn't get on a bus. She'd been murdered at home, she was in the attic. So eyewitness accounts are not always the most reliable. And CCTV, a dash cam we had later, seeing her car in the school car park, but actual sightings of Nikki, Emma said that she saw her. You know, as far as I know from looking into this over a long period of time since it's been going on and all the news reports and all that, you know. I hope that they've got better quality evidence than that. So
was highly unusual. There didn't seem any reason for that to happen, and obviously you think the worst.
Obviously you think the worst. Paul didn't, of course. Like, he kind of refused to, in a way. And it might be a sense of denial because he's in shock and traumatic shock. But he has told us in this at different ways and different times that he didn't want to think the worst. And what do you mean you think the worst? You mean he might have done it? Do you think he might have done it? So what she's saying, listen, this is interesting, because I broadcasted my opinion. She didn't. She's the SIO of the thing. But she had the same opinion of me, right? Thinking the worst, yeah? But some of the things I said that they include in the documentary aren't even the worst. Like, she's left you because she doesn't like you isn't the worst. But your mind does go to the, you know, the options that could have happened, and some of them could be bad. So I'm glad that she's backing me up there, because she's saying that she thought the worst things could have happened. And then we get this lingering shot of Paul looking pensive out the window.
Any investigator would corroborate everybody's accounts, which I did very early on.
Any investigator, of course, would corroborate anyone's accounts, which I did early on. So she's saying she checked what Paul said is what had happened, and she checked what the witnesses, you know, corroborating accounts. I get it. So that's what she did. How did you do that?
And at no point was Paul ever a suspect. He'd not left the house until...
At no point was he ever a suspect. What, until you ruled him out? I mean, first of all, he should be a suspect and then you rule him out. Or do you just not have suspects until you rule them in? I don't know. But at no point was he ever a suspect. He didn't leave the house. So this is what we're going on, yeah?
Till he was contacted by the school.
Till he was contacted by the school. So it's the CCTV of him leaving the house is the proof that he's in the house, I guess. Maybe it's the activity on his computer. She's telling us, but she's not explaining it and showing us, if you know what I mean. And I guess that's okay, because it's... Sorry, I'm going to mess with my green screen a bit. I guess that's okay, because it's a documentary and, like, you know, what we're going to do. But part of me is a little disappointed that I don't get more information there, because I'd like to know. I'm interested in the process, and I think it's, like, critical, really, when it comes to suspicion of Paul, is how are you asserting his innocence?
Seem any reason for that to happen, and obviously you think the worst. Any investigator would corroborate everybody's accounts, which I did very early on, and at no point was Paul ever a suspect.
Because if that account that is corroborated is full of holes, like if there are problems with it, for example, I'm definitely in the house because the CCTV shows me leaving at a certain time. Okay, but could you have been out earlier and come back a different route? Is there any way for you to leave that house? I mean, I'm looking at the big back doors here. Is there any way for you to leave the house and go a different way round? Like, in the 2 hours you've got before you are seen leaving the house. Like, the two pieces of CCTV are outdoors at 8:30, go back in the back. I don't know if there's a camera that covers these doors, but go in the back gate. Yeah, so you return into the back gate in your dressing gown and your jogging bottoms, and then 2 hours later you're seen coming out of that back gate in shorts and a t-shirt. Yeah, is that the evidence that proves he was at home? Is it emails that he sent on his computer that could have been timed to send? What is it that's proving he's in the house? Because if you've got several camera shots of him pottering around, great, you know, if he's accountable. But if he's gone in the back gate in his track trousers and his dressing gown, immediately took them off, pulled on his shorts, or he might even be still wearing the shorts, you know, he immediately took off the joggers and just gone over the fence and then up the path, and then he's off over the hills and fields, and he could be doing anything, and then he's back and it takes 20 minutes to run from St. Michael's to there at a pace, you know. Like, if he's done that, then how can you prove he's not done that? Like, is there, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying he's definitely done that, but I'm saying, like, in the back gate and out the back gate is different from Paul is definitely at home while these events are taking place. Someone needs their car moved. And also, like, Paul being under suspicion for physically committing an act is one aspect, but there's also conspiracy to commit crimes. Like, he might not be working alone if he was conspiring to commit a crime, so it might be good that he's seen to be sat at home while the thing happens. You know, if he's planned it, or if people plan it. I don't know, everyone beat around the bush here with semantics, you know, if he's planned it, if people plan it, you know, whatever. This is a real thing that's, like, I'm talking about police and their protocols and the way they should go about their ruling people out and the sort of suspicions they should have. So I keep going on about feeling confident, you know, in the police. But my question is, how do I have the confidence in Becky SIO in that she's telling me she's a good police, but what actions were taken and evidence is collected to rule Paul out of this? And do we as internet sleuths, like, are we allowed to see that and are we allowed to be told to know? I don't know, but it seemed like, from what I've learned on this documentary after watching it several times, Paul Ansell was watching the YouTube stuff and he was eggy about it, and he was trying to put out fires that would start, like, people would say something on YouTube and he couldn't argue with them in a comment, so he put out some CCTV through Jizzy to shut them up, you know? So are there things that he could have put out or should have put out that would have shut everyone up that we're missing here? Does Becky Smith know something that we don't that would just shut it all up? And if so, why didn't they put any of that out? If you were so desperate to shut people up, why put badly edited CCTV out? Because it didn't shut people up, it made it worse. Could there have been some other information that could have been put forward? I know he's not guilty, he's not under suspicion. The police know he didn't do it, so why should everyone know? Well, why shouldn't they know? Like, just make a statement. Like, this is the thing that we lacked again. I know people might criticise the police for this, but there was a press conference, but I was expecting to see the police sat next to the family, sat next to Paul Ansell on a press conference with big pictures of Nikki, a number to call, maybe. Okay, they don't have a special number, they don't have to, but, you know, something, you know, this is how to contact us, this is who we're looking for, her description on the big thing behind them, and they're sat there and it's all blue and a table and there's all the press there, and then they each read their statement, they look very upset, and, you know, they are upset obviously, and, you know, the police then say, obviously we've had this information, rules Paul out, this information, and give it as clear as possible so there's no messing about with the press and the people at home creating rumours. You know, that's the sort of thing. And if they had Paul sent emails, he's got CCTV in his own home in the bathroom and he was taking a shit for 2 hours, like, if they've got that, then fucking embarrassing as it is, show Paul on the toilet in that press conference and just let's get that ruled out and we can all move on. I don't know why they don't do it. And my suspicion is the evidence they have that Paul is at home for that entire time is not as strong as they thought it was at the time. So they maybe, and this is not me criticising the police too heavily here, but they maybe leaned on it and didn't forensically check it in detail to the point where it could be, maybe they're a bit worried about showing that because it might undermine what they've said. Maybe the people that are involved, Paul, the police, whomever. I don't think the police have got any obligation to show you anything. They're not going to listen to someone on the internet and say, oh, I'll show you something. But Paul did. So, well, I don't know if he did, but the way he talked about it on the documentary made it feel like he did. That certainly that CCTV was supposed to have been leaked by him and in response to what people were saying on the internet. So feels like that's the best he's got.
So it was highly unusual. There didn't seem any reason for that to happen, and obviously you think the worst. Any investigator would corroborate everybody's accounts, which I did very early on, and at no point was Paul ever a suspect.
She does that with a little smile.
Did very early on, and at no point.
A little, and I don't like this, a little sort of cocky, self-satisfied, half smile. At no point was he a suspect. So get that in your head, you fucking idiots on TikTok. Get that in your head, you idiots on TikTok. I feel a few people agreed to contribute to this because they knew that the angle would be to attack the TikTok. And I don't think she realised that throughout the documentary she would also come under fire. Like the nuances of what's being said here. But she seems quite, and listen, we're getting a very short clip and I'm not able to really judge her body language on that. But the smiling about it and the sort of contentious, at no point was he, maybe it's the way she's been asked the question, the way she's responding it to the person that she's responding to. But I just get this sense of defiance, of defensiveness. I think, hello, welcome to me. I've been on the documentary. I've had to feel a little bit defensive. But defensiveness, is a natural feature in human behaviour when we feel we're under pressure and under fire like that. So maybe she does, respond to that with a bit of, I want to call it aggression. I'm not talking about getting up and punching people, but, have it back at you. Yeah, look. But maybe not, maybe not. But although, she's a police, isn't she? So she's going to have some strength of character in resolving that way. I just don't like the idea that we're happy about Paul being ruled out in this way. As if it's a battle between her and the TikTokers. I'll tell you for why. Because it should be a battle between her and the truth. Her and the evidence. Her and the suspect. Proving something to TikTok is not within her remit. Now, I've just said a load of times we should have a press conference and prove everything to TikTok. Yes. But because it's the truth, and then but not because we're searching for things to prove to TikTok. There's a problem here, is that the one way is we know the truth, people are getting it wrong, let's make it clear for them, let's clean this all up, let's sort it all out, right? That's the press conferences and that's the pictures and that's what it should be. The other side is I'm getting eggy at these TikTokers. I'll show them Paul's never been under, and because my attitude then is to be because there's an attack or a perceived attack from because she's on the defensive from the TikTok army or whatever you call it, the TikTokers, she's then not inclined to go and research Paul any further and dig any deeper. Why would she? Her bias is to make sure those TikTokers are made to look stupid because Paul's innocent. So if later on, for example, a small piece of evidence comes up that might throw his innocence into question, would she feel compelled to dig into it hard and make herself look stupid in front of all the TikTokers? Or would she maybe say, well, it's come to this, there's the inquest, I'll walk away? What would she do if something... I'm really, really interested in human behaviour and character and everything. This is just a rhetorical from me now, but what would she... I don't know her. I'm not criticising her. I hope she'd do the right thing. But what would she do if she felt instinctively or knew something different to the way things played out? Would she come forward? Would she push for that? Even now, not as a police, as a retired whatever, it doesn't matter. Would she come forward and push for that? Would it matter? Or would she be happier that the TikTokers were proved wrong and she was proved right anyway, because it's just proving people right and wrong? And I'm reminded of Peter Lawson, who is tragically also dead, and wonder what his part in the desire to uphold the law and find the truth was. you know, because we can't ask him, we can only ask her, and she's giving us her perspective. But there were more than one person working on this at a high level, so, you know, I wonder. But unfortunately, you know, rest in peace him, we can't ask him.
Was Paul ever a suspect? He'd not left the house until he was contacted by the school. Very quickly, I was able to build up a tight timescale of Nikki's movements and the witnesses' movements. So we knew that Nikki had left.
I love that graphic of everything being put on there and moved around. I'd love it if they'd leave it on a bit more clearly and show it us, whether it was just a fun graphic for this edit or whether it was a real serious police document with all the right, you know, dates and times and everything put on. That would be really useful. But here we get the CCTV footage again.
The house about 8:26 that morning with the girls. That was captured on CCTV.
And there is no jump in the frame there this time. Ring doorbell CCTV footage shows Nicola Bulley and the children leaving in the Mercedes.
And we knew that she'd travelled to the school in St Michael's.
Yes, I completely agree with this. The route taken is the one that when we looked at it ourselves, we assumed she would have taken. And it's interesting that it does go up past an airfield.
We had dash cam footage of her car in the car park.
So we have dash cam footage of her car, so still no sighting of Nicola herself, but a dash cam footage of her car. So at this point, it's important that we know where Nicola is because she's gone missing. So did she park the car here herself? Did she leave the car and walk in any direction or anything? Like, this is important, isn't it? But we know the car's there. And also, we know the children are at the school as well, I assume. They don't say that, but it's implied.
School at 8:40.
8:40. So it's taken her 10 minutes to drive the car from the one place to there.
We then had parents at the school that saw her walk.
Parents, plural, that see her walk from here. So do you see the back of her head with the dog? From what distance? Once you get up this road, if you're at the school, are you considered a parent at the school, but you've walked off yourself and you can see her because you're also walking? Or are you at the school because you can only see her up to the corner there and then that's it? You can't see her any further. But you would assume she carries on walking the same direction as she was. Assuming it's Nikki from looking at the back of her head from a distance.
Up the main road towards the Iron Bridge, and we then knew from digital inquiries with her telephone that she...
Digital inquiries with the telephone. I don't know what that means, forensic examination of phone pings and stuff, but I'm willing to accept that her telephone moved from here. At this, you know, I'm willing to accept that her telephone did, yeah.
She then turned onto the river path.
Do you know what? This is the first time I've ever considered this red van to be an acceptable lead here now, all of a sudden, really, like seeing it like this. Like, I don't believe that a red van is a good kidnap. Let me show you where we're talking about. On this road up here, there's a lay-by. So you go up the road. Wait. There, you can see my mouse. You go up the road, and this part you can park your cars. Like, there's like a lay-by. You can park a couple of cars. My feeling on a kidnap is that you don't want to do it in a van, because let's say you grab the woman and put her in the van. You've got a lot of room in the back of the van to grab the woman and put her in the back of the van, yeah? You can do all sorts of things or whatever. But like, let's say someone sees you and you have to drive away. You're trying to get away with the lady. So you start the van and you chug down the road, and you're never going to get away because you're driving a stupid, crappy red van. I would prefer, as a getaway car for a criminal act, to be driving a very fast, dark black, inconspicuous, probably something like a Golf GTI with like a, you know, XR whatever pack on it, you know, super turbo thing that looks really inconspicuous, like a normal black small car, but actually when you put your foot down, the police can't catch you. Like a racer, like boy racer, sort of like grown uppy, sort of like, you know, those sort of cars, Golf R, Mark, whatever, you know, and it's not inconceivable that there could have been a more inconspicuous vehicle in the area and the red van caught people's attention. But the idea that as she walks up there she could be taken and then the dog and the phone could simply be run up to the field is quite a feasible option, isn't it? It's quite like, because she's saying like this is a phone that moves up there. We do have an eyewitness that sees a lady in the field again, someone that is supposed to know her. But again, I'll, you know, critique. I always will say eyewitnesses are good, but are they 100% reliable? Well, in court, as part of evidence, we looked at it. We did an episode called What is Evidence? And we looked at the reliability of eyewitness accounts and saw that they were not considered to be the most reliable evidence. So like, they might sound like they are, but they're not. for lots of reasons with different kinds of people. So this does raise its, I've never been a big pusher of the theory that someone grabbed her off the road here, but it does raise the idea again, doesn't it? And something else I would also say about that red van that people will probably want to hear or don't want to hear or don't know or whatever is that I know someone else that drives red vehicles involved in the Nicola Bulley case. He fetches bodies out the rivers. He's got a fleet of vehicles and they're all red, but they're not tatty. So that's just me saying something, isn't it? But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting though. It's interesting hearing that Becky Smith talking this way, because she knows, like, she's police. She's not going to say Nikki walked around here if she didn't. She's going to say her phone went there. Like, she's good.
Turned onto the river path that leads down to the bench, where she then walked her dog.
Oh no, she's saying she definitely walked her dog.
In the lower and upper fields. We were then able to speak to one of the witnesses, Claire Chesham.
Claire Chesham, yeah.
Who arrived around 9 o'clock.
And according to that graphic, walked behind her so I didn't see her face.
And Claire then continued her walk around the field and could see Nikki ahead of her. She was walking around the field with her phone out in front of her. She was arranging play dates for the weekend. We knew...
That distance, I've always said this, dress someone up like Nikki, give her a dog, walk around. How's Claire going to know it's not Nikki? She's going to assume it's Nikki because she's dressed like Nikki and she's got Nikki's dog. She's got similar hair. From a distance, like, how sharp is she going to be? Like, how much does she give a shit? I reckon I could fool 80% of the population with someone dressed up as one of their own relatives from a distance across a field, assuming they've got the same dog, assuming you think it's so-and-so. So this is where I wonder about the quality of the eyewitness account. But yeah, someone was seen here with the phone and the dog, fitting a similar description to Nikki.
What time Claire had left the field the last time.
And it's interesting that, like, this area that we're talking about now, someone's going to have to move their car. Car alarm's going off. I've got my windows open. I assume you can hear it, but, a good editor would edit this bit out. So I don't know if I'm going to edit this bit out or just hope it stops quickly so I can carry on. Are you having a problem hearing it? Can you hear the... yeah, okay, it's gone. It stopped. Right, we'll just carry on. So yeah, Claire's entered the field and she's walked up and around. Nikki's down in this part initially. And this part of the field... This is a different graphic, actually. I don't know whether they've filmed this at a different part of the year, but these fields weren't like this. They were green. But here, this burr here, yeah, that's actually a step up. So this part of the field, they call it the lower field. And the reason they do that is because this is upper, it's higher up. So if you go up this hill, and it's a little hill, like you could sit at the top of it, it's like if you were, it's up, you know what I'm saying? This is a higher level, yeah? So if you go up this hill and walk over here, you can't be seen from down here. Like, it's like a bit more secluded in a way, the upper field over here. There's also a path to Rowan Water here. There's the access to Rowan Water, but there's a path that leads up, round and back up the path there and can lead you up to the Garstang, back into the village. So there's access and there's egress and access points here. The police say they covered everything apart from one exit with the CCTV, yeah? Okay. You can get down into the river here. The dog can go down into the river here. You could have, like, if someone was stood down here, like, you wouldn't really know they were there if you climbed up and over here and walked down until you got down and walked down over here, so, like, this is a sort of, like, ideal spot for maybe a little meeting or something like that, and no one would see you, something like that maybe, but it might not be that, it might not be that at all. Claire Chesham doesn't say that she sees anyone else, does she? So maybe there's no one else there, but her ability to see Nikki in this area is limited. It definitely is limited. This is why, going and doing the walk and having a look at it, people have done it, but, like, we've looked at the footage. I'm not going back there now. Like, this distance that Claire Chesham is from the upper field in this area, it's big.
Ahead of her. She was walking around the field with her phone out in front of her. She was arranging play dates.
I mean, look at that. They're suggesting that Nicola's down here. I mean, that's probably not an exact marker, no, because you wouldn't be able to see her at all.
For the weekend, we knew what time Claire had left the field the last time that Nikki was seen, about 9:10.
So Claire overtakes her, does she? Or no? That's just the last time she saw her, when she was over there.
Nikki was playing with Willow. She'd logged onto a Teams call.
So at 9:01 she logs onto the Teams call. At 9:10, see, they're getting this out of order now. Claire says she last saw her. So when she last saw her, she would have been on the Teams call, but apparently she was also playing with Willow.
For mortgage advisors, and we knew
How was she playing with her? In what way was she playing?
that Louise had sent her a text at 9:18.
At 9:18. When does Claire Chesham exit the area?
Now that would have been sent at the same time Nikki was on the Teams call, so we know that that message was never opened. Then at 9:20, we knew the phone didn't move from the bench area until it was found at about 9:33.
So, of course, you know, I've been asking, did she even go on this walk and stuff? But in the world where she did, like, she could easily have gone round this, something's happened over here, this stuff's been walked to here. Like, it just... we looked at the timing of this as well in my video, It Doesn't Add Up, where we looked at the timing of the amount of time it takes to walk this path, and the... it was the Sky News people and their determination of the timings, and you know, it didn't quite add up, you know, the amount of time that they spent walking from one place to the other. Again, this is not my timelines video, so I'm not going to get bogged down by those details now. But yeah, okay, this is the last known movements of Nicola's phone. And an eyewitness account of somebody playing with Willow that fits Nicola's description.
About 9:33. So we knew at that point that whatever had happened to Nikki had happened by then.
Okay, by then, yes. Assuming that person that you've seen playing with the dog is Nicola, yes. Or that Claire has told you she's seen playing with the dog.
The first I knew about what had happened was when I read something online in one of the national papers on the Sunday.
Who's this?
I read through it and think this is a story that is in my patch. What is the official line from the police?
It was in the national papers on the Sunday.
On a good day, you...
Was it on the national papers on the Sunday? Maybe it was. Like, maybe he's talking about the actual physical papers, because I can search on YouTube. Sorry, on YouTube. I can search on Google. I feel like maybe I should do this now, just quickly. Just quickly for you then. Nicola Bulley missing, yeah? On 27th of January, she went missing, right? So, I spelled it wrong, I put the H in, sorry. Nicola Bulley missing. She went missing on the 27th of January, 2023. So what I can do is I can do a search, right? Advanced search. By time, and I can choose custom range. So I'm going to go back to 2023, January 27th. That's the first day, yeah. And he said he saw it in the mainstream news on the Sunday, yeah. And it was on his patch. So I'm going to press Sunday there. There's the dates. 27th to the 29th, January 2023. Nicola Bulley missing. Okay, 27th of January 2023, latest news updates, Daily Mail. But this is not... Look, this has got, on 27th of January 2023, Nicola Bulley disappeared while walking her dog after a major search 23 days after her disappearance, da 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 da. So this is not an original... You know, when's the first article that was published about Nicola Bulley in the mainstream news? I feel like this has come up because this article is a rolling news article that's always online, and they update it, and so it was online on the 27th, and it's got loads of Nicola Bulley stuff. But did that get updated with Nicola Bulley stuff on the 27th? I think not. You know, let's go back to the very start of it. All these articles on the Daily Mail. Look at how many, you know, how many videos do people make? Look at how many fucking articles there are on the Daily Mail about it. Fucking loads of them. Fucking loads. All the way back to the very start, the very first one. 30th of the 1st, 2023. 31st of the 1st, 2023. I mean, is that the first one? I've gone back to page 3, all the way back to page 3, you know. Police search teams reveal they found phone of missing mother of 2 on bench by river as hunt continues 3 days after she vanished on dog walk. This is the first article that I found. I've gone all the way back. You know, you're watching me do it, yeah? This is published 10:15 on the 30th of January 2023. On the 30th. Yeah? And it makes sense because mother of 2 was last seen, mortgage advisor, searches have been carried out. Woman vanishes, walking dog. Not being treated as a crime inquiry. Now, this is the first article they've published on their website about Nicola Bulley. And you know what it is? It's because this lady did this, isn't it, look, on the Monday.
So I'm here today to appeal for witnesses in the case of Nicola Bulley. This is a 45-year-old lady from the local area who sadly went missing last Friday morning.
So it's that started people noticing it, is she talked to the press. So going back to the documentary, who is this man and how is he saying that he's read it in the newspaper the day before when it wasn't published, unless it was published in the physical newspaper, but not, like, you know, and there wouldn't have been the press conference with the police lady. So it would have just been the story of her going missing, you know. That might have been published in the physical newspaper the day before, and I don't know because they didn't publish it online. But my guess is they published the same articles online at the same time as they published them in the newspaper. So let's go back and find out how this man saw it on the news before it existed.
And by then?
Because Eddie said the same thing. He said the day she went missing, he saw it in the news. And I thought, well, how did you see it in the news? You live in... You're not going to see... Like, it's not going to be in the news. Like, it was hardly barely in the local news, was it? Until the police lady came out and did the thing, and then they started to pick it up with the mainstream news, and it started to take off, you know? And then, of course, a couple of days later, Paul Ansell did his Stood by the River, and then it all kicked off because he looked, well, shifty.
The first I knew about what had happened was when I read something online in one of the national papers on the Sunday. I read through it and think this is a story that is in my patch.
Sunday, national papers on the Sunday. This says that we looked at it, it was published first on the Monday. So maybe in a Sunday paper there was a bit of a thing about Nicola Bulley that I'm not finding because they didn't publish it on the internet. That's the only thing I can think. Fair enough. I don't have those papers, you know, I don't have those copies of the newspaper from that day, so I can't tell you.
What is the official line from the police?
On a good day, you'd be able to see the River Wire winding its way.
He is the BBC News correspondent for the north of England. A BBC News correspondent for the north of England. So the BBC mainstream, the news, you know, news at 10, the BBC, no, news at 9 o'clock news, isn't it? BBC? Anyway, the BBC News, they do stories and stuff, and he goes out to local places in the north, around the north, and says, what's the news? Do I put it on the big news? Like, he's getting those stories and bringing them up to the big news. So he's looking to see if this is, as he said, it's on his patch, it's in his area, and he's going to amplify this story.
Out towards the sea, and it would give you an idea of just the scale of area that the police were searching.
The first update from the police was on...
That'd be interesting, because we never saw any images from that viewpoint of the police searching in all those areas, but I assume he means they were under scrutiny for search. I don't assume he means you could stand up here and see a load of police down there all doing a search.
Monday after Nicola went missing.
This is the 45-year-old
winding its way out towards the sea, and it would give you an idea of just the scale of area that the police were searching.
The first update from the police was on the Monday after Nicola went missing.
Exactly right, yeah. Which is where I assume everyone jumps in on the story. But then again, I suppose the press are here to receive this update, the local press, I assume. I'm just interested to find out that he was on this, like the BBC from the north of England reporter, correspondent, was on this the day before she came out and said this.
The 45-year-old lady from the local area.
How suspicious do you think this is?
Well, the police keeping a really open mind about what could have happened, but we do believe the likelihood is that Nicola's gone missing.
There was no suggestion of any...
I'm not critiquing her again because we've already looked at this, I think, but the likelihood is that she's gone missing. Well, of course she fucking got... What do you think? That's exactly the case, yes.
Criminal wrongdoing or any foul play. And so,
no suggestion of criminal wrongdoing or foul play.
So I didn't think that this was going to be a national news story.
Where was her mobile
So he's saying he's choosing not to amplify it.
phone found?
Mobile phone was found on a bench.
What changed things was details emerged of the telephone being left on the bench.
No. See, this doesn't make sense to me. So he said that he's gone up there, he's looked at the story, and he's thought, this isn't a big enough news story, there's no details of the foul play or anything, so we're not going to do that. But what emerged was the phone on the bench. So is he saying on Monday the phone was found on the bench, and that is enough to amplify the story? So he looked at the story, decided there was nothing to amplify, and then she's done the press conference, and now he's decided to amplify it. Is that what it is? So in some way he knew about it the day before, but he wasn't bothered about it, not interested. But then, like, when everyone else found out about it, suddenly he was interested as well, like everyone else, because of a different new development. Or is it the case that he was just jumping on the bandwagon like everyone else? And he wants everyone to believe that he knew about it the day before because he's special? I don't know. But we'd have to find that broadsheet or whatever newspaper it was he was reading that published the story the day before anyone on the internet did, to corroborate his account. And I'm not going to because I don't care. So anyway, he's on this like everyone else the next day because of the phone on the bench. That's what's perked his interest.
It was still connected to a work conference call.
And the
work meeting.
Dog Willow the Spaniel still wandering around.
Local people who saw it say it was dry and hadn't been in the river.
So now we're starting on hearsay on the national news because there's a bit of ooh about someone might have murdered her. Yeah? Let me get that right. We're doing hearsay on the national news because people say that the dog might have been dried. You know, like are we doing hearsay on the national news because there's a suspicion that there's foul play? With no foul play, it wasn't going to get amplified. But the phone on the bench, therefore, is suspicion of foul play. And we're going to amplify it, and we're going to use hearsay to create a big ooh. That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
It gave the whole thing an air of mystery.
There you go. Don't want this boring reality that we live in. Give it an air of mystery. Snazz it up. Zhuzh it up. We'll get it on the mainstream news. Good.
People just don't vanish.
People don't just vanish. I'm glad somebody said it. It's a catchphrase.
Where's she gone?
Norfolk, apparently. Sorry, I don't know why I found that so funny. And this is where we'll adjourn, because we're going to start on the TikTokers and the social medias. We've set it up with the mainstream and his desire to find something mysterious and that points towards foul play so that he can talk about that on the mainstream news with a bit of mystery to sell the news story, which wasn't worth amplifying before, when it was just a mother that was missing and children that were involved missing their mother, and you know everyone's looking for her and all that. That wasn't worth putting on the news. But when there was the phone on the bench and some mystery, that was worth him getting involved. And we're about to start throwing shade at social media for gossiping and conjecture, having ideas and talking about things, after setting it up by pointing out that the mainstream media cast that mysterious blood into the water, and then the sharks came to feed. You know, I think that's the sort of angle we're going to go on here. But yeah, it's interesting. It is interesting.
We were shouting. I just thought we'll find her and she'll be...
Something I wanted to add on, but I guess I'll get to say it at some point, is that I really feel that day 2 here, they didn't cover the search. The overall thing, I mean, I will want to say this at some point. I might get to say it again in the React, but this thing is called the Search for Nicola Bulley, and it doesn't cover the search for Nicola Bulley. Like, it doesn't tell you where they looked, how they looked, who was out looking. Emma White, the people in the village, the big wobbly men. It doesn't show the helicopter route. It doesn't show, like, it shows nothing of the search for Nicola Bulley. Do you know what I mean? It like basically shows fuck all about the search for Nicola Bulley. One of the only people who could actually give you inside information about the search, other than the police, Peter Folding, and he's not in it. But do you know what I mean? It shows you nothing about the search for Nicola Bulley, really. It's the documentary should be called Paul Ansell, My Story. But, yeah. Where are we up to? Not day 2. TikTokers. Where are these bad TikTokers? Norfolk, here we are, Norfolk.
I didn't think that this was going to be a national news story.
And I wanted to critique this as well. I watched my react and I've uploaded it now, so it is what it is, but I could have added it in here. He didn't think it was going to be a national news story, yet he read it in the paper on Sunday. So which paper did he read it in? Was it a Sunday newspaper from the local area? Maybe. I really want to know how he was aware of this on Sunday when I can't find publication of it until the Monday. I really want to know.
Where was her mobile phone found?
Mobile phone was found on a bench.
What changed things was details emerged of the telephone being left on the bench.
It was still connected to a work conference call.
Work meeting.
And the dog Willow the Spaniel still wandering around.
Local people who saw it say it was dry and hadn't been in the river.
I can critique this as well. Hang on, we'll start the episode here. Oosh! Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Super Chuffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. This is part 3 of my react to the Nicola Bulley documentary. So the dog was dry, yeah? The dog was dry. Have you ever taken your dog out for a walk in a muddy field? We saw the Sky News presenters walking up and down, the Wellingtons, the mud. We saw the poop and run. Have you ever taken your dog out to walk in a muddy field like that? Off the lead, it run around, you've gone walking all the way around, you're on the path which is muddy, and you could describe your dog when you get in the car as dry. Dry? Put it on the front seat, dry? Your dog that's been around that field, the grass, the mud, maybe the dog would be slight, like my dog would be wet up to about here on his paws. The tummy might be a bit, you know, might need a bit of a little rub down. The undercarriage, yeah, the muddy undercarriage. My dog would not be dry after that walk. It's just a thought. It doesn't have to jump in the chuffing river, it just wouldn't be dry.
Gave the whole thing.
There you go, you see them walking. That spaniel was off the lead, was it? I don't know, but like, it's just a thought. Maybe it would be dry.
An air of mystery. People just don't vanish. Where
people don't just vanish on a work meeting.
She gone.
I don't understand how she can go missing. It doesn't add up.
The first time I was aware that Nicola was missing,
I really hope that woman is okay.
I was kind of drawn to it.
And Mum.
Okay, so it shows you these. Becca B, Nicola Bulley, where are you? But it doesn't show the date on them. And I'm concerned. Listen, maybe right now I should be doing this because it's the react, and you know I should be opening up TikTok and going through and finding who Becca B is. And I'm not that au fait with TikTok, so I might be proved right or wrong. I'm not proved anything. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Is this TikTok from day 3 of the search, or is this TikTok from later on and it's useful for the edit? You know, and this person here that we're going to meet now is sat at home watching videos on their phone. So there are people out there making videos on their phones, or, you know, on TikTok, sorry, and she's consuming them, and that's what's got her into it, yeah?
Doesn't get up one morning.
But I don't know if that trending conversation about Nicola Bulley's disappearance was happening as strongly. I suppose after that press conference, because we're coming in now, as we said, the police have done that, standing, talking to the people and saying a phone was on the bench and stuff. Maybe that did start off enough conversation on social media that you could say this was happening. For me, it was the Paul Ansell interview. That was the reason to start making content about it. Stood on the riverbank. But I appreciate this could be could be a route into the conversation for people through TikTok.
Take our kids to school, take the dog out, and then vanish.
She just seemed like a normal...
Saskia, TikToker, 35.28k followers. That sounds like a lot of followers. On TikTok, you need to divide by 1, 2, so that if it was YouTube, for example, your numbers, like if you ran an agency that was doing social media management, you'd say that's a big number. If it was on YouTube, put 2 zeros on it, and that's your YouTube number equivalent. Yeah, YouTube takes longer to watch videos. There's more commitment to it. Like with TikTok, it's fast. You move through, you swipe. So that if I had 3,000 views video, if I had 3,000 subs on YouTube, if I had 3,000, the equivalent on TikTok would be 300,000, I think, and certainly with views. Yeah, you divide by those zeros. That's what I've heard. That's my opinion. Okay, because the speed of a TikTok, the short quality, whereas a YouTube video being longer. And I just want to check, Saskia, TikToker. Who is Saskia? So Saskia is After Dark Coffee and Crime, right? So I don't know why they haven't called her After Dark Coffee and Crime. Instead, they've called her Saskia. They called me Super Chuffer, at Super Chuffer. But it makes it sound like just a normal person sat at home reading a phone, Saskia on a phone, but she's got loads of followers. Like Facebook, you can have loads of followers. It doesn't make you a content creator. So I don't know what the premise is here, but she seems to look a bit like a content creator. I'm not going to critique all of her content very heavily now. I've just done that before we started this. But it's not particularly, to me, that interesting. It's a lot of reading the news. There's a lot of here's a clip of something that got found on the internet, someone else's TikTok, like this is them on the news, and then she says a little bit. So there's a lot of reading, it's not really my style of content. But also what I'm really struck by is the very, very low viewing figures that she gets. This one's got 200,000 views. It's about Peter Folding's sonar, and we all wonder if Peter Folding or his friends are beefing up the views about his sonar stuff, don't we? To make it look important, but she can't manage to maintain that because 3,000, 2,000, 2,000, 14 for that one, but 20 for that and 2,000 there. This one got 3,000 and it's a news.
This morning, convicted killer Carly Gregg.
A news thing. So
could get a new trial as her defense.
So she's really not doing good numbers, even for TikTok here. And maybe she was doing bigger numbers back in the Nicola Bulley trend, and I think that's what this is when certain things are trending, like that Carly Gregg one there got a few more views. When certain things are trending, a TikToker of any description can probably get on the algorithm, and because they need, like, let's say you've got 10 minutes to fill about Nicola Bulley on TikTok, 10 minutes, you need at least 10 TikToks because they're less than a minute long. So you need 10 people to fill that space. So you promote loads and more people on the trend, don't you? On YouTube, if you want to fill 10 minutes, you could watch one Super Chuffer video. That's all your 10 minutes. I'll keep you here for an hour, yeah? So YouTube, the amount of people it can show you in the same amount of time is smaller. You can see fewer people on YouTube in the same amount of time. So more people can have their videos viewed and get on the trend, but can they keep that consistently? Is the audience there to watch them and their content, or just flicking through the hashtag about Nicola Bulley? And it seems here from the numbers on our content on TikTok, it's about people flicking through hashtags. They're not coming back to like the 20,000, the 200,000 or whatever that watch a certain video and not returning to watch any of the rest of the content. They're just not. She's not getting big numbers at all. I don't know. Like, the other problem I've got with TikTok is in order to search through someone's content, I have to scroll down like this. And so to get a year ago when she was going on about Nicola Bulley, I've got to scroll forever and it takes ages. But you can see there's a consistent theme. The occasional video will get a lot of views, but generally she won't get very many at all. Generally. So the occasional thing that's on the trend will maybe get, but generally not very many at all. If you go to her videos, I mean, I can search by the oldest, I think, but it hasn't shown me, this is TikTok for you on my browser. The most popular, it's taking some time to come up. Is that because I'm running memory? No? Okay. Maybe it's just my browser doesn't support TikTok very well, but like, I'm finding it hard to search through TikTok and find exactly what she was up to during the Nicola Bulley, I think. So I'm going to assume that she did get a load of views during Nicola Bulley like she says she does on the documentary, and I'm going to say it's more of a trend than something she was able to maintain. because that's what's happening in her content. Very interestingly, this 300,000 followers on TikTok does not translate over to YouTube, where After Dark Coffee and Crime has 1,000 subscribers and routinely gets 98 views, 71 views, 36 views, 40 views, 154 views, 75 views, 1,000 views on that one, 370 views, 30 views, 100 views, 30 views, 10 views on that, 16 views on this, 10 views on this. So in terms of her status on social media, she's got a big number of followers on TikTok and has had a relatively large amount of numbers on some of her TikToks that got viewed. Over here on YouTube, she's got 1,000 subscribers and struggles to hit 100 views on a drop. So we think, I mean, you had to talk me down in chat, didn't you? We think she's in here to represent the every person. Just another user of TikTok like anyone else, basically. And that's fair enough, I suppose. That's probably why they've called her Saskia, TikToker. You know? Just, you know, as much the audience as a content creator. In the same way as Facebook, you're as much the audience as the creator, aren't you? Just posting things and saying things. There's one other point I'd like to make about Saskia, which is here in her little about section. She says that she has a BSc in psychology, fair enough. In her previous career, she worked with families and implementing safeguarding, dealing with multiple agencies, the police, Inc. I think she means included. I have also worked as a special constable, where I trained and carried out police duties, the same as a paid PC. Special constable. And they didn't mention that either. And I think, I'm surprised she doesn't play that up more in her crime credentials on her content, instead of reading the news as much. But you know what I'm like about the ones that read the news. Let's carry on. Well, that's the other one. Hang on, where are we at? This, yeah, let's carry on. Let's carry on. I am surprised about her inclusion in the documentary on those credentials, but at the same time, I guess I understand her as an every person. This is my first thought. You've seen my initial reaction to this, is I thought, good, you've got an every person. She's on TikTok. She represents, you know, a lot of different, you know, a sort of cast a net over TikTokers. Pick one out that's generally like the TikTokers. There's one, you know, okay. She doesn't voice my opinions and my... I've shown you this before on the other react as well when I did my first impressions. You know, there's a better way to answer some of the questions, I believe, but she answers the questions as she feels, so I guess that's what they've included. I do think the inclusion of her and Jizzy's mid-range true crime, bit of a newsreader. She's not one of the most respected true crime channels. She's not one of the biggest true crime channels. She's a reasonably size, like in subscriber numbers and view count, you know, true crime channel. But those two being the included voices of social media, I don't think make social media look very good, and I don't think they're the best of social media in my opinion. But that's probably what the documentary is trying to show you, is not the best of social media, is it?
Person like myself, it could be me. Like, I walk my dogs.
So there you go. It represents us. You know, it's her. It could be me. I walk my dogs. When Nicola Bulley went missing, I walk my dogs as well. But I appreciate this. I think it was because it could be your neighbour or your cousin or your sister or your mother or, you know, someone close to you. But I understand that other people felt it could be them. You know, so.
Then trying to understand what had happened, why.
Thanks very much, Childlike Empress. I'm not a big fan of Jizzy. No, I won't be platforming positive opinions about Jizzy around here. Thanks very much.
It happened.
I mean, if it was an accident, right? She's not expecting to fall into the river. So she would have the phone. Okay,
so that one was 23rd, 2nd, 12. Sorry, Grandma Sue here. You're going to have to help me with this in chat. Sorry, I do apologise. I do apologise for this because I'm supposed to be smarter than this. But no, it's TikTok and it's dates. And do they do the dates backwards or something? 23/2/12. What date is that? It's not the 2nd of... It's the 12th of February, 2023, yeah? Is that right? 12th of Feb. Nikki Bulley went missing On 27th, she went missing. Yeah? 27th. And this TikTok's from the 12th. 27, 28, 29, 30. Could somebody do me the number of days? Could someone do me the number of days on how many days have passed? Because they do this, they have this motif stamped on the documentary, you know, day 1, day 2. And now we're jumping from, like, the last day stamp we had, I think, was day 3. Was it day 3 or day 2? And now we're like, how many days on in the search? So I feel like the TikToks are misrepresenting the chronological order of the media that was being made about Nikki and the search. Let's crack on.
With her.
Obviously, there's a lot of it that does.
Just a girl who loves murder podcasts. Just, you know, just like the audience for all this stuff. There's a real interesting facet of this, which is that the audience for true crime online covers, like, it, you know, demographics, yeah? The audience for true crime online, it covers all the women. It gets the older women with certain content creators. Even younger ladies like a bit of true crime with other content creators. Like, it gets the demographic of the women. And if you want to get into the minds of the ladies, and if you want to get the opinions, you know, get your propaganda in and sell your ideas to people, this is a way of, like in the past, if you want to sell a car, then it's a man that's buying the car, so you'd put a naked woman on top of the car, yeah? And then you'd sell him the car. And he's not really interested in the car, is he? He's looking at the naked woman, but you get him interested and then you sell him the car, don't you? So in this world, now, 2024, if you want to sell something to a woman, you can get them interested in true crime, and then you can sell them the thing. And it might be an idea that underpins it, that you want to get into their head. But some ways, true crime is an avenue. It's a what marketing people do, or even people that want to sell you a political idea, like to get you to vote for something. They look for a demographic and they say, this is the demographic that we need to talk to and we need to access and get into their heads. But how do we? What are they interested in? What are their likes? What are their dislikes? How do we get into them? And then they start to produce things for that demographic and then bring in the thing that they want to sell them. It's just an interesting concept. I'm not saying that's happening in this documentary. I'm saying that's happening generally in the world of true crime, the advertisers, but also the maybe the propagandists who create sort of fake channels and push agendas and stuff like that, you know?
Doesn't make sense. There was an update a couple of days ago on TikTok. I started to do the lives. Yeah, and I agree there, Pepsi. I think the first couple, there was a couple of hundred people in the lives, and then we got over 1,000, sometimes nearly 2. So you could see it escalating. I just kind of wanted to come on and address it because I just think it's weird. And they don't have the answers. And you can just see people's minds ticking over, like, what is going on here? None of this is making sense at all.
I don't know if you could see, well, yeah, okay, fair enough. Like, you can judge public opinion from what was going on in our lives. See people's minds ticking, yeah.
I will see you guys soon. Bye for now. Bye.
Day 5. So that TikTok was from the wrong day. You'd think they'd get that right, wouldn't they?
If the river was our likelihood, at that point, that's difficult because I knew that she'd be
Now what it brings into question, though, is, you know, do these footages, is this day 5's footage? Because that TikTok was from the wrong day. So is this from the right day? And is this why we don't have so much footage of the search? Because there wasn't so much footage in those early days being recorded, so you simply can't include it. But the reason I stopped and pulled a face is because most people who look into the Nicola Bulley story early doors, you know, their first thoughts are, how did she drown in that river? They can stand up in it. You know?
surface, and I knew the likely refloat time when the body would come to the surface of the water. There was very little likelihood of
The refloat time, not like Ellie's. Sorry, Ellie. Big ups, Ellie. Shouts out Ellie. Oh yeah, I wanted to shout out Ellie for the big tippy the other day. Damn it, I have to do it in a live stream. Shouts out Eddie, who said that she would bloat and float, but that was a pretty crude way to put it. But yeah, the refloat time.
being on the surface for the next couple of weeks. If the river was our likelihood, at that point, that's difficult because I knew that she'd be subsurface and I knew the likely refloat time when the body would come to the surface of the water. There was very little likelihood of her being on the surface for the next couple of weeks.
So what he said very clearly is if she's in that river, she's under the water because we can't see her, we've looked all over, yeah? And that's fair enough, which is why the side scan sonar, the underwater cameras, the thermal imaging cameras would be very useful at this stage, wouldn't they? And thankfully, the police have all of those.
The flow of the river's going that way.
Yeah.
The community in this Lancashire village is doing everything they can.
I think it's really gripped everybody.
Big wobbly men.
You know, everybody just wants to help.
The local community.
Take care.
They were
I'm assuming this was filmed back then and not recreated, but who knows?
feeling our pain. You could tell.
Yeah.
They kept bringing food in parcels.
We was at Paul's every day.
And then we were at Paul's every day. This is a different day in the documentary. This is now day 6, but this is the same body cam footage from the other day, I assume, simply because, is she not dressed the same? Is he not sat in the same position? Is that not the same jacket on the chair, the handbag on the table? I think it's from the same day. So we're getting inconsistent footage to illustrate. And listen, if you're making a bit of a recreation, or you're showing some this and that, okay, but like this is actually the body cam footage from a specific day on the search, and you're doing a documentary where you're chronologically ordering the days and showing us what's happening, and so you're showing us this from a different day. Let me just check that. Louise is in yellow. Dorothy's got that that sort of thing on. We're at about 15 minutes there. Where's the earlier body cam footage? I'm surprised if they've done this. Earlier body cam footage.
A friend picked the girls up, and later that night I popped over there to see the girls who were now having a sleepover there.
I forgot that bit. He popped over there as well.
And when I went round there, I remember them asking
to see the girls, obviously,
where Mummy was, and I said that she wasn't feeling well. But you understand.
There we go, look. She's wearing the same top.
I was really hoping we'd hear something before dark.
Somebody will be in touch with you, though, okay?
There's Louise wearing the same clothes. There's Ernie in the same position. It's the same body cam footage that you've shown us as day 2. That's day 2. I think you're confusing the audience a little bit there, to be honest. Certainly confused me. That was day 2.
Everything they can.
I think it's really gripped everybody.
So I don't know which day this is.
You know, everybody just wants to help.
The local community.
Take care.
They was feeling our pain. You could tell.
Yeah.
They kept bringing food in parcels.
We was at Paul's every day. We wanted to be
together.
Right, yeah, but were the police at Paul's every day like that? This is from a different day. Which day is it even from?
The liaison officers were a lifeline to us.
You know, we would sit there every day just going over everything. You feel like you're cracking up.
Interesting. We would sit there every day, and the criticism, I suppose, would come like, would you not go out there and search every day? But like, we would sit there every day
because I
suppose Operation HQ.
You're just constantly going round and round and round and round every single scenario in your head.
Constantly going around every single scenario in your head. Fair enough. That's what we did on the internet. We didn't just do it in our heads. We said it out loud.
The nights were the hardest. The end of the day where it goes dark. Because in the morning, the hope would be strong. And then it used to go dark at like 4. It'd get to about 3 o'clock and I used to start panicking that I knew that it'd start going dark in an hour. So we had an hour to try and find her. And then obviously I then have the girls. You know, the first...
Right, so this is inconsistent as well, isn't it? Like, he got the girls back on the Sunday, so yeah, like, but he's saying generally, and we, like, obviously I then have the girls. Okay, fair enough. I suppose you're feeling anxious because the girls are coming home after school and it's getting dark and you've got to deal with that, yeah, okay.
thing that they do when they come out of school was run over and say, have we found mummy?
It's almost, I suppose, that I can understand that anxiety. Yeah, I can understand that anxiety. Yeah.
One morning I got up.
I mean, if I was being heavily critical, I could say if you had a guilty conscience, that's when it would kick in the most, isn't it?
And the youngest one, she said, it's cold, isn't it, Nanny? So I said, yeah. She said...
This is where they really pump this emotional aspect, and it is emotional, and I understand that.
Oh, I hope Mummy's okay and she's not cold and hungry.
6 days she's been missing, 6 days of torment for the family. Somebody must know something.
So now we're at day 6, but it looks like the morning, I suppose. See, chronologically again, maybe this shot should have gone in at the start of the day 6 section, but yeah.
45-year-old Nikki.
Okay, so this was a TikTok Daily Mail. This is the Daily Mail lady, isn't it? Who's saying how wonderful TikTok, and there's no date on that one. There's no date on that one, but I'm sure that'll be easier to find, I guess.
Nicola Bulley parked her car at her daughter's primary school, then she dropped off her 6
So
and her 9-year-old.
obviously what they're doing now, the mainstream media who think that, like, this is really weird because I thought they were doing this post Nicola Bulley strongly with Jay Slater, which was they were using TikTok. They sent Isla Tricure out there. She was on TikTok. Oh, I hardly ever use TikTok. And like she started up a TikTok. They decided to embrace social media instead of being antagonistic to it. But it seems like it's always been going on, doesn't it? Like, you know, how do you know that the Daily Mail, who run their main TikTok account with this like TikTok friendly presenter, journalist, but you know, they've obviously gone that way with it, haven't they? They've said, let's get someone who's, you know, younger and presentable to do our TikTok. How do you know they don't have like just other TikToks that just look like normal people that don't say the Daily Mail on or whatever? Like, social media is just a media platform that it's like a Wild West media platform, isn't it? But they're definitely on it anyway. The point is they're definitely on it, and they're definitely pushing this agenda and this narrative and all this stuff. Like, they're part of the conversation, and I suppose that's the point this documentary made for the BBC wants to make.
So when making a TikTok, when done right, it could
When done right.
absolutely spread the word. There's 2 billion users worldwide, and I think it's the future of journalism.
Now, this is where things...
Right, so your TikTok is done special and right, and you're better. No, you just look like all the other fucking TikTokers. It's because you work for the Daily Mail and they've got that reach and they're able to promote their stuff. Like, that's why you've got the reach there. It's not because, like, if you took Daily Mail off and you just worked for yourself at home, you wouldn't be some special TikToker who's doing it right and getting all the reach, would you?
Get mysterious.
Although you would get on the trend wave with this. Like, you would get on the, you know, you would get the reach. Like, you are sort of doing it right as well, in that you're emulating the other TikTokers who get that trend, like Hayley and what's her name, like, no dissing Hayley there, but like After Dark Coffee and Crime there, and like, you know, you're doing it right because you're copying them.
And when I did that first video, it got 3 million views. Everyone wanted to know, where has she gone?
She didn't have her camera on or her microphone on, it was muted, but she was on the call.
And I think there was an element of fear that was sparked. People don't just go missing in the middle.
You think there was an element of fear, but you're a mainstream journalist talking to 3 million people, so you can either quench that fear, quell that fear, or incite it and instigate it more. I don't know, like, I wonder if fear is something that you were thinking about before you made your content. I haven't watched it, so I can't judge. Like,
Of the day after the school run. If that can happen in Middle England
why did no one film the big wobbly men?
to a white woman with kids, that can happen to me.
Again, we get this selfishness, that can happen to me. Again, I understand it, but maybe it's because I'm not a woman that I thought it could happen to the loved ones around me rather than worrying about myself. But I think what she means as a mainstream media producer is to tell the audience that could happen to you.
There was the possibility that there was third-party involvement and that Nikki had maybe been taken away from the area against her will.
There was that possibility. And I love this, again, these images. Is that a police Like, are those marks what she made? Is that one of her original files that they've blown up for her to show? Like, I'd love to see that sort of stuff. That'd be really interesting. What are these red pins and what do they mean? Are they the phone pings? And is that how we've charted her position? What are the orange ones? The sightings, probably. Last sightings pinned over there. Or is this something that's just put together for the documentary? I don't know. But if that's the police work, I'd love to see it. It looks great.
Looking at the area, it was clear to me there were 4.
I can't really see that being real police work, though, because they've got these pictures pinned up here like it's one of those true crime things with all the strings. So maybe this is just a graphic that they put together.
4 main exit points. We were really fortunate in this case.
Okay, 4 main exit points.
That 3 of the 4 were covered by CCTV, so 3 out of...
Okay, 4 exit points and 3 were covered by CCTV.
Was the possibility that there was third-party involvement and that Nikki had maybe been taken away from the area against her will? Looking at the area, it was clear to me there were 4 main exit points.
Main exit points. So she's not committing to 4 possible exit points, but just 4 main exit points. Yeah, okay. Allotment lane, leading up to Spirit of Garstang Gin. And we've got CCTV at a house that we walk past. It's like a ring doorbell and people walk past it and they get seen. Yeah, okay.
We were really fortunate in...
junction of Allotment Lane and Blackpool Lane. That's the top of Allotment Lane. So there's a second CCTV up there, is there? Or Witness 5, I don't know.
this case,
That's at the Spirit of Garstang Gin there, up there.
3 of the 4...
Witness 11 walks dog into Upperfield from Rowan Water. First time we've seen an image of this witness, actually, if that's the case. And that's the Rowan Water path from Rowan Water. So actually you don't have image, like this is... Okay, so that's Rowan Water and that's where you're taking the image from, yeah? And this person's walking with their dog, right? You want Google Maps? Google Maps. Let's get Google Maps out. Fucking, it's in the Canary Islands. What's it called? St. Michael's. Let's get Google Maps. So, over here, Rowan Water, yeah? This path here leads down and there's a gate at the bottom and you can get through it. Yeah? And that leads you into the field. But this other path that walks by the river, and like when we're looking at this image of this man, you see this, there's a bush here and he's on a path, like not paved, what do you call it, like tarmacked path, yeah? And you can see across there to these fields. But what you can't see is the river itself. Yeah? On Google Maps, I believe he's walking on this tarmac here. And the CCTV that's captured him is on the back of one of these houses. And the reason I believe that is because on this documentary, they've got a picture of the circle. And it's circled around one of those caravans. And it's just there. Yeah, and he's walking on tarmac and there's a bush and the bush divides, that bush is along here and it divides the path down here and the river. And can I show you that river path? Yes. So here's the path leading down by the river, and right there, if you walk up there, you get into the field where Nicola Bulley was walking her dog, and there is the bushes that you can see in the CCTV and probably the caravan that captures the image. But we're down here on this path and you can see the river and you can see this thing, whatever it is, and you can see all this river and you can walk up there into the field, yeah? But on this CCTV you can't see that. So if this CCTV is the CCTV that guarantees we have coverage as you exit from this possible exit, it doesn't at all. Not at all. Because you literally could just walk up this path instead. And you can't be seen from that CCTV. Because I can see on the CCTV that you're showing me that I can't see through the bush and I can't see the river. You might just catch the top of someone's head if they're tall. If they're tall, because they're down here, look. They can be down here, look. And that, if you're here in the lower field, the upper field, that's this here. Rowan Water has a gate on it, but this path here, I mean, is it gated? Is that the problem? Has it got a gate on it that you can't pass? Is that a problem? Is there something that's stopping you? But that's a path there, and it goes all the way there, and it goes all the way up there, and then it takes you out to here. And that's a path. Maybe it's got a gate at the bottom, maybe it's got a fence, and that's the only reason you say it's not an exit. So maybe it isn't an exit, but it's a path and you can't be seen. So I wouldn't be so confident about, like, you know, saying that there. That's worrying to me. It's definitely worrying to me. And then this one, Allotment Lane. I mean, it does make sense. You're walking past the houses here. So captured on CCTV if you walk up Allotment Lane. I suppose that makes sense. I mean, what are these things here? What's this here? No, there's like a path there. Path back down here to the Grapes pub. It's like a little path that goes around the back, isn't there? From the Grapes pub to Allotment Lane there. So you could egress, you could leave up Allotment Lane and then down to the Grapes pub. So I don't know, like, you know, I know she's saying the main exits, the main things are covered, but she sounds really confident about that. But just a very cursory search of the area there would reveal potential other points that you could leave and enter. I mean, this one, we're probably going to say there's a fence or something, I guess. But, like, people even thought she could have crossed the river. Gone off in a boat, someone thought. But, like, I mean, the river is a transport link. So, potentially, I suppose. That's where they think she went in, though, didn't they? But, yeah. Yeah. Also, we're going to say that because she hasn't left the area, like, what she's saying is the CCTV basically says very little chance she could have left the area. So, must be in the river. But the area still, you know, we've said this place, I mean, I'm not a big pointer of a finger at Penny or anyone, but, like, this place, for example, has been checked, was the word, not searched. Rowan Water is a series of buy-to-let, or, sorry, purchasable or rentable caravans that during the off-season is quite quiet because it's more of a sort of summer caravan-y, but you can just buy them and live there, and, like, some of them might be empty and some of them not. Anyway, let's go back to the documentary. This is confidence.
We're covered by CCTV, so 3 out of 4 of the routes we could categorically say
No.
there was no signs of Nikki. And
Well, you can categorically say on those CCTV images, you know, from those particular perspectives on those routes. But I think you could have taken similar, or if the Rowan Water one, you could have just got down that lower path.
you hadn't passed. The only problem we had was the river path.
The only problem we had was the river path.
So we definitely knew she'd walked that route, but it was whether she'd come out again. There were absolutely no positive sightings of Nikki.
Police are continuing to appeal for dashcam footage.
There were no sightings of Nikki on any of the hundreds of hours with dashcam footage that we seized. So Nikki was last seen.
No sightings of her on the hundreds of hours of dashcam footage. So how confident are we that she walked up that road walking her dog?
On the riverbank.
Last seen on the riverbank.
And therefore, it was my belief that she had unfortunately fallen in the river.
I've said it so many times yesterday, you know, I can hear myself repeating myself, but Tia Sharp's next door neighbour said they saw her getting on the bus. If it's the eyewitness that saw her by the bench and that's it, like, this doesn't feel that watertight, sorry to use the phrase.
It was a Friday afternoon, a week to the day that Nikki had gone missing.
Bearing in mind as well, there's no dash cam footage of her at the school either. They said there's dash cam footage of her car. They've seen her car at the school on dash cam. So you would think that in that location with so many cars and the fact that she was potentially walking about, that she might have been seen there as well.
And Becky Smith come to the house.
So we're moving on to day 7. But as we've seen, there's no guarantee that the footage will be from day 7.
It was a Friday afternoon, a week to the day that Nikki had gone missing. And Becky Smith come to the house. I can remember us all just being in the lounge together, and Becky said that they believe that Nikki had fallen in the river.
That's interesting, isn't it? That is interesting. So a week on in the search, Becky comes to the house and basically tells them she believes Nikki's dead. So that would have been devastating, wouldn't it? Like, in the river means dead. It doesn't mean like we're still going to try and hopefully revive her. Like, if she's in there, she's not on the surface, she's under the water. They are strongly of that belief after a week. It's an interesting thing from the police's perspective as well, because we're talking about a missing person, and I suppose there is something to be said for the the reality of the situation and giving the family the respect of that honest reality, but also with very little evidence and having not found, in the search, okay, so I believe that they were looking in the search initially for some other, people were talking about her Wellingtons. I think she might have had, they were talking about her watch, her Fitbit, her car keys. I think they were looking for something in that river that would have confirmed at least that she was in there to a good, you could throw your car keys in there and then it doesn't prove you're in there, but I think they were looking for something that they could say, we found this, it leads us to believe she's in the river, more so. But since, in absence of that, they've still been confident enough to go to the family and say, the chief SIO has, and I think that's reasonable. I think, that's what they think, isn't it? The police, that's what they think. So they're going to tell the family, I suppose. But it's a very hard conversation, and I don't know, I could also see how this would create disharmony and push. If it was me and I was in that situation, I would probably push back on that with the police and say, is that it then? Are you going to just do nothing else? Paul then goes on to say that he wants all the houses searched and the sheds and stuff like that, doesn't he? All the sheds and all the outhouses and the sheds. The family have different ideas, essentially. But
And I can remember it being quite a shock, really.
It's never going to be an easy conversation, and they didn't want to believe what I said, and I understand that.
It's not they didn't want to believe it, I don't think. I think this is unfair, and I'm going to speak for the family, but I've got no evidence of what the family did or said, but I'm going to speak for a family in this situation, a general term. I don't know if it's denial or not wanting to believe what you said, but you're telling them that after a week we believe she's in the river. And why? Because after a week we found nothing. Well, that would be very difficult to hear, wouldn't it? If you came to me and said, after a week we believe she's in the river because we found this and we found this, and did you know that she'd been talking to so-and-so and she'd said this, and now we've built up this case and we can confidently point towards. No, you found nothing. So we're just going to, it sound like we're going to give up as well, because we're not, the difficulty is we're not hearing the full conversation, but if we believe she's in the river, are we going to continue with this resource-heavy land search, with this... like, she described Paul at the very start in this documentary. She said he was never a suspect. And it did perk my... In the edit, it perked my ears up. And I thought, hang on, like, a suspect of what? Like, this is a missing person? Do they use that language? Like, if I go to the police and say, my loved one is missing, do they say, okay, let's line up the suspects? Or is a missing person, does it include suspects when it's a missing person? Or does that, are you allowed to, you know, should you use that language about was he or wasn't he a suspect? I suppose you would if you're a police in this way, but a suspect of what? You know, like, is it a crime investigation? Do you do like a preliminary investigation before you discuss whether it is a crime investigation? You know, that sort of stuff. But yeah, so no suspects, no crime, a decision made that she's in the river. I assume that is accompanied by a difficult but realistic conversation about how the police are now not going to do so much for you and can't do so much for you, and that they're probably going to hope that she, you know, fills with gas and floats, and that she will, you know, they might have that if they're having this difficult conversation, surely the next difficult conversation is to make it clear that we expect to find her, but not today, and we're going to scale back the search, surely. And then that would be met with pushback, no? Like, and it's interesting to me that the angle of this documentary is to have a pop at the TikTokers, have a pop at, well, me, have a pop at the people, the normal people that are watching and talking, and say, well, you know, you shouldn't have funny ideas, you shouldn't talk about funny ideas, but yet the family themselves are the ones that are pushing back against the police and saying she may have been kidnapped. And the police don't seem to want to put more investigative drive into that direction. Do you know what? Like, sometimes, this is happening a few times during this, I've been very, very positive about the police, about her, in general. The idea of like a insider, you know, a crooked cop or whatever, I think it's more for the telly than the reality. But I do know there are bad police, and you know, last year they did 40 of them in one news article in Lancashire. You know, all these police that had been done for stuff. You know, is there corruption in this? Like, to point away from any of, like, and to go to the family and say, shut up. Like, not shut up. Like, it's not what she said, but like, you know, to go to them and say, after a week she's in the river, so, you know, deal with it. I'd find that very hard, you know, and I could understand people then worrying that the police were trying to, because people, like, there were certain armchair detectives out there who were screaming police cover up, and I didn't think the police were trying to cover something up. I felt that they were just playing their difficult hand, you know, without many cards, without any evidence, with protocols and structures in place for their organised response, unable to do certain things unless someone would come forward and give them something a little bit more. Someone would tell them something a little bit more. Maybe someone in the family, you know, could you know, give them something they didn't think was relevant, or, you know, in some way something extra. You know, maybe she was looking for something else and she didn't find it, so she couldn't do it, you know, so she has to come back to the family and say sorry without any further move forward in any, like, I'm not criticising the family here necessarily, but if they couldn't bring anything to her to give any suggestion that led anywhere, I suppose she is in this position, yeah. So I feel like rock and a hard place for her, but also I worry now that this decision to you know, this heavy reliance on the idea that she's in the river, it's very much putting all your poker chips in, you know, it's like going all in one position. And at the start I was quite confident they said they weren't doing that, but a week down the line, pretty much they have.
Would any family want to know or think that that's what happened? I don't think I would if I was in that position.
To think of...
No, I'd like to know, actually, Becky. That's the problem, is that nobody knew, and they rely on the police to give them the answers.
The river, I mean, well, it's over, isn't it? It's over. So, I don't know.
What's over? Your crowdfund? No, obviously he means the process of it all happening and going on, and we can get back to normal life and everyone can stop looking at us and we can just, you know, not normal life. Nikki's gone. It's going to be a tragedy. We're going to live with it forever. But the whole traumatic ordeal of it all happening, the nightmare that he can't wake up from is now over to a certain extent, and you have to start accepting things. But obviously he means that. No, he means the worrying is no. Wait, what he means is the idea that we might be able to find her is over. The hope is over. It's done. I don't know, like it's over anyway is a different phrase, like that could be used. What I'm trying to say is it's over could be used in different ways, and my instinct is to feel that it's over is relief rather than frustration. In a way, like when you hear the word "it's over," like, you know, that could be bad, I suppose, couldn't it? Like in a negative. There was a lot of stress and like anxiety carried by Paul if he was innocent, if he was guilty, either, you know, either way. There's all that. It's over is his choice of phrase, and I could go heavier on critiquing whether he, you know, the textual analysis and all that, but you get such a short edited clip, so, you know, you don't see all the other words around it. But it's over.
And they didn't want to believe what I said. And I understand that.
And that's why he doesn't want to believe it, because then it would be over. So he'd rather it would continue so that he could try and find Nikki and that, you know, she might be alive. Or maybe he believes that she's alive and they're not doing their best to find her. Or maybe whatever this other thing is that's going on, suddenly over, and that's a shame for him as well in some way. Like, and this is going to sound horrific, but like, I'm just going to say it anyway. You know, being in the limelight, being on the news, having that GoFundMe with all the money coming in, like all of a sudden all of that stops. And whilst you're dealing with a massive tragedy, you're also on the news and people are throwing money at you and you're like famous. So like all of a sudden that stops, I suppose. But it's not over because we're still talking about it today.
Would any family want to know or think that that's what happened? I don't think I would if I was in that position.
To think of the river, I mean, well, it's over, isn't it? It's over. So, I don't know. I didn't let my mind go there. I wouldn't do it.
It is our working hypothesis that she's entered the water accidentally. It is possible, as the dog was loose and off the lead, that there may have been an issue with the dog that led her to go near.
He looks like he's never seen that press conference. You don't know if that's the exact sound of the iPad that he's watching there. You know, you can't guarantee exactly what he's watching, but like apparently he looks quite surprised by this press conference.
To the water's edge. She puts the phone down to go and deal with the dog momentarily, and Nicola may have fallen in.
The fact that after all the searching that they'd already done in the water and hadn't found anything, it gave us an awful lot of hope.
Unfortunately, we have not still found Nicola.
It'd been a week and there's been absolutely no sign of her, no item of clothing found. How do you know it's the river? Why don't you think of her parties
Agree with this.
involved?
Yes, several of the exits from the riverside area are either locked or they're covered by CCTV.
We still do.
Such short clip of Louise saying that though, like this is where documentary gets a little bit like this sometimes, but you know, you need the narrative to be said by the people, so you clip them saying it, but you exclude all the other sort of context around what they're saying. So you're really just like, you know, let's say I've got 10 of you in chat and I ask you all about the Nicola Bulley story, and then I cut Dover and Dolly's mum saying this one line, and then I cut Mean Green saying that next line, and then I cut Standing saying the next line, and I make the sentence, but none of you said the exact sentence. Like, I don't know, it just feels like well-made documentary, but again, I like to see a bit wider context on this, so I can't judge much of it, but like,
Didn't go along with it
but we didn't go along with it, says Ernie.
because there was.
Hang on, let me hear that, because I like, but we didn't go along with it is coming in from the middle of a sentence. Like, what is it he's not going along with, this and that? It's hard to know, isn't it? But I assume what they're talking about, what Louise is talking about. Obviously, that's why they've edited those bits together. I'm not saying they would have cut and shut something where he's talking about toffees or something, you know. But like, it's just the general flow of the way people talk that I'm losing here now, aren't I?
Nicola.
It'd been a week and there's been absolutely no...
In favour of those words being edited together to form a more soundbitey narrative.
sign of her, no item of clothing.
Is that the man in black? Look, is that that man looks just like that man that people saw on the. Do you know the guy that was walking down the canal previous month or whatever, he pushed someone in and they were looking for him. He looks similar. He's got a beard like him. He's got a face like him. It says police. You can take that off though.
Found.
He does, doesn't he though?
How do you know it's the river? Why don't you think of third parties involved?
Yeah, several of
See how short that little clip of Louise was saying that not even a full sentence.
the exits from the riverside area are either locked or they're covered by CCTV.
We still didn't go along with it because
We didn't go along with it.
there was no evidence
There's no evidence.
that she had gone in the river.
100%. He's describing our approach on social media.
No, it was very...
There's no evidence.
But we are as sure as we can be that Nicola did not leave the area.
I think all I kept saying to them at the time was that the only thing we have at the minute is that she isn't in there. So in my head, we were going to find her.
Thank you.
Difficult, really difficult. Ultimately, I couldn't give them the answers that they wanted to hear, and they were absolutely focused on, no, she's not gone in the river.
So, because there's no evidence, like most of us on social media, they thought she was not in the river, but they have a more intimate knowledge of Nicola, her behaviour, their life, the life of the people around them, what's going on in the village. You know, they had other thoughts, they had other ideas. It might have been because they were clinging to hope, or it might have been because something was more likely.
Hello, good afternoon.
We get to see Nikki again. We're moving on to talk about social media now, aren't we?
I hope everybody's having a lovely Saturday. I just wanted to pop on and do a little video. So if I turn the video around now so I can show you.
Social media. Nikki used it more than I did because she used to sell stuff, so she would do live videos.
So you've got your top layer and then
Okay, what you mean is Nikki used to use it for commercial purposes, but you used to use social media quite a lot as well, Paul. We all do. So
have all these gorgeous products.
It wasn't a huge part of our lives, but yeah, when you experience something like this, you realise what a huge monster.
We've already talked about this in a previous video, you know, with my preview react, but monster.
It can be, I guess.
Of course, you don't have to look at that monster. It's just a phantom illusion that's under the bed or whatever, isn't it? But I don't know at this stage whether these are just graphics or these are real people that commented as well. But if they're real people that commented, I'd have probably chosen people who had. Well, I suppose if you choose a face and an actual handle, then I suppose they clip my video without asking. I don't know. Like, but is this really what was said, or is it just a representation of what was said? And if it's really what was said, was it said by a reputable person? Because us on our channels have this problem, you know, trying to keep the nonsense out and not allow people to drive a conversation in a direction because they're fake channels with an agenda, you know. So
the police were saying she fell in to a very deep
and cold river.
Yeah, but how? It just left a big vacuum of questions, and I remember her friends, they were sure that she was still alive. They were
Inzamam Rashid here, Inzamam, he gets, like, they basically make him look like a TikToker. They basically show how the commercial driven news is driven to just get views and clicks, and how under pressure and how he's internalized that pressure as good journalism. You know, how he feels under pressure and how he's internalized that pressure as good journalism.
sure that she was still somewhere and that someone knew something. They were adamant. How did that make you feel?
There's Emma.
As I said, I gasped. If you let your mind go there, then I don't know how you come back from it.
I don't know how you come back from it.
People wanted to do everything that they possibly could. There were friends talking to the media on a daily basis.
There were friends talking to the media on a daily basis. No, Emma was your media liaison, wasn't she? She took up that mantle. She ran a GoFundMe. She used a lot of money to create a campaign, and she was on lots of different channels. She engaged, wasn't it her that got through to the people at Channel 5, and her links with that helped to push that forward. She housed people at Marsh Farm Hall. There were town hall meetings. She created photocopied maps for people to, like, she sent people on a route around the village if they turned up to search. Like, she was more than just someone talking to the media.
And pushing it. I remember us thinking at the time, it needs to be kept in the media spotlight to keep the pressure on the police.
There has been no evidence found.
Again, at the very start, Paul was keen to pressurise the police into acting the way he thought they should behave, insofar as he wanted the police to go down to that river and to believe that Nikki had gone missing because of mental health problems and therefore was potentially suicided in the river, yeah? Like, that was Paul's decision, and he said he didn't think she'd gone in the river, but he wanted the police to do what he wanted them to do. He wanted them to be out in force up and down that river. That's what he wanted. So he leveraged the mental health and things like that in order to get them to act. Yeah? And here again, he's saying, so now the police aren't behaving the way he wants them to. Now, even though he wanted them to be focused on that river, they think she's in the river. He now wants them to do other things. So he's going to pressurise them through media. Like, it's weird because obviously Emma and Paul are very much at this point in close correspondence. Like, it's not like Emma's just operating on her own. Like, they're like a team, aren't they? Like the way she talks about it, the way it's described, the amount of time people are spending, you know, with each other and in each other's company, and who's looking after the kids and this and that. Emma's heavily involved. So between them, this is a campaign. It's weird because you'd think it would be a campaign to just find Nikki, and I suppose in order to find her, you need to complete certain objectives, and one of the objectives is to manipulate the way the police behave. I think I'm saying that right, aren't I? We just said it, you know, he wanted to put pressure on the police. But the resources at your disposal and the things you're thinking about, it's like you're in a battle with the police to, like, drive their behaviour. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're fighting for control over how and what the police do in this situation, and you're using your resources in order to achieve that. Like the media stuff, like to put pressure on the police. Not to get Nikki home or to reach out across. Like, if you don't believe she's in that water and you think she might have gone anywhere, I would be racking my brains, right? Like, my loved ones have got friends in other places in the country, so I would be thinking maybe she's gone to another city, or, you know, if we can get this out in, I don't know, like, for example, I've got a friend who recently visited Barcelona. Yeah. So if they'd gone missing, I might say, well, they've recently been to Barcelona in the last year. Let's get the posters up there just in case. They might have enjoyed it. They might have gone back. Like, I don't know. Like, the amount of money that we're getting on the campaign and the media, like, we're going to get in the media and we're going to push so that these police behave differently and get searching through these small sheds and local area things. Yeah, fair enough, I suppose. But also, we're going to get on the media campaign and we're going to push because we want to find Nikki. And we want to get the word out there. And if she's out there, please, Nikki, come home. That's not really being done as much, is it? It's not like, well, it's not that it's not being done as much. It's that the way this documentary is portraying it, Paul's overt reason for engaging with the media like this has been twofold. Initially, it's been to squash fires and put out the social media ideas, you know, to squash the social media ideas, and then also it's to pressurise the police into behaving the way he wants to, and he's got a track record of that from the very start of this, when he, I don't want to say lied, but, you know, he heavily implied one thing to get them to act when he didn't really believe it.
That would point to the fact that Nikki was in the water or had ever been in the water.
It meant that they had to keep searching and they had to keep that pressure on and they had to keep going with it. And then, of course, you know, anything gets out. Yeah, but not searching the water because you don't think she's in the water. Like, they don't have to keep... I'm a bit confused here. You want the police to keep searching the water and to keep going with it. So to keep using up these resources to keep, like, this whole train rolling, to keep the GoFundMe up, to keep it in the news. Yes, to find Nikki, but to get them fucking searching up and down in the river. But you just told us you don't think she's in there. So why'd you, like, is that not wasting police time? Like,
literally getting people to get in the river in their diving gear on a daily basis because you don't think she's in there. You're going to put media pressure on them. Okay.
Out on mainstream media goes on social media.
Now this
Media spotlight to keep the pressure on the police.
There has been no evidence found that would point to the fact that Nikki was in the water or had ever been in the water.
It meant that they had to keep searching and they had to keep that pressure on and they had to keep going with it.
They had to keep that pressure on. What, the police had to keep that pressure on. So this is a very interesting use of the word pressure repeatedly. Pressure's a water word. Water pressure, under pressure. Like, is a water, water pressure, yeah? Water kept under pressure. And he's saying they had to keep that pressure on. The police had to keep that pressure on. He's trying to keep the pressure on the police, but also the police had to keep that pressure on. On whom? And he is feeling pressure, no? In this situation, the social media are talking about him, stuff like that. He's feeling pressure, and he wants to transfer it onto the police so that they feel pressure. He might be feeling relief, we thought. That, I mean, I know it's sad and tragic, but the fact that the police are saying... no, he was looking for relief, wasn't he? Like, an answer for it to... I'm getting confused with Paul again. Like, it might be... This means it's over. I said it being over could be a form of relief, even if it's sad. Like, okay, put this another way, and this is really, brutal, but it's like that. It's sometimes like, when someone's suffering, like maybe you've had a pet and you've had to go through this process. When it's over, there is a sense of relief. It's not like, it's part of guilt, it's part of grief. You feel that relief and you feel guilty about it, and it's part of grief, yeah? But there is a sense of like, letting go, acceptance and relief. And he described that, as far as I'm concerned, when he said like about it being over, but he didn't, he was worried it would be over if the police just decided to say she's in the river and that's it then. So he didn't want it to be over. So pressure, building pressure, and he's applying that pressure to the police, okay?
And then, of course, anything gets out on mainstream media.
I want to come back to something else as well before I move on.
At the time, it needs to be kept in the media spotlight to keep the pressure on...
That was a cut. It needs to be kept in the media spotlight, cut, to keep the pressure on... And he's doing this thing here with his hands, like twiddling his fingers like a sinister... Honestly, this looks a bit sinister villainy, like, pushing something over here and like, having a bit of a think and like... but we just get... It's body language, but on a small cut. But I think that was cut in between. I think there's two sentences that are chopped together there, because the way he's like talking at a higher pitch and then down here doing this, I think they're cut together. Like,
and that someone knew something, they were adamant. How did that make you feel?
As I said, I gasped. If you let your mind go there, then I don't know how you come back from it.
People wanted to do everything that they possibly could. There were friends talking to the media on a daily basis and pushing it. I remember us thinking at the time, it needs to be kept in the media spotlight to keep the pressure on the police.
There has been no...
Maybe that was one full statement. I don't know, it's hard, isn't it? Because there's an edit over it. To keep the pressure on the police. And maybe he did say it needs to be kept in the media spotlight to find Nikki, to keep her name out there so that everyone around the world knows who she is, and if they see her, she, to get her to come home, and to keep the pressure on the police. And they just cut that like that, maybe.
No evidence found that would point to the fact that Nikki was in the water or had ever been in the water.
It meant that they had to keep searching and they had to keep that pressure on and they had to keep going with it. And then, of course, anything gets out on mainstream media.
He didn't say in the river, did he? He said they had to keep searching, they had to keep that pressure on, they had to keep going with it. So maybe he doesn't mean searching the river.
Goes on social media.
Now this is where we enter
And anything you say there goes on social media via the mainstream media.
the crucial 10 minutes.
Just because it's on TikTok doesn't mean it's not mainstream media. TikTok is a mainstream media platform. Like, they're on it. It's just a video platform. Like, this is really weird. Like, what is social media? Maybe we need a section on that. Somewhere you can have your voice, somewhere you can have an account. But, like, there's a comment section on the BBC under the news, on the website. Like, what is social media? Somewhere you can put up a video, yeah? Okay. Are they excluded then, these people? No.
Black spot.
So the two in a way go hand in hand?
The two in a way, like, it's, yeah. It's a bit I mean, it's a layman's perspective, isn't it? The two go hand in hand. I mean, we're talking about mass communication. I'm talking about media, and like media doesn't have to be segregated between social and, like the people who are making the mainstream are certainly on it, like I said, so they're not segregating themselves, they're getting in and being in it. Come on, green screen. Anyway.
I didn't
More real comments, are they? Or are these fake comments?
want to get bogged down with any of it, so
I didn't want to get bogged down with it. I'll critique this, I've already gone through it a bit, but what he's saying here is he did want to get bogged down with it. He was watching it all and he was eggy about it, in my opinion. But he couldn't go on there and argue, and like, I wonder if Paul Ansell's got fake accounts. I wonder if he's been on there arguing in fake accounts. But of course he can't, like, there's no way you can go on there and like start arguing with people on the internet like that. That would be insanity, yeah? But he's obviously like feeling it, and you know what it's like on social media if you're reading something and it's about him, so he's going to have his feelings, isn't he? But you've got to have a bit of self-control, haven't you, and just let it go and just get on with it. But maybe he did, maybe he didn't, and maybe he wanted to go on the internet and argue with people, because that's what social media is like.
I came off whatever platforms I was on.
Whatever platforms I was on, he came off them.
But we had friends and...
I came off whatever I was on.
relatives who are online, and some of the stuff that we were being said, we were like, yeah, we agree with you.
So, but we had friends and relatives online, and some of the stuff that was being said we agreed with. So he's now saying he didn't look at social media, but maybe Louise's partner did, or some, friends and relatives did, and told him stuff, and he agreed with what they said, someone said on the internet.
What the heck has happened?
What has happened? So did he agree with what I was saying? The tone of what we were doing. I can't speak for everyone, but, I don't know, like, because we were sort of on that side of things, weren't we, Paul? Unfortunately, you came under scrutiny and suspicion yourself, but, like, if she's not in the water, it does raise that. It does raise that.
Hello, Grizzlies, and welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime.
Here we go.
My name is Gisela Kay, and today we continue to look at the case of Nicola Bulley. Maurice, Australia says, how can they be so sure to say there's no one else involved?
I mean, fair play to her. She's got a play button. She's got a legitimate looking channel. Like, fair play to her. It's not my, it's not my cup of tea, but she does read the news and she also does the gossip. Yeah, and like, this is bizarre because I think this is weird. She uses her subscribers and the people in the comments to hide the idea that she's saying this.
The thing is, they're not so sure, they're saying hypotheses. So, Grizzly True Crime is a one-woman brand, that would be me, and we have this community called the Grizzlies, and most of the public were more into the abduction theory than anything.
So most of the public were more into a certain theory, assuming that your comments are all legitimately members of the public and are not flooded with bots. Yeah? But yeah, like, most of the public were interested in abduction theory. So what were you interested in, though? Are you saying because the audience says it, I'm just going to talk about it, and it's not me doing it, it's them doing it? But you are doing it. You're platforming the ideas and you're choosing to talk about it. Like, it is you doing it. I don't think you can hide behind your subscribers in this way. But yeah.
Anything else?
Onto is riddled with fear and a whole other level of trauma because...
What are you scared of?
I was convinced somebody had taken her.
Right.
Is there a possibility that someone could have forced her to that bus stop?
I didn't think that someone might have forced her on the bus.
I don't know.
This is where I think, the things that she comes out with out of her head aren't that good. But then she relies on the chat, maybe.
The thing I'm looking at is, damn, that bus leaves at like 9:24. It's quite perfect timing, that.
She done that walk a lot. You don't know who's looking. You don't know.
Very good point. Yeah. Routine, and what they're looking for and at. Yeah. Very good point. You need to be safe, don't you?
And you hear,
somebody's...
You hear these stories, don't you?
I believe...
You hear what stories? He interjected there. Dorothy was talking about something. Yeah, sorry.
I believe there's talk going around that a scream was heard.
2 screams were heard.
Yeah.
As well.
I'm at a loss as to why they...
But what she thinks about it and what Ernie thinks about it, we cut away from, strangely, into this, this is YouTube now, not TikTok, isn't it? But an American voice talking about it.
Keep telling us, oh yeah, it was just she tripped and fell in the river. Well, then where is she?
I think it's important to consider all the theories.
Could there be a kidnapping? Is that what's happening here?
You know, anything's possible. It could be that there is somebody else involved.
The abandoned house is here.
There's Hayley.
Here on the left of me. The police had not done a search of this.
That was a secure property that was being maintained daily.
So now we're directly answering the critique from social media. Why don't we just do this at the time? Because you can't just put out every fire on social media. What a waste of time. We'll just do a big press conference and let people ask the questions. Let even social media people ask questions. Do a social media press conference. Take the comments. Deal with the chat. Like, are you not capable? Does it not help to direct the search for Nicola Bulley?
Had been checked by police, but had been reported that it hadn't. And it was the same on the caravan site.
Checked. What does checked mean?
If something bad has happened to her, foul play, was there anybody in those caravans at the time, and what did they hear?
And you say it was reported incorrectly. Well, why don't you report it? You're the police.
That leash was meant to be there, and so was that phone.
The phone and the...
Again, we get a series of TikTokers here, and they are not... The dates are not on them, so they are or are not chronologically ordered. I don't know.
dog lead was a decoy.
But this is people's opinions, yeah? So that's what we're saying, is that's what people thought.
I was down on the riverbank on a Sunday afternoon and it was really busy down there. The number of people out along here is extraordinary. There are dozens and dozens of people, and the first person...
You're fucking there.
...I stopped for a vox pop said they were a psychic and said...
Why on earth would you talk to them any further than that? You're a BBC, like, mainstream, like, northern correspondent or whatever. Like, why would you stop and talk to someone who claimed to be a psychic? Some nutter. Like, why would you bother? You're wasting your time.
That their theory was that two men had come up the river in a boat, they'd kidnapped Nicola.
Exciting, yeah? That makes good copy. Why would you, like, what is he... I spoke to a psychic and they said, you're the BBC correspondent. Can you not see how stupid you sound?
They'd taken her off back down the river and she was being held in a shipping container.
Right, in a shipping container. Where's any of the evidence, and why would this be even voiced on this documentary? Like, now she's been dragged off and kept in a shipping container?
I feel like she's being moved.
Do you? Who the fuck are you and why? No one cares.
And I don't know how they would do this.
Do they show the view count on these things? Like, and if they are getting loads of views, do people just view it a little bit and skip on, or what? Because, like, honestly, this is the sort of shit that I wouldn't tolerate on my channel. Do you remember back in the day? You know, back in the day, a year ago or whatever. Like, but people would forward me all sorts of things and say, "What do you think about this and this and this?" I'd say, go and, like, you know, talk at people with the bus. Go stand at the bus stop and talk to people around the bus stop about that. You know, go and talk to someone in the toilets at the pub about that, because I'm not bringing it on my channel. It's gossip. It's just like nonsense.
Because the area is being watched. But I feel like she's being moved.
That is the sort of thing that was going on social media.
Yeah, at the bus stop.
Love. This came up last night on TikTok and blew up.
The TikTok sleuths. Those theories were getting...
You were just showing the Daily Mail person. Not a TikTok sleuth, a Daily Mail person. This is the Sun. So they're publishing bollocks they found on TikTok, yeah? So who's to fault here?
So much traction. We saw that in the instance of the Glove and the Sun newspaper taking something from TikTok. When something like that happens, it really turns the dial, because then people believe, okay, well, it was on TikTok.
But you're a mainstream media producer who works for a company that presents all their stuff on TikTok as well, yeah? I don't know if the Sky News have a TikTok, actually, but you're on YouTube for sure. And aren't you scouring all that stuff for the similar sort of stories? And, like, I don't know.
And it's now in the newspaper, so it must be true.
Lancashire police say that...
But yeah, like, that's all bad, yeah? We're all saying that's bad.
They believe that Nicola...
There was a real hunger.
And so what you have to do now, right? This is so fucked up the way they present. Like, what you have to do now is you have to question the narrative, is the phrase, isn't it? They use a lot. But you do, and you have to question the mainstream news. Who's saying it and why? He's saying that, and he is the mainstream news. We need better quality journalism on the mainstream news, he's saying. and he is the mainstream news, who sensationalized and dug for fucking, like, felt the pressure to get something out there for views, and like, okay, you know, welcome to the newsroom. Yeah, welcome to the newsgate.
New lines of the story, and so you felt that pressure on the ground to deliver.
You felt pressure to deliver, did you? And what happens when people feel pressure to deliver? Like Isla Tracure, they end up coming up with stories that the police then corroborate or can't corroborate. You know, they end up coming up with stories because they feel like they're going to be on telly tomorrow and they found fuck all. Right, the best they've got is what so-and-so said that so-and-so said at the bus stop. You know, and they end up turning things into bigger things than they are, don't they? You know, they end up needing this more than they, like, it happens on YouTube, it happens on TikTok, it happens everywhere. People, like, this is what drives people, you know, when they end up with those true crime grift channels, isn't it? Is they need more than anything to have something to say for 10 minutes every day about this thing, or the latest big thing, or, like, you know, and it's just like, what you really need is to find the legitimate, like, the legitimate truth. And I suppose this is what's so important here about my content, yeah, my content, big me, but like what we're trying to do online is there's a difference, isn't there? There's social media in general, it's just the world, there's, like, you know, people, but like what we try and do, I can at least speak for myself, is we do try and substantiate what's valid. And I won't deal in nonsense, but we'll look at options and we'll think about things. Yeah, and like, I'll bring my ideas out. And the reason I'm bringing ideas out, like, you know, questioning Paul Ansell, is because of his behaviour and the things he said. Thanks very much. So yeah, we will try and find the truth and question the narrative and substantiate what's real. We will. And that's what social media is able to do. Like, it used to be that the BBC would be the ones that did that because they would be representing us because they are independent of financial concerns. They're like, you know, the BBC needs total reform, doesn't it? It's a bit of a wobbler. But us, the people, citizen journalism and all that, like telling the truth, finding the truth, putting it out there, yeah, I think we're doing a good thing on social media. Now, I don't know, like, I'm not going to get defensive again over this bollocks, but this guy just told us that he feels pressure to get those stories out. I don't understand where he's coming from, but he's criticized. Like, that's why the Sun is like the Sun. That's why you are like you are. You're in the belly of the beast. You are the fucking head of the Hydra. Like, hello.
And to provide content that would do well.
The 45-year-old mortgage advisor dropped.
It was all over social media.
That's where that pressure to provide content that would do well can, if you feel, and I'm so lucky that my first YouTube channel was a channel where I didn't monetize it and ignored all those pressures. But like, if you feel that pressure to do that, if you get wrapped up in it, in the algorithm, in the numbers, in the money, in the clicks and the views, then you end up, like, your content gets warped by that. It gets driven by it. It's like being a musician and really giving a fuck and really having something to say and like some passion and some musicality, and someone says this would be good if it was a drum and bass remix with like some squeaky noise. You know, I don't really do, not drum, like a house remix or something, you know, whatever. And you're like, I don't really do that. I want to do my, you know, thing with my, you know, and they're like, yeah, but we could make you famous. And you're like, oh, could you? You're like, do you want to be like Justin Bieber, or do you want to retain your identity and your core and your, you know, you could be like Justin Bieber, you can have $1 million though. And like, you know, music got molded into pop music, didn't it? There's nothing wrong with pop music. It's fine, it's fun. But like, there are different choices, and we don't all take that choice to be guided and molded by the clicks and the views and the popularity and the money. We don't all do that. Like, you might even find that people who retain their integrity, who are authentic, they can actually achieve great things as well. That you don't have to pander to that algorithm and, you know, become that bastardization of yourself. Like, you can just try your hardest and do your best, you know.
Was on the television.
And I tell you what, at the end of it, you might not sell 1 million records and be Justin Bieber, but you still feel happy in your achievement because you created what you sought to create. You know, you stayed true to that. Like, there are choices in life, you know. I would agree that we should all temper what I've just said. Like, my passionate speech there, we should temper it a little bit with, we've got to make some money, you know, we've got to survive. We've got to do certain things that the audience wants, you know. But like, if you look at some of the great artists, like, I don't know, like David Bowie would do something that, you know, it would be him, and the audience would like it or not like it, and they did like it. But sometimes he'd do something that was him, and the audience didn't really, you know, it was one of his weird albums, his drum and bass album, and then he might go back to doing something the audience like prefers a little bit. But it's always him. Like, you know, it was never a sort of bow to the concession of fade popularity, because that fades and disappears. Like true artists, you know, they're not in it for the flash in the pan, are they? You know, they're in it for the long haul, because what they have isn't a flash in the pan, a trend, you know. Anyway, Bowie's not the best example of everything that I'm saying there, but I just shut up.
Everywhere.
Wird das Schicksal von Nicola Bulley jetzt aufgeklärt?
And people were questioning the effectiveness of the investigation, of the search. Maybe they have got evidence that we
There we
don't
go,
know
look. There we go. This morning. Big up Eamon Holmes.
about.
Well, I want to hear what
Not big up this prick.
form of evidence, what type of evidence.
Why should we know if it's part of an investigation?
Because it may help so many people that don't.
Experts were providing opinion which contradicted significantly the hypothesis that she had gone into the river.
Right, okay. When you say experts, I don't know, like, we're going to go into this, but like, if that's the case and you are the SIO, does that not, like, I don't know what she's kind of, her point is there, because they cut her, but experts are providing contrary opinions. So, like, don't you want to embrace that? If they are valid and they are legitimate experts, and they've come out, like, if you're doing an investigation and you can hire and solicit the experts, then you would get them in and they would do a good, like, you'd hire the forensic experts to do your forensic stuff, yeah? But let's say you didn't do that and they just came out from nowhere and just came to your aid and just said, hey, I'm an expert in forensic fucking accounting and I found all this about Paul Anderson, or whatever, you know, like, would you ignore their evidence and say, no thanks, I didn't ask for that? Who are you? Get back in your fucking box. That's not what I was thinking. I was thinking it was something else. You're a police. If experts bring expert opinion, would you not, like, take it under due consideration? I think what's better is to say these are not experts necessarily. They're interested parties with their own interests, you know, and they were giving their opinions. Maybe, like, you want to contradict whether the expertise is valid. I mean, they might be experts, but do they have a commercial vested interest or any other in giving their ideas into the world? You know, like, you've got to question that, haven't you? But not like, as a police, to say experts are giving me different ideas and I won't listen.
The fact that there isn't any evidence to support a third party doesn't mean to say there isn't one.
It was almost as if people didn't want to believe the police, didn't want to believe what we had to say.
There was a rumour of her being above a garage or a pub or something.
A rumour? From where? Who said it? Pics or it didn't happen? Why are we including this?
And then our minds were just going crazy then to think.
Really importantly, okay, what's happening here is, and I think it's fair enough in a way, like, it's an angle to look at, is we're not looking at whether Paul has murdered Nicola here. We're not saying that online people are saying Paul has murdered Nicola. Paul has been ruled out earlier. She said it, the police. The parents are all in the house with Paul. They're all big friends. What we're saying is that someone's kidnapped Nicola. In their minds, their thoughts, Paul's idea, the parents' idea, like, what they think, and what social media apparently is also rife with, is the idea that Nicola has been kidnapped by somebody. Kidnapped. Yeah? That's what he's worried about. That's what she's worried about. Taken, abducted. Could it be for, like, just quickly, why would someone want to kidnap someone? Why are you so sure it's that? Could it be, if, for example, a ransom? Do you have lots of money? Do people kidnap your family members for ransoms all the time? Could it be, you know, something she was doing? Could there be any, you know, bad people in your life involved in any way that you think about and point to? Why are you so sure it's a kidnap? And why do people get kidnapped? And for what? Was there any, like, you know, any other thoughts there to go with that? Like, if this is what you're so sure of, can we not have an hour-long conversation about who you think might have kidnapped her and why?
What if that is the case? What was she going through?
Yeah. Because we was driving along where, you know, when you see, like, old garages and things like that, and we kept thinking,
is she in
could
there?
could somebody have, you know, taken her and put her in there? and holding her against her will. That was hard, wasn't it?
You always think it's someone else until it becomes
Your nightmare.
your nightmare. You're right, Dorothy.
We knew that the resource around the police wouldn't last forever. And obviously, like anybody, you want to still
Oosh.
keep it at the forefront of everybody's.
I mean, I've made my point very clear there, and it's very, very sad, yeah? But they are pretty much still, to this day, in this documentary, like, they might have accepted it now, but during that retelling of it, very, very, heavy on the idea that she had been kidnapped. They had ideas on sheds, outhouses, places to go. Who's done this and why? Do you think it's just a randomer, like, some nutter? Or do you think there's some, like, I don't know, like, I'm just going to talk because it's me, isn't it? Like, if I had if you had someone who was your enemy or your, like, if you were the police and you were following this up and you were saying it's pretty much likely a kidnap, the next question is who and why, isn't it? So, like, do you have people that are, enemies or rivals, or, like, is there money involved? Like, all these sort of questions, isn't it? Like, have you been contacted? Did they tell you not to tell the police? Like, all these sort of questions must then follow.
They've, taken her and put her in there and holding her against her will.
I suppose that's what they're saying, is all those questions were going through their mind. I guess that's what they're saying, isn't it?
What if that is the case? What was she going through?
Yeah. Because we was driving along, when you see, like, old garages and things like that, and we kept thinking,
is she in there?
Could somebody have, taken her and put her in there and holding her against.
Are they describing the idea that they went driving looking, or are they describing that they just happened to be driving places and seeing places and thinking it?
The will. That was hard, wasn't it?
Day 8.
You always think it's someone else until it becomes
your nightmare.
So this is their footage from the Sky News.
Your nightmare. You're right, Dorothy.
We knew that the resource around the police wouldn't last.
But I think that was a slightly newer. I think that was something that I don't remember seeing her say your nightmare and interrupting him like that.
You always think it's someone else until it becomes
your nightmare.
Your nightmare. You're right, Dorothy.
We knew that the resource around the police wouldn't last forever. And obviously, like anybody, you want to still keep it at the forefront of everybody's minds.
Nicola's sister.
It's interesting that he's saying that, because we never saw him as part of the driving force behind any of this, but he's there sort of describing those motivations. Fair enough.
Dad and mother, for the first time, spoke of the pain they've all been feeling.
In a story like this, it becomes very competitive, and I'm really glad that they trusted us and trusted me to sit there.
So I think I've already sort of reacted to this, but basically, I'll reiterate quickly. He's explaining that he feels pressure from the market forces, his bosses, money, advertisers, get the most clicks, get the most views, and he's not necessarily prepared to do dishonest or underhand things, but he feels that pressure, and what he's driven to do is to get the most clicks and views, essentially, just like a TikToker, basically, desperate for clicks and views. So that might be a mechanism that infects and pollutes his journalistic integrity.
And asked them questions about the nightmare that they were going through.
It's hard. It's hard. We're such a close-knit family. We are.
This is great. This is box office because it really personalised the story.
If there's anything that you can remember.
What he meant was, this is great, it's box office because they're crying, it's emotional, so we can get loads of clicks and views. Box office.
But it just doesn't seem right, then please reach out to the police. Please just get in touch.
So I wonder how much that was, that feeling of it would be great if Can You Behave a Bit Like was put across to this family before they did the interview by him. I wonder how much that was, from the people who are filming them. You get that vibe, don't you, sometimes, if you're with people, like if they want something from you, the way they're talking about what the interview's going to be like and whether you're going to say this and that and setting it up. Like, I wonder how much he would push his feelings of what he wants into them so that they deliver, or whether he just film it and say, this is what we've got, it's good or it's not, you know, because this is big box off moments and he's feeling those pressures.
You can remember that just doesn't seem right, then please.
And it also says to us that this has probably been edited to create that box office sensationalism as much as possible, yeah? Look at this, you're looking directly into the camera there. Interesting.
Please reach out to the police.
Didn't catch that micro expression before.
Please just get in touch.
Move like a metre this side again.
We knew that we were fortunate to have that level of interest that kept searching and all the effort.
So this is fire and rescue with thermal camera, I believe. I think that's what's happening here. This would have been... So you're saying it's day 8, but I don't know if this took place on day 8. Right.
On finding Nikki. But I think anything like that is a double-edged sword. That's the problem. You're poking a monster.
Friends who have been so key at raising the profile of the missing 45-year-old are feeling the strain.
Poking a monster, like poking a bear, poking a monster, is something that you tentatively do knowing it's going to explode and blow up in your face. And you poke, and then when it does, you have to run away. Poking a monster could also be a sort of description of your own feelings of a temper. You know, getting wound up, poked, and then you break into a big row. Poking a monster. Social media, the way they were dealing with it, they weren't poking a monster. The Bulley family, the Search for Nicola Bulley, it's not poking social media and saying, social media, you're shit, you're wankers. They're doing that now. Now they're doing that with this documentary and stuff. But in the process of trying to find Nicola, I don't think people felt that they were poking at social media and poking a monster. It felt like they were trying to use that monster, use it for financial gain so that they could get lots of money into that GoFundMe. And then what they do with the money is to try and find Nicola and spend it on big wobbly men and stuff, I suppose. But initially it felt like, because some people might have said they were trying to raise awareness of Nicola being missing so they could help find her with the interviews and stuff like that. That could have been the case, but we felt there wasn't enough in Paul's interview, in the families, there wasn't enough description of Nicola, appeal for her to come home, specifically with Paul, not so much with the family, but there wasn't enough sort of, this is how we're going to try and find Nikki. It was more about, for the Sky News thing that we just seen, I'll allow that he's made it sensational. So he's the people who have made that media are not that concerned with finding Nikki themselves. They're concerned with selling their papers and whatever, yeah? So they've made it sensational. So they didn't put a good description of her in. They didn't put a direct appeal to camera for Nikki to come home. You know, they did a little bit in the Sky News, but you know what I mean? They didn't make it for that reason, to try and find Nikki. They made it to try and get clicks and views. And with Paul Ansell on the river, though, we felt that, again, lack of description of Nikki, lack of appeal for her to come home. So it wasn't he was poking social media in order to find Nikki. What they seemed to be doing was poking social media to elicit money for the crowdfund, but we felt they should be not poking, but like, you know, harnessing social media to try and find Nikki. And there's the same, like, it's what the double-edged sword he's talking about is if you hadn't set up the GoFundMe and made it like money and you know, if you'd made it more about harnessing social media simply to find Nikki and been more open and honest with things, then things would have gone better. But like the dishonesty, the hiding things that came out later, harnessing social media to try and promote a crowdfund initially, you know, that's as well as try and find Nikki. You know, the crowdfund was to try and find Nikki, wasn't it? Try and help Nikki. It was Nikki come home crowdfund, wasn't it? So like, I don't know. Like, I think it's a bit disingenuous to say you're poking social media, unless you were initially. Were you poking it, like antagonistic to social media? Because initially you weren't. You were trying to harness it, in my opinion.
Nikki's the most beautiful person. You see the pictures of her, she's beautiful on the outside, but she's also the kind...
Again, this isn't poking social media. This is utilising the mainstream media. They did use Facebook for this, but the mainstream media are the ones she's talking to. This is from Getty. You know, this is a series of interviews given to the mainstream media. It's not social media recording this. It might have ended up on Facebook, but there's no way you can say this is poking social media. This is engagement with mainstream media.
The soul on the inside.
Emma was going out of her way, you know, to drum up an awful lot of media interest.
To drum up.
We don't know why she's missing, where she is. We just want her home.
Katie K's thinking like me.
And this is interesting because, again, we've talked about this before in a previous react to this. So Giselda is using her, Jizzy's using her comments, like the people that are talking her comments, to sort of hide behind. and saying I'm not, in my opinion, the way the documentary puts it across, to say sort of like it's what the audience are thinking, so I'm just responding to it, right? And I could claim the same, you know, but I'm going to say I said what I said. I'm not going to say you said it and I just went off what you said. But she's going to say that this person's brought it up, so she's, you know, it's the audience's ideas. But actually, Jizzy's going to say the exact same things that I said, if not slightly differently or maybe worse, maybe. Like, because I'd say jokingly straight on, but she says a bit more seriously and mysteriously, conspiratorially about KTK here.
I'd like to know the relationship between the friend and the husband. Me too. There's so many questions I have.
Me too. There's so many questions I have. So she's interested in what's going on between Paul and Emma. I don't know how much she spoke on it, you know, because it's just a clip in it. But she's definitely interested in that and speaking on it, you know, and maybe a bit more mysteriously. And if you speak mysteriously, then people might have all sorts of ideas and this and that. And what I try to do is to like lay them out really clearly and say, is this really reasonable? Is this likely? You know, is that a possibility? Have we got any evidence to support it? So I feel comfortable in what I'm doing. I never liked Jizzy, and I still don't.
Feels that something is definitely not right. I think it's important to acknowledge it's a red flag.
It's important to acknowledge red flags. You mean like I did in my videos called Paul Ansell Red Flags? Yeah, okay.
And just by the way, the partner, he hasn't done any on-camera media interviews from what I can find. Her parents are on camera, of course. He hasn't been...
So I'm to assume this is the day before the Riverside thing, so she was on it a little bit before me there, look.
You make up your own mind. What do you think about that?
You make up your own mind. So, like, she's not going to tell you her opinion, but she's going to sort of float the bad thing and let you sort of see the idea. Oh, you make it. Oh, it could be this, could be that. Like, in fact, what she did probably fueled people like these TikTokers, no?
Such private people. I couldn't think of anything worse than going to do an interview on the news.
Right, you couldn't think of anything worse, but since she's missing, that's worse. So you're going to have to do it. It's your responsibility, your duty, and like it's a massive opportunity for you to be able to find Nikki.
But on that day, I remember getting to the school, getting into the car park, I got the girls out, walked them into school, and then Emma called me and said, "Where are you?" All the press...
So he was at the school at this point, was he? I don't know, but it's edited. But yeah, so he's at the school and Emma called him.
Yeah. If you drive over the bridge, and all the press are able to get these pictures if you're driving over the bridge.
So it's an organised press you know, it's like the press are here, she's talking to them, we're organising what you might call a photo op.
That might be enough to just shut them up.
In order to shut down the press, social media, not to help try and find Nikki, but in order to, and I've said this in the previous bit, so it might be edited in twice, so sorry if I'm repeating myself, but this isn't to try and find Nikki, this is to put out fires regarding your innocence.
And so I did it. I drove over the bridge and I pulled up.
So, I know this is stupid.
Very interesting here if you want to do statement analysis. You know, unfortunately we don't have the full statement, do we? But I did it, I pulled over the bridge and I pulled up. Like, what? If she was walking up the bridge and going to go and walk the dog, like on the day she went missing, someone could have pulled up in front, you know, pulled up like that. And you did it. Did you do that? There's no way on the day that she went missing, you drove down there and pulled up in front of her as she was just about to walk the dog up that. There's no way that happened, is there? Because the CCTV doesn't look like that.
Over the bridge, and all the press are able to get these pictures if you're driving over the bridge, that might be enough to just shut them up. And so I did it. I drove over the bridge and I pulled up.
I'm assuming he means like at the bottom of allotment lane, or does he mean like in the lay-by just before you can cross? Just after the bridge, because we don't have photographs of him pulling up.
Is that
his car there in the background on the Riverside, you know, interview?
Hi, I'm Paul. Then I started recording. Now I'm in this now, and now I can't get out of this.
Such a difficult time. Just tell us.
I've critiqued this already. Of course you can get out of it. You can just say, "I'm sorry, I'm having trouble. You know, this is emotional for me," and just get out of it. But I'm in this, I can't get out of it. Sounds like, you know, criminal talking about trying to get out of there. You know, I'm in it and I've got to get out of it. Like, you know, I could really heavily critique some of this language.
Your thoughts and emotions at the moment?
I don't really have anything to say other than what the family said yesterday. My whole focus is on two girls. You are so far out of your normal life, comfort zone. I'm scared that if I put any focus into anything else, it's going to take my you know, focus off that. So I've got to be very careful. It's obviously something that's taken over to protect you because you're in such a high level of stress.
Such
We
high.
don't have anything else, do we? Well, there's hope. Yeah, we're never ever going
Because you're in such a high.
to lose the hope. Of course we're not.
This is going to annoy me, you know, because I want to analyse this. And right now, I want to skip over it a bit, but I feel like I want to come back to it and analyse. I don't know how much I should try and do now and how much I should just come back to, but I suppose I should do what I feel like, you know. And at the moment, I feel like skipping through this bit because we've already sort of covered it once, you know.
And I think from that Sky interview, I think awful...
But you see more and more, you know,
things started to be said.
Have a watch of this. Now, why is he smiling? Get that guy in for questioning.
Does it though? Every single scenario comes to a brick wall. Okay, I'll give you some scenarios that don't come to a brick wall. One, she's gone off because she just fucking hates you.
It just went like that overnight. It went from Nikki's gone missing, she might have run away, to husband's killed her.
Yeah, we can skip through this bit now, can't we? Because I've already like literally reacted to all of that, and I've made my point about how she says that
part of that increases the conspiracy theories.
we're just a small channel, this and that, and I say that we're looking to substantiate, you know.
No, it doesn't work.
They just revel in drama.
I was on my phone.
At the end of the day, in the great scheme of what's going on out there, 1,000 people in my life is a lot to me.
So I'll probably cut in my previous reaction to that as part of this.
They were just different things that didn't add up at the time, made people question, including myself.
Not just at the time, they still are open questions.
Get worried that being part of that increases the conspiracy theories.
Do you get worried that a big part of that increases the conspiracy of theories? Okay, that's the question that we're now going to answer. Do you get worried that a big part of that increases the conspiracy theories? I'm going to let her answer, and then I'm going to give you an alternative answer. How does that sound? I've got a window here where I was doing some notes earlier. There, okay. That's her answer. Do you think that and she's similar to me, you know, we're just talking about this thing on the internet, watching it and reacting to it. So do you think that this increases the conspiracy theories?
No, it doesn't worry me, because at the end of the day, in the great scheme of what's going on out there, 1,000 people in my life is a lot to me, but
going on, but they're watching.
So before we get about reality, her answer to does this increase the conspiracy theories is no, because 1,000 people might seem a lot to me, but in the big scheme of things, it's not a lot, which is very similar to what Eddie said when we talked to Eddie, isn't it? That we're just grains of sand on the beach, and there might be a lot of people, you might think it's a lot of people in your little life, but it's not really, is it? It's not a lot of people. So do I think it contributes to conspiracy theories? No, because there's not a lot of people, and that's not an answer. In my opinion, that's a bad answer, because it either does or does not, either that small amount of people are infected by your conspiracy theories or they're not. Like, it's not because there's not many doesn't make it a problem. Well, we're not very big, are we? So, yeah, but does it contribute to conspiracy theories? Well, we're not talking to lots of people. I would argue that that's not even the answer I would give for a different reason as well, though. And my answer would be, is that I'm not contributing to conspiracy theories because I'm not doing conspiracy theories. What I'm trying to do is to substantiate legitimate lines of inquiry. So I'm not going to, you know, keep her on the screen here. Maybe I should put me back on the screen for a second. What I'm trying to do is well, not exactly in this video, you know, but in fairness, you know, in that video, I'm looking at legitimate lines of inquiry, in my opinion. That's what I'm looking at. In the same way as a police would. I'm not a police, am I? So I'm not going to be able to do the same work as a police. But what the police would be doing is looking to rule things out, looking for inconsistencies in stories, looking for evidence. That's what I was doing. I wouldn't take hearsay. I wouldn't have someone said this or that, or they had a psychic revelation or something like that. You know, I'm not taking that. I'm taking hard, cold evidence. And I'm looking to substantiate legitimate lines of inquiry. I want to get the word substantiate. Substantiate. It's funny because it makes me think of Substack. Substantiate. Today, the word substantiate came into my mind, and it made me think of Substack. And Anyway, substantiate. Provide evidence to support or prove the truth of. Provide evidence to support or prove the truth of. Substantiate. So I don't think that the work I was doing on YouTube, to this day, the work I have done on YouTube, helps to contribute to conspiracy theory, because I hate conspiracy theory. I don't mind a good conspiracy theory for a good discussion and this and that, but ultimately, if you can't substantiate it, I will rule it out. And I know there's a lot of people a little bit eggy about this in some ways, because like we talked about things like, I don't know, the paranormal or the tarot or stuff like that. And whilst I entertain people's ideas and accept and respect their beliefs, I do not follow it unless I can substantiate it. So I'm looking for actual legitimate, this is my quote that they did. See, if they'd have asked me and they'd put me in as a little clip, yeah, mate, way. But if they'd actually wanted me to say something intelligent for their documentary, they could have asked me that question. And I'm not, listen, I don't care. I'm not in the documentary. I've got 10,000 subscribers. I'm nobody, yeah. But she didn't do a very good job of answering it, I don't think. I think the correct answer here, well, for me, is I'm not going to perpetuate conspiracy theory, regardless of how many subscribers I've got. It's about the content and the quality of the content. And so I'm looking to substantiate legitimate lines of inquiry and to create legitimate lines of inquiry. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm trying to do. And I think we did a fair job of it over the time, you know. We looked into some things and poo-pooed them. We looked into some things and opened them up. I don't think there's much wrong with it. I'm not going to do as good a job as a police. Well, looking at this documentary, maybe I could do as good a job as a police, but no, I'm not going to do as good a job as a police. And like, I think the family, as much as they'd be angry about some of the people on social media, maybe they shouldn't be completely as black and white as all this, because if you look at it, like, some of us on social media were critiquing Peter Folding. Some of us on social media were critiquing Mark Williams-Thomas, you know. Actually, I didn't critique Mark Williams-Thomas till later on. But there are people out there that social media, and again, it's not conspiracy theory, you know, they looked into them and they found they were bad eggs, you know. And there are people out there that maybe could have helped the family if the family had listened to some of that critique. So it's not all bad, it's a melting pot of different ideas. But yeah, I don't think the correct answer for me, you know, and I'm fair enough to talk about me on my own channel here, aren't I? Because, you know, essentially I've had the same critique levelled at me by being a clip in this segment, is no, I don't think we seek to perpetuate conspiracy theory here, not on Super Chuffer. I'd like to substantiate legitimate lines of inquiry. Thank you very much. But also have a good laugh. And I'm surprised they didn't use the work meeting quick. Quite frankly, why didn't you use the work meeting clip? That was our fucking highlight.
Not entirely correct here, is it? Because your missus is missing.
But in the population, it's not.
You've got reality going on, but they're watching it like a soap opera. Even some well-meaning people, they just revel in drama.
I was on my phone and me and Mum were at Paul's, and I just had a message come up from a lady referring to a video of me dancing during lockdown.
And we covered this, didn't we, as well, about how this was just like what happened in the Jay Slater case, and it's not anything I've ever seen or covered myself. So when it's just absolute nonsense like this, I have no cause for covering it.
And I was dancing with the dogs and Steve, and we just had a barbecue, the two of us. And she sent me a message saying, wow, they say life goes on, but dancing around your kitchen like that already. And I was like, what the hell?
I was getting direct messages from people that I've never met. They don't know me, they don't know us, they don't know Nikki, they know nothing about us. Just messages like, you bastard, we know what you did, you know, you can't hide, Paul, that kind of stuff. There was some that I felt like replying to, but then if you reply to that...
It's weird when it says, you can't hide, Paul.
Just messages like, you bastard, we know what you did, you know, you can't hide, Paul.
You can't hide, Paul. He gets very confident and combative here. The shaking of the head, the hand comes in. This is like almost aggressive.
That kind of...
That shake of the head is like uppity and cocky. A little smile comes in.
Stuff. There was some that I felt like replying to, but then if you reply to that, they'll just screenshot your reply That'll end up on social media. And so you're literally silenced.
And we talked about this before. He's not literally silenced because he's done all this media to talk about it. So he's less silenced than most, isn't he? Because he's on the mainstream fucking BBC doing his documentary. He had the opportunity to reply to every single message, but instead he thought, instead of replying to all those messages, I'm going to do a big interview. So he had more voice than anyone, and was like, he sort of stored up all his bitterness about all these things that he was reading on social media. And bear in mind, earlier in this documentary, he said he came off social media and didn't read any of it. So I don't know how he's seeing it. But in actual fact, what's happening behind the scenes, in my opinion, is that Paul Ansell is watching all of the social media, heavily involved in it, maybe even using fake accounts to engage with it. He's eggy about the things that are being talked about and argued about that he can't affect, and so has decided to do a big interview with Channel 5 and start to, create his own media in response.
And you can't do anything about it. On top of everything else, on top of the trauma of the nightmare that we're in, to then think that all these horrendous things were being said about me towards Nikki, everyone has a limit, don't they?
About me towards Nikki, again, this is like, you could call it narcissism, but we're not diagnosing Paul as a narcissist. But we're doing a documentary about Nicola Bulley and the search for Nicola Bulley, and he's telling us all about how things are being said about me to Nikki, about me and Nikki. Really, it's not that they're saying from me to, like, they're not really having a pop at Nikki. Like, no one's saying bad things about Nikki. They're saying bad things about Paul, and he's unhappy about it. But he's brought Nikki in as well here, remember, like, it's about Nikki, so it's bad for the fact that they're saying it about me toward Nikki. So almost like sort of bringing her as a sort of like shield / pawn in this. It's about me versus social media. It's about Paul versus social media, yeah. But we're going to put Nikki in the middle, obviously, remember. So you're bad, I'm the winner. But I don't know, no.
But at the same time, it's not about me, is it? The focus is finding Nikki. That's all that we want to do.
That's the problem, isn't it, Paul? That's why people were critical of you, is that your focus didn't seem to be finding Nikki. You didn't bring up the, like, she's missing, you don't know where she is, you think she might be alive, yeah? You're hoping she's alive. One of your great hopes every day you've told us is that she's alive and out there somewhere, and you don't speak to her directly in camera and say, hey, Nikki, if you're out there and there's been problems, because, only a month ago we had the fucking people around with the ambulance and the mental health and all that. Nikki, if you're out there and you can hear me, please come home. None of that ever happened, did it? So that's the problem, Paul, is that we agree with what you're saying there. The focus should have been on finding Nikki, but you've just described your own focus has been on arguing with people online, or not arguing back with them, but reading what they're saying.
Ew.
The amount of searching that's gone on in this river, I would have thought she would have been found by now.
Here's Peter Folding. And so we're given the impression that Paul's at home watching GB News and Peter Folding's come up. So again, he's keeping off social media and he's keeping away from it, but he's going to watch all the news. I mean, I think you probably would watch the news about your missing loved one. I think you probably would. But there's two ways of looking at this. Is it's stressful for him, he's finding it difficult, and it doesn't really forward his search, like watching GB News and Peter Folding. So maybe, just like he said he came off social media, this wouldn't be that useful to him either. Another way of looking at it is, if you're interested in what people are saying about you and the case, there's no case, but you know what I mean, like interested in what you're, the missing person, or another, let's be real and float that idea out there. If you've done something criminal or bad and you're worried you're going to get caught, you might be keeping an eye on all the fucking media. So I suppose there's that as well. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, Paul is now sat up at night watching these things, apparently according to the documentary, and that's how he's been introduced to Peter Folding. I'll reiterate that Emma's interview where she talks about Peter Folding being able to find something as small as a stone on the bottom of the river, and it was that through finding him online that Paul contacted him. Like, Emma's involved in the contacting of Peter Folding. She said it herself, basically. Like, she's involved in that part of the story. But we're going to get a sort of maybe slightly different, like with the Peter Folding and who contacted whom and who contacted who first and who knew about who first. Like, that story is yet to be completely set in stone and accurately described by all parties, is what I'm saying.
In the first week that Nicola was missing, Peter Folding had been used as an expert interviewee by some media.
Apparently sonar's been used, but that's only as good as the equipment or the operator using them. We could have scanned this river.
And he was talking quite authoritatively about how to find a missing person.
We need to clear that river.
No, he wasn't.
It obviously got our attention.
No.
We weren't going to turn down his help.
No, Peter Folding doesn't find missing people. Peter Folding's a body retrieval specialist. So he was talking authoritatively, but he wasn't talking authoritatively about finding a missing person. It's like a fucking zoo in here. He wasn't talking about finding a missing person, he was talking about body retrieval. So you've got that wrong. If you looked at his website, you'd be able to see.
To find.
If somebody's saying, if she's in there, I'll find her, you're going to listen to what they've got to say?
Just with a mobile phone by a river, that's not good enough evidence for me.
I was focusing more on the fact that he'd said that he would be able to prove that she wasn't in the water.
Nicola Bulley's partner, Paul Ansell, made a call directly to this search team, this private firm.
He called them directly. Fair enough. Did they email them directly first, or did Peter email the family first, or did he put the plea out on social media, or did he contact... But Paul contacted them directly. Okay.
I remember very well Peter Folding coming onto the scene. People were like, oh, new character, who's this? He said...
New character. I remember people were like... That's how you felt about it.
20 years of experience that when someone drowns, they do sink and they stay there.
And listen, you're the journalist. She works with the Daily Mail, so the first thing she should be doing is due diligence. In the end, we had to do it for them from the social media. Like, not everyone, but, you know, me, Kelly, like others, like, we had to do the due diligence on Peter Folding for these people. And that's never even been fully done. Like, Peter Folding's background in body retrieval, previous cases, his protester removal, Huntington Life Science, where he was part of the team that removed protesters from Huntington Life Science. I don't know how close you are with Huntington Life Science to work that job and what your feelings are on people that do that. You know, his behaviour, his long and storied history of working in protester removal as laws have been changing. Yeah, Peter Folding, you know. No one really looked into his background, did they? They just sort of jumped on the idea that he's wearing a high-vis coat and he can tell us something for a sound clip for the news. So she's the journalist and she should have done that, and I'm surprised they haven't held her to account for that here.
Peter Folding was outside of the police investigation. You know, he was providing contradictory opinion. Who do they believe? And who do they want to believe?
Well, when you say he's providing contradictory opinion, people do critique this. I find it hard to say, like, oh, but Peter was giving, you know, press conferences and you weren't, so you should have been out there doing your press conferences. But Peter was literally just sort of ad hoc on the bank. You know, I think a lot of these press that are gathered on the bank to talk to Peter might have even been contacted by his own press office because he was selling a book and he was recently signed up with a publisher, and those people like literally create press. Like when Eddie Hall wrote his biography, he did book signings at WH Smith and stuff, and he didn't organise that himself or just turn up to sign books. His literary agent, the people that were publishing the book, they set that up. So if I was Peter Folding and I was publishing a book and I had someone that was working in the press office, you know, on that publishing of the book, and he's got his own contacts in the press, when he turns up to a gig like this with his book on sale and his tickets for the public events that he's speaking at, and his basically his status that he's selling that gets him those jobs, getting on the Channel 5 news and all that, you know, he's just recently been on all the news talking about this case. At what point does he just leave it to chance that the press are going to be there? Because also he's got his own photographer who's taking lovely pictures of him for his website, hasn't he? And he's got a drone. I don't know if he's got a drone photographer or if he uses, like, if he said that his friend works for the Sun as like a photographer, but maybe they're freelance, but his friend might be taking really good pictures and he might be buying them off him, and you know, it might not be he's got his own photographer, if you know what I mean. But also the drone footage that was used in the Channel 5 documentary Nicola Bulley Vanished documentary, the programme that happened, Nicola Bulley Vanished, that drone photography, that was all really well shot, and it couldn't have been shot unless somebody went down there and shot it while he was searching the river. So I feel like some of the process of him searching this river for Nicola Bulley was also documented and used as promotional imagery and material for him, basically. You know, it's like, I'm not saying he was there to just do it as a PR exercise, but he's been able to utilise it as a PR exercise, and that, I think, is why we've got all these, you know, vans with all the things and the shots of them, and you know, it creates good telly, doesn't it? It creates a lot of images. We talked about this a while back as well. I think another journalist mentioned this in a different piece, where they said that the media need images to go on the news. So Peter provided them those photo opportunities, so they took them. you know, where they were criticising the police for that, essentially, and saying the police weren't there on the banks talking to them, so what are they going to film? You know, they need to film something, and if Peter's going to stand there and fill the void, then the void is filled, let's go. And again, I would critique the journalists for not doing their due diligence there and understanding what sort of political messages they're promoting by promoting Peter, because, you know, paying someone to find bodies, which should be a public service, not a private service, comes with all sorts of issues of economic incentive to find bodies.
Got a really specialist bit of kit, high frequency side scan sonar, which we've got a very high hit rate.
Peter was so confident. I was on
A very high hit rate. I thought it was 100%.
tender hooks the whole time Peter was there, because he was adamant that if she was there.
Oh look, that's interesting. That's the exact bit of, maybe they've used this footage deliberately to stitch Peter up. That's the exact place where he said she was. Right there. And you can see this trail in the water as the boat has recently been chugging past it. Right there, that's where he said she was. That's the sonar bit that he scanned that he thinks he found her on. I'm pretty sure of that. That little island tree stump thing that sticks up there. You can almost see to the bottom there. Like you can see in the water there from up here.
He would have found her.
First day ended and they hadn't found anything, so that was exactly what we'd hoped for.
Exactly what we'd what? Exactly what we'd, not going to say planned for.
Hooks the whole time Peter was there.
When Paul does that, when he misses a beat and thinks carefully and then says the right word, what it makes me think is, I wonder what the first word that came to mind was that he stopped from saying. Because most of us, sometimes, okay, you can forget a word and think, and when it's a word that you know, have to think about, but hoped is not, you know, that should roll off the tongue, but it doesn't. So I wonder what it is that he pauses to think about.
He was adamant that if she was there, he would have found her.
First day ended and they hadn't found anything, so that was exactly what we'd hoped for.
We are going to go back over the original area that was searched twice by the police.
The next day, same again.
He gave it the big, I can find her if she's in the water. And days went by and he hadn't found her.
It's looking...
This is true.
Pretty slim at the moment, to be honest with you, from what I'm used to finding, so this is a very odd one.
For 3 days, Peter searches up and down the river.
But, you know, we're doing a documentary. I mentioned this at the end of the last one. I don't know if it made it into the cut. It should be the headline of this, really, is the Search for Nicola Bulley is called the Search for Nicola Bulley, and it does not include the Search for Nicola Bulley. There were a lot of people covering land searches. There were a lot of people searching properties. There were a lot of people, like, legit doing it. There were a lot of people that they mentioned briefly that were doing sort of not so legit, but like citizen journalism. There were a lot of people working for and around with the police. There were the local community doing path trails. Like, none of it is included. Peter Folding is a part of this as well. You know, he's effectively searching for Nicola Bulley up and down the same river the police and everyone else has already searched over and over again. But yeah, like, it's strange that it's not really a film about the search for Nicola Bulley. It's a film about how Paul Ansell felt during this whole process.
And at the end of his 3 days, no traces of Nicola is found. And in interviews that Peter gives afterwards, he basically says, I really honestly question whether or not she's in the water.
Right, that's not what he said.
That if Nicola's here, I'll find her. If Nicola was in that river, I would have found her. I can guarantee you that.
She's doing the smile. Now, you don't know if she's really watching a thing of Peter Folding there doing that smile. Like, they've edited them together, so maybe she was, but you don't know.
And she's not there.
That was a very bold statement to make.
Yeah.
Because she was in the river.
Oh, was she though? Was she though?
Want to think that had happened to Nikki. So he's telling them what they want to hear.
Right, so do you know what your responsibility is as the lead investigating officer? Is to get in that river. If you're so confident she's in there, is to get her out. Yeah? Like, to find evidence to support the idea, because we've been through this. There's no evidence. She might turn up in there after 28 days, but your job at this point, if you've got this problem, okay, you can shut down Peter Folding and you can say, like, he's a bad man and what he's saying is stupid, and it is, and he is, yeah, but your job is to actually solve the damn thing, like, you know, to put the evidence on the table. And like, this issue that you're having, you should talk about it with Peter, of course. You know, you should raise these concerns with Peter Folding, I think. But ultimately, I think you're going to have problems without a coordinated media team that are, you know, controlling the flow of information from the case, that bring Peter in and, you know, and it was impossible for them to do that because he came in late after a week and they'd already done their coordination and they're talking. But I think you have to then take it on the chin and say, okay, he's saying this stuff, but we'll make him look pretty stupid when we work really hard and prove things. Like, so I'm surprised that her attitude is so dismissive and like eggy when the buck sort of stops with her in a way, doesn't it? For the reason that he's able to stand there and say these things. Like, shut him down by doing your work.
I don't think she's here. I think there's probably a third party involved.
It was a huge relief hearing that. But now what?
And also, I've always been very positive about the police, but through this process of watching this documentary, I worry about them more. But then I understand that this documentary is designed to throw them under the bus even harder than it does me, you know? Like, this documentary is about apportioning blame in many places, and this sequence here gets strongly into apportioning blame. And they throw the blame at the police, essentially. Of course, we're on social media and we're bad people, but the reason that we're bad people is the police haven't effectively told us what to think and say, and they haven't done their job and found out the stuff, so we just went on a rampage because we're just stupid people. And here again, like I said, you know, the apportioning of blame here, they've given her a chance to throw it at Peter Folding, and then they're going to throw it at her. Like,
we didn't know what to do. And the police were still the river. And I remember that really infuriated me because their hypothesis didn't change.
Mr. Folding isn't included within all the investigation detail any more than the members of the public are. Thank you.
At that point, you know, there's an awful lot of conflict.
and they sort of gloss over this press conference, don't they? Because this was quite an important, poignant moment, her press conference, but they sort of just jump past that.
With the police. And so, in the interview I did with Dan Walker, that's where I was just like, I just want outbuildings and...
So hang on, let me just get this right, Paul.
This didn't change.
Mr. Folding isn't included within all the investigation detail any more than the members of the public are. Thank you.
At that point, you know, there's an awful lot of conflict with the police.
There's an awful lot of conflict with the police, but you said the exact opposite in that interview. You didn't describe any conflict with the police at all. Maybe that's just because you felt that was the right thing to say and do in the interview. But again, we're getting into territory where you're telling us one thing then and a different thing now. So we have to believe you. Like, I really don't like it when people say, oh, I said that then and this now, and I said the other thing before because I was just, you know, a little white lie and I had to, and like, you know, you're allowed to change your mind. You know, back then you might have believed there was no conflict and now you believe there's a conflict. But that's not what you're saying. You said you always felt you were in conflict, but when you went on the telly, you just lied. And that's what Peter Folding's saying he did. He's saying, oh, I knew she was there, but when I went on the telly, I lied and said she wasn't there. The police gave me the impression she wasn't there, so I just went with that. But I always thought that they were wrong, and I've always been antagonistic to the police, and me and the police don't get on, and I don't trust them, so I just lied. And I think it's just stupid to say I've been caught in two different stories, and that's fine. Like, I don't think that is fine.
And so, in the interview I did with Dan Walker, that's where I was just like, I just want outbuildings and...
Don't try and, you know, yeah, you did give that impression, yeah? But then he asked you direct and you didn't, like, you know, don't try and mess that about. That seems silly.
Every garage, every outbuilding.
They are including this from Channel 5 as well.
The land scrutinised.
You want the land scrutinised because you all think she's been kidnapped.
I want it all searched. I want it all scrutinised. Every piece of it.
Paul, I've no doubt that his thought wasn't rational at that time.
But if she had been kidnapped and you said that on Channel 5, maybe the kidnappers might think, fuck this, he's trying to get us done. You know, and maybe there's a delicate tightrope between she's not in the river, so I want everywhere to be searched, please search the land, and saying outbuildings. And like, if they're keeping her in an outbuilding, like around that area there's loads of little farms, there's loads of little, you know, gin distilleries and farms, and like, not just, you know, Marsh Farm Hall, but loads of little farms with outbuildings and stuff. And like, if she has been kept in one of those outbuildings and that's where you think she's been kept by kidnappers, and you said it on the telly, then they're going to fucking panic and like, they're going to throw their wobble, aren't they? And she might end up, you know, they might not want the 100 grand then, they might just, you know, try and get rid of her. I do feel like, you know, it's another strong indicator that the family feels she's been kidnapped. But it's Paul, I don't know, like, maybe he's pointing towards something that like, it's kind of interesting that he's in this driving at the point that the police are not doing that. Like, the police aren't taking that seriously necessarily, I suppose. He said they keep thinking the river. Like, you know, maybe he thought at some point they'd stop thinking the river and start widening the search, but instead they stopped thinking the river and narrowed the search. And he's like eggy because he thought that at some point they'd get onto these outbuildings. Again, it's another example of Paul trying to manipulate the police as well, isn't it? We've had 3 of them during this react of Paul saying things that he doesn't exactly believe to be true initially. Like, he got them into the river and saying it's like the boy who cried wolf. He said she had all these mental problems and that she was possibly, you know, in the river like to get them there quickly. That's what he said. Not because he thought she was in there. Yeah, so manipulating the police. And now at this point, he's like, get out the river and go and fucking look in the outbuildings. It's less manipulative and more sort of direct. But, you know, this is the guy who's responsible for deciding where they look. So, in a way, like, he's organising the search, yeah.
Had so many external influences.
It felt rational at the time.
You're not going to appease me with anything else.
It felt rational at the time, and yet I'm being critiqued for what I said.
Expected, like, Nikki to come walking through the door. And for the girls, I used to...
Another strange image, because we get quite a lot of these of the family walking off in the distance. It's almost like a goodbye shot. Like, there's been a few of these images shared by Paul during the search of, like, the family seeming to be often separate, and one of them, like, sometimes it was Nikki and Paul walking off with them, wasn't it? But yeah, it's a bit of a theme there.
Visualise being
By the
able
canal
to
as well.
say, yeah, she's going to be okay. That was all I was thinking in my head.
Week 3, you definitely saw a real escalation on social media.
We're going to have a look at a potential site where possibly it looks like a burial site to me.
And it seemed like daily. What else can happen next?
I still think something untoward has happened here.
I'm a bit surprised by him saying that. Daily, what else can happen next? Like, well, people can just say all sorts of stuff on social media. Like, if you're going to try and keep an eye on that, like, because we did, because we were following it, we were part of the conversation, I guess. But, like, I couldn't watch everyone's videos. And, like, if you're the search, like, he's the search coordinator, so I'm not sure, like, some of this might be helpful to him now. Like, people are making videos about areas in the land, like, you know, highlighting things. So I suppose he might look at it, but also, like, to a certain extent, you want to say, like, people shouldn't be going and getting in dangerous situations and this and that. And obviously not trespassing, but people just walking around in the woods, like, it's not so bad, is it? And as a search coordinator, I don't know why it's like, oh my God, what's going to happen next? Like, none of this felt like, I know maybe on the ground there, because I'm not on the ground there, I didn't know what happened, exactly the numbers, but, you know, a load of random TikTokers running around might seem a bit like, ooh. But what was happening at the time, I believe, was Emma White was coordinating a group from the town hall, giving people maps. There were people walking around on routes, and there was all sorts of stuff happening. So, like, a few videos on social media of some stuff in the woods doesn't seem that dramatic to me. Of course, DJ Media, Curtis, you know, we can say that, well, I believe the trespass is a little bit over the top, you know, and I believe interviewing people without their permission, so to speak, is again a little bit of an invasion of privacy over the top. Like, it's like an etiquette thing, even if you think they might have been involved in a murder, because we are just people. So, without evidence to suggest that they've been involved in a murder, you know, we still have to adhere to sort of that standard etiquette a bit, I think. I don't know, it's a bit of a funny one, isn't it? But yeah, like, so some of his videos obviously we watched and reacted to, some of his videos I chose not to. Overall, if you want to know what was going on the ground and, you know, looking at the environments through the eyes of Curtis Media, you had that opportunity. You then have to understand that, like, let's say for example we're in the woods and he's going to say, I found a bag in the woods, which I'm not saying he did. Like, this is just me, you know, saying stuff, but you might then question, was it his bag? Where did it come from? Like, he's got an interest here in getting loads of views. Like, you know, how'd you get views? Like, you know, there's all sorts of other questions that come up about validity, trustworthiness, all that. But, you know, it was interesting, isn't it? It's content and it's interesting. So as the search coordinator, I'm a bit surprised that they were so anxious about this, I suppose. It seems mundane to me. The bits where Curtis was stepping the line a little bit, you know, and specifically when they retrieved her body from the river, you know, putting that on YouTube. Like, I was surprised they did that, you know, because like you can put that video on certain spaces on the internet where it would not be deleted, and you know, where people have a choice whether they're going to watch it. Like, you know, there's like more gruesome websites, I suppose, that have fewer censorship aspects. So you can see like the reality of life on other websites, yeah. But he put it on YouTube where it contravenes the terms of service, and it's definitely a bad thing. And also it's completely, you know, I want to say distasteful. Like, and we're talking about, you know, not just etiquette, but what's the word? Like honour, respect, stuff like that. So, you know, it crossed a load of boundaries, and it still went up on YouTube for a bit, didn't it? So at that point, you know, yeah, by that point we're saying like, you know, there's issues here. But in these early stages where there's just somebody walking around with a camera, filming the field, filming the, like he was up and down the roads and places like that, all public places where he's got every right to be in film. I'm not so certain, and I'm banging on too much now, but I'm not so certain why it piqued the anxiety of the search team.
We were getting reports of people hypothesising on social media that Nikki's body was in X location.
There were certain places where my foot just gave way.
And then getting phone calls from local business owners, landowners saying, I can now see a load of people coming down our drive.
Right, okay, now I can understand that. People going onto properties where people live and things like that, yeah. I can understand that's an issue.
Spades.
Look at this. It's soft, isn't it?
Who is that guy? People think he's the security guy that runs a security business in the area, and that Curtis sort of stumbled upon him digging in the woods. I mean, this could all just be a random set-up load of nonsense, couldn't it? Like, belief in what you see as... anyway, yeah, this could all just be a load of nonsense. Anyway, whatever. This is, yeah.
There were a couple of individuals.
The ground out in the woods like that is soft. I don't know if you know, but...
We're going to walk to the bench, have a look at the river level there.
But he could have been out there looking for something in the woods. Like, people could be leaving things in the woods for other people to pick up, all sorts, couldn't it? Like, they set it around like almost like they were looking for a body, but I'm surprised that people, again, there's lots of other sort of crimes where people bury things in the woods, and it's not always bodies, you know. And with the stash of guns that were found the week before, with the evidence that drug criminals literally, you know, drop things off in parks and other people pick them up, I'm surprised that people didn't think about what... Well, they did, didn't they? They thought about what else could be buried in the woods and what people could be looking for and doing there. Peter Folding later on went back and had a good look around as well, didn't he? And dug up some stuff. Or inspected some deposition sites, didn't he?
And then we're going to walk elsewhere.
Who caused significant concern.
Actually been in people's back gardens on a night time with torches and stuff like that.
Do you know, it's almost like some people were looking for Nicola Bulley and some people were looking for, I don't know, just looking. You know, maybe they were looking for other things.
This is a missing person investigation.
The weir that we think is the main problem.
Where people are coming down to make money out of it by gaining clicks.
Yep, you've had all the news reporters there. That's exactly what they're doing. He explained it to you on the video, on this documentary. Sky News were doing exactly that. They're just far more sophisticated. So this is just like a much more, I want to say guerrilla, but like, you know, like guerrilla forces, you know, fighting, but, you know, like guerrilla filmmaking. Like, it's much more independent, free form, but it's still the same thing. People are trying to get content to get clicks, yeah, and the clicks equal money. Yeah, that's the media. That's all of the news, apart from the BBC, who are funded differently, but everyone that's got adverts on them, yeah, that's all of them. You're just going to have to accept it, I suppose, I think, in society, that people are going to do that. And if you're angry about it, then you're angry about bigger things than just like, let's stop this person from filming. You're angry about the appetite for it on social media. You're angry about, you know, the normal people and what they want to know and see. So that's a bit of a way to go, isn't it? Because it's about supply and demand, isn't it?
The caravan park
Demand and supply.
is through there.
Knocking on people's windows, in their gardens.
Off you go. We actually came on just to look around.
This is where it does, you know, I understand that it looks like an open plot and you can walk around the caravans, but once she's come out and told you to leave, and to be fair to Curtis, he does. He talks to her very civilly and then he leaves. So there's not that much that's terrible here, but we are talking about trespass, and, you know, if you're going to do it around the village like that, then we're talking about, like, let's say he thinks that this one person's done it and he's convinced this one person, so he's filming them. But then all the other people you film have not done it, and you are trespassing there as well. So, like, it becomes like this bigger issue, doesn't it? And I can understand that this isn't, you know, but we've already got laws about this. We've already got rules about this. Nothing has to change. Just people have to be a bit respectful. Yeah, no one would, and I think everyone would agree that there are lines, social lines and boundaries about privacy and property and, you know, people's right to film and all this stuff. So yeah, right.
And how big it is? That's what it was.
What do you think you're doing? We had to take dispersal orders out, and we had to make arrests.
Do you have anything to say about Nicola Bulley?
Nothing at all.
What was he called?
Curtis Arnold. You're just crossing the line, and that's what's annoying people. And so asking people...
But I haven't really done that before.
I remember this exact footage. I think it got edited. I don't know if it's still up or whatever, but there was footage of the young boy at the start as well. And this makes me laugh. I haven't done it before. And he's like, you're talking to the police here. You haven't, but he's like, you're doing it now.
Just listen to me. Yeah, but you have done it now.
You have done it now. So, like, there's no defence as in, like, you know, I wasn't doing that before. But what Curtis is trying to say there is that your response is disproportionate. Like, I understand if you say I'm trespassing, I will leave. But because I've never done that before, and like I said, you know, if he's doing it all over the show, it's a problem. I don't know how much of it, like, you know, I don't see everything, but that instance was, and he's saying he hasn't done it before, so your response is disproportionate. I remember there being a feeling of that, but we can understand now it's not just Curtis doing it, it's other people as well, and so the police are going to, like, Curtis might feel they're victimising him here because he hasn't done trespass before, but this is the first time and they're coming down hard, but they've got all sorts of people doing it around the village, so they're going to come down hard in general, I think. So yeah, I understand all that. I see it all and understand it. That's a perception of it based on it being truth, of course, and trusting that what Curtis is filming is just, you know, directly filmed and uploaded to YouTube without sort of preamble or conversation or preparation. And, you know, you've got to trust it, haven't you? And with all this stuff on the internet, that's harder. Well, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because you'd say the mainstream should be more trustworthy, but more and more these days, people are more trusting of just fucking some randomer with a phone, even though it's very easy to manipulate and fake and XYZ if you're just some nutter on YouTube or appearing to be just someone on YouTube. So it's an interesting whole level of ideas, but I'm not here to get into those now. So yeah, carry on.
I went to pick the girls up from school one day and he was stood in the entrance of the car park.
This is where Nicola parked the car at the school?
Filming me turning up to pick my kids up from school. And I thought to myself, you can't be...
Again, that's an issue, isn't it? That is an issue.
Didn't me?
There's a lot of debris there, a lot of big brick.
Whereas this is not an issue. This is proper good stuff that you should be doing, yeah? Like,
And stuff, so-
and Curtis was doing this sort of stuff as well.
Yes. If you were to fall in and hit your head on one of them, you probably would knock yourself out.
When I learned of Dan Duffy trying to show people what the River Wire looks like in the night, like what the rocks look like, so I found that very helpful. And then later I found that he crossed over to like the paranormal
What, you didn't do your due diligence again?
realm.
Nicola, are you here?
Was he always doing that?
Have you passed away?
People, they kind of lose grip on the facts, you know.
Yeah, but Jizzy, we just saw you earlier throwing around wild conjecture with no facts. So you helped them to do that a bit. But yeah, we're going to critique the paranormal people here, of course. We're all going to agree that this is fucking nuts. Listening to a radio that won't stay on a station, thinking you're talking to Nicola Bulley.
An investigator.
We had arranged for a press conference in order to try and negate the conspiracy theorists.
Negate the conspiracy theorists. So again, like, there's a really easy way to do this, and that's to put fact out on the table. And it's interesting to me that at day 19, we've decided finally to do a big press conference, but it's to negate conspiracy theorists. Like, Nicola Bulley is still missing. She might believe full well that she's in the river and there's no point in looking for her, but Nicola Bulley's missing. the press conference might help to negate some of the conspiracy theories if it's done in the right way to help find Nikki. Like, I just think that by focusing on negating conspiracy theories, you're going to conjure up more because you're not actually appearing to do your fucking job. So, yeah, carry on.
I just thought this family don't need this level of uncertainty and confusion.
So find Nikki.
But before I went into the press conference, I think it was the night before, I was made aware that there were other stories being posted on social media.
And I don't know why they beat around the bush here. Apparently Mark Williams-Thomas, I'm beating around the bush a bit, aren't I? From what I remember, Mark Williams-Thomas, wasn't he pressurised? He had didn't he say it in an interview? Like, he had been informed that Nikki had struggles with the menopause, etc. And he was pressurising the police to release this information, otherwise he would. And you don't know who's posting what on social media under what accounts, do you? But
regarding Nikki and Paul and some possible involvement with the police. The information
they're talking about the welfare check.
Included a reference to alcohol, as well as an incident at the family's address.
So yeah, the alcohol thing, the welfare check.
That was being taken completely out of context.
And I wonder how people got this information. So, like, let's say it wasn't Mark Williams-Thomas, maybe it's just someone who lives in the village and has talked to the neighbours, or maybe it's someone that went around and talked to the neighbours, like Mark Williams-Thomas. I don't know.
I was really concerned possibly this was going to be something that people were going to focus on, and the damage that this would have on the family, and particularly Paul.
Social media.
So you're concerned with protecting Paul?
The story they were running with is that the police had been called on the 10th of January. The police have never been called. The call made was to the mental...
This is not the story that social... Again, I don't speak for social media, I speak for myself, but I never ran with that story or anything. I managed to hold off on talking about rumours until we found the actual reports from the actual, like, there's a, isn't there a College of Police, is it IOPC? There's a document that's the report into that and how it was handled and stuff. So we read through that and we got the facts. I think Paul's misinterpreting things here a little bit, but yeah, go ahead.
Health nurse.
I mean, maybe some people did just run with anything, but you've got to just ignore that shit, haven't you?
A policeman came with them. We were just hoping and praying that none of that would come out, because...
Really? Don't you want that to be out there because you're trying to find Nikki?
No one gets the story. Nobody understands the background.
Well, why don't you give us the background in the story?
They call it premenopause, don't they? All the horrible symptoms women get before...
And now we're going to get it. Like, way too late.
The menopause. Nikki had been dealing with that for a couple of years. Me and Lou were helping Nikki as much as we could.
It's not uncommon to go through it young, but Nikki had it tough. And then, I guess over about a 3-week period in total, she just wasn't functioning like normal Nikki.
When?
All of a sudden, she couldn't sleep anymore. The lack of sleep, irritability, brain fog.
Mummy, what's over there?
It's interesting because they are describing, this does describe clinical situation. It could describe other things. It could describe depression. It could describe alcoholism or drug use. It could describe, there's lots of, long COVID has irritability and brain fog and stuff, doesn't it? There's lots of other things it could be. I'm assuming that, we're backed up by medical, satisfying medical evidence to say this is what it was. Or it could be a combination of things, couldn't it? But yeah, we're going on Paul Ansell's testimony that Nikki was struggling with this, okay?
Darling. She'd be awake for hours in the night, hot sweats every single day. Everything was becoming difficult.
Nikki always liked...
And this is where I critique Paul for not helping. I know this is an easy critique, right? But why is she out walking the dog and taking the kids to school then if everything's becoming difficult? You're up in the morning as well. Go with her. Help her. Do it instead of, if you leave her at home and you do it, then she's still going to sit on her own, isn't she? But, you're up. She's finding it difficult, and yet she's the one that's burdening all this responsibility, I suppose, isn't she? Or maybe she was feeling particularly good that day when she got up and did all this. But yeah.
Things to be perfect and for the girls not to miss out on anything, so she probably put herself under unnecessary stress.
She never sat down, did she? She never ever sat down?
Never. Always on her feet. Always on her feet.
And then she stopped taking her HRT.
And this is interesting because this is where the CCTV has been heavily criticised by another channel. I haven't got into it on this React, and we're going to go into it in the future, but it appears that this CCTV is very similar to the CCTV that depicts Nicola getting in the car that morning. And I did, when I saw this the second time round, I thought, you know what? People always said this car is parked on a very straight line, like this line here is very straight, like very straight cut. And it almost appears that the car is parked in exactly the same place. We're going to go through the CCTV in more depth and more detail in the future. So, but yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's very interesting. The timestamp's cut off this one.
Over that period as well, which then just obviously made things even worse.
She was then having a drink to deal with it, which then it was all kind of spiralling.
She got to
You got a gin bar.
the 10th, she'd been drinking and she'd fallen over and she'd hurt her arm.
Her arm, because it was a head concussion her head.
And in the end, I called 999.
We made that call on the 10th to get her the help that she needed at that point. They didn't deem her a threat to herself or obviously anybody else. Nikki was very angry that we'd made that call, but over the course of like 10 days, you know, she stopped the drinking. She was back on the medication. She was getting much more, a lot more stability.
It was literally normal, weird blip, normal.
Yeah.
That's the most honest answer I can give you.
So she was feeling normal again then, and that's the most honest answer she can give me. Very uncomfortable, this part. Very uncomfortable. Do you know what? I feel like I should be doing a much better detailed body language analysis of these later parts. I feel like I'm whipping through it a bit more, and I might want to come back to it. And that's troubling me because I don't know how many times I can or will come back to this particular documentary. I'll have to figure something out, but yeah. So she was feeling better anyway. You were saying. Also, it's worth noting that you know, the ambulance, the visit, her subsequent visit to hospital the next day with concussion, the fact that when they turned up, you know, she was intoxicated, you know, all that. That happened in the evening. You know, it wasn't that she got up in the morning and did something weird. Like, that was the evening, and you could possibly assume that by the evening someone's had a chance to imbibe some alcohol to, you know, get in a bit of a mess in that way, if that's what have happened. But we're talking about the morning. We're talking about Nikki getting the kids to school. Are we saying that something else had happened the night before? Is that what we're alluding to here in a way? Like this dip, this wobble, you know, happened at the evening. They had to call the mental health team and all that, and that she was angry they did, so maybe the next time she wouldn't want them to or something. Like, but then she got better and she was, but you know, it was normal dip, normal. Are they saying she's had another dip and that it's happened that morning? Because we're saying that the morning was just like any other morning. There was no argument. She just got in the car. Like, she was secretly having a dip in her mind that didn't involve drinking or getting on narcotics or banging her head. Like, she was potentially just secretly having a little dip that day or the day before. And it could be like that, I suppose, but okay.
Today, there's a press conference in the Nicola Bulley case. So
Ooh.
we are going to be watching that press conference together.
Yes,
They're in
because
the
you watch the news.
media room, and they've started streaming.
Because of the commentary that was coming up on social media, Paul was just key to a lot of people's theories, and we had to negate that.
Again, so they're bringing up, like, Jizzy gets the worst of it, in my opinion, on this, because like they're basically saying she said this stuff and now they had to fucking fight against her. But it was her that was used to leak the CCTV as well, so it's really weird the way she's sort of like a problem to the police that they have to like counteract, and also social media that's seen as reputable enough to be supplied things from Paul. So like it's kind of like she fits on both sides of the fence, doesn't she, in a way? It's kind of weird. A bit like that TikToker as well, who earlier we saw, you know, the coffee and crime one. She used to work for the police as a PCSO, so like she kind of fits on both sides of it as well. She's just a normal person like everyone else, just watching from the sidelines at home, but she's got like a background in police work, so she shouldn't just be making gossip and shit on the internet, should she? Because she's got this background in it and this, like, you know, extra connection. So she sort of fits on both sides as well, insofar as she's antagonistic to the police, but also she is sort of with the police. Well, has been in the past. And the same here with Jizzy, is like, we're saying the police are having to sort of shut down her bollocks on the internet. But at the same time, Paul Ansell, the family, you know, and whomever supplied that stuff to Jizzy, they're giving her the chance to speak back. You know, she's in the documentary. It almost feels like she, sits on both sides there a little bit.
Had to put some information out in a correct and accurate format.
Right, so Jizzy's not putting information out in a correct and accurate format, and you've got a problem with that. Got it.
Just before that press conference, we were told by the media team that there's issues with mental health.
So we are waiting, you guys. Let's see.
Got to be careful here. That was the wording, issues with mental health.
As soon as she was reported missing, following the information that was provided to the police by her partner Paul, and based on a number of specific vulnerabilities that we were made aware of, Nicola was graded as high risk.
To our knowledge, the original statement talked about private medical history, but when the statement went...
So what happens now is they throw the police the shade, they blame the police at this stage, and bearing in mind, we're talking about it's day 19 and we're trying to find Nicola, who is still missing, and now we're into a petty squabble about whose fault it is that social media said bad things, and, like, you know, ultimately, Paul, the blame lies with you, I think, quite a lot when it comes to telling the truth about what happened to Nicola in the lead up to her disappearance in public, because you hadn't up to this point. So
now it had been changed. We didn't know it had been changed. It had been changed to vulnerability.
last minute, but you had every chance to talk about this leading up to this.
It is
Specific individual vulnerabilities specific to this case and Nicola.
I just remember watching it and hearing about the vulnerabilities and looking at you and thinking, oh, God, media are not going to leave that there.
Thank you, and both Becky and I are happy to take some questions.
The word specific vulnerabilities, that's so vague. What does that mean?
Can you just give us a bit more information about what Nikki's partner
Talking about
told
this as
you
well,
about?
like, you know, social media cops a lot of flack, the blame game, you know, but the media cop a lot of flack. And look at how many of them there are in the room. You know, look at them all. How many of these people are social media? How many of these people are like mainstream media? And yeah, we're like trying to throw around responsibility here, aren't we? But
About her vulnerabilities.
I'm not going to go into the details of those individual vulnerabilities. I've asked you to respect a family who are going through
I mean, I don't know why people don't just speak. I mean, she speaks more clearly than anyone else about this, but why people don't just speak their minds a little bit more, like, maybe off camera. You know, I feel like she needs to just say to them, okay, look, turn off all the cameras. Listen, you fuckers, she's dead. Have some fucking respect. Listen to what we say. Give us some time. Stop making up all this nonsense, you fucking dickheads. Like, but there's definitely a sort of like, you know, like, it's weird, isn't it? Like, there's a sort of combative atmosphere between the police and the press here. And in some missing persons cases, the press are basically just on the same team as the police, just trying to find them and help in any way. And, you know, the police utilise that and speak highly, and the press speak highly of the police people, and the police, you know, happy to do the press conferences and to give the interviews. And, you know, in previous missing persons cases, the press and the police have worked sort of together in order to solve them. Sometimes not solve them, but, you know, get these missing people found, or, you know what I mean? Like, the search for Madeleine was a particularly difficult thing because the press was harnessed to make so much money there. But, you know, I'm pretty sure in previous cases where I'd think back to Stuart Hazell, where literally the press were engaged to interview Stuart Hazell so that he could, like, fuck up, and they could then push harder to find Tia Sharp in his attic, or he's in her nan's attic. But there's like this fight going on between these two groups here, and this is the part of the documentary that's ascribing blame. I think it's lovely the way Joe Rogan, the way Rogan Productions, and on behalf of the BBC, are able to sort of stand outside it and sort of point fingers at everyone. Certainly not at Paul though, and not at the family. They're not to blame in any of this, according to this documentary. But again, I just think like we're now pointing fingers at the media and the press for their handling of the truth of what happened to Nikki in the lead up to her disappearance. And you all knew about it and have still given very small and incomplete answers about it. And we found out about it in reports. It had to be circulated on social media after triggered information from the if you wanted to do something about that, you had the opportunity by literally like talking honestly about what was going on with Nikki, and I think it's difficult, I understand, because Nikki would have been mortified. You were talking about her personal business in public and stuff, so maybe that's not the right angle. I don't know, like another aspect of this is with missing persons, and this is really important I suppose, is like if someone is vulnerable and they are missing, certainly in those early days as well, you do want certain pieces of information to be out there so it informs the public how to approach them, and like maybe they should have thought more carefully about that early doors. Maybe this should have been on the table a little bit, like not Nicola's banged her head and she's had this and that and the police have been round, but Nicola has certain vulnerabilities recently. She's had some struggles or something, with mental health, and like that's not awful to say it in public. It's not going to cause her to fly off the handle if she hears it, maybe. I don't know, and I feel 50-50 about that actually. Like I understand their desire to keep it quiet, but then they have to accept that desire for silence has led to questioning when it's come out publicly,
Imaginable pain and distress at this moment.
The specific vulnerabilities, this was the centre of the story now.
Obviously, the press conference didn't go as I hoped it would.
And what a shitbag he is. This was the centre of the story now. You write the story, you fuckhead. You write it. So Nicola Bulley was now not the centre of the story for being a missing person. We're trying to find her. Like, this aspect of it has become the centre of the story for whatever way you find it to be more commercially appealing. I just find that to be disgraceful. Like, I can see why the police are so angry at these press people. It's not that the press entire are all shitbags, but maybe generationally, culturally, something's going on. And I think obviously commercial interest, right-wing press, Sky News, they're probably the worst of it, aren't they? So what a shame, what a shame.
And we then were given information that a number of journalists were planning on publishing a story imminently.
The police went...
isn't that even worse than the fucking TikTokers wandering around with their phones? Do you know what I mean? Like, a number of mainstream journalists, taking control of the, in inverted commas, narrative for the Search in this way. Sort of against the wishes of the family and the police.
Now in a huge panic about...
Mind you, you've got to hold these people to account, haven't you? The police and whomever, you've got to get the truth out there. Yeah, feels like this was completely mismanaged by the family and the police, basically. Because the police would have known about this from day one as well, wouldn't they? Like,
having to release information.
But then again, that's the impression they're trying to give us on the documentary. This is the blame game bit. This is like, apportioning blame. And the blame is not on Paul Ansell. It's on the police and it's on the, therefore the media. And then, like, social media as well, it's us as well. It's point, finger. Yeah.
To do with what these vulnerabilities were. And all the press wouldn't stop picking about the 10th of January. It must have been a domestic incident then. Nikki's vulnerable, police were called.
It was a domestic incident. It happened at your house.
We had to do something.
Do you mean domestic violence, Paul? Is that what you didn't want to say?
Then we spoke to the family. We came up with a form of words with their agreement. And by that, I don't mean they were happy about this. They absolutely weren't, but neither were we.
They'd already drafted like a statement, and we wanted certain paragraphs of that to be tweaked slightly.
There There were certain things they wanted taken out, and they asked for some wording to be replaced with the word menopause.
So what's really interesting to me is that the police wrote the initial statement. Like, without the consultation of the family, they just wrote it. And then they said, what do you think about this? Like, it's interesting, isn't it? Like, she's possibly not so happy with the family's involvement, I guess, in this. Like, it is a weird one, I guess, because like, she's police. The police have been involved in a situation. She's got every right to say it however she wants to say it. Like, don't you think? The family have also got their right to put out their statement however they want it. They've had that right and that chance all the way through this. Now her hand is being forced, and whilst her hand is being forced, she's got someone else saying, oh, I don't want you to say this and I do want you to say this. It's a bit late for that. My hand's being forced. I feel like she's between a rock and a hard place now because of the press and the family. And yet she's the one that's going to take the blame.
We were sat in the living room going through the statement, and we were like...
And bearing in mind, Paul Ansell here working closely with Peter Folding working closely with Mark Williams-Thomas. Like, Paul Ansell's engagement of the press, did a Channel 5 interview. Like, didn't do a press conference like with the police sat next to him and the picture of Nikki behind him and if you're any out there, Nikki, please come home. But did an interview on Channel 5 and, you know, commercial interest television. And like, I feel like it's a bit weird to be like, all of a sudden it's him like on his own at home with a phone and he's just having to deal with it. Like, Emma's been out there talking to all the different press agencies. She's been calling him up, get down in front of the, like, there's an engagement with the press that's been going on for ages. Like, Peter Folding talks on national television repeatedly about this case, and before it was on the telly, and since then has tried his best to try and get back on the telly. But like, you know what I mean? Like, the people that Paulie's talking to behind the scenes are like one step away, if not engaged with the press. So he's not like this shot of him at home, like just like on his own, working on his phone. What's he, you know, him against the world? It's a bit weird, isn't it? Because like, all the way along he's been engaged with talking to people behind this. Like, even Mark Williams-Thomas is connected to Peter Folding. Like, they were on that fucking telly programme together. Like,
it doesn't have to say that, doesn't have to say this. And then before we knew it, it had just gone. We were still working on it, and then they'd released it.
It is quite late.
Which is easy to say that, but then again, what if there's a deadline for it? Like, you know, we're still trying to get it together and they've released it. Yeah, you can't have all day to work on it. You know, that's your perspective on it, but I don't know how long you were given, when the police said they needed your alterations by, and, you know, whether you completed that in time. And, you know, I don't know what the pressures were at the time to release but clearly the police felt that there was a very strict time deadline to release something because they were being pressured by the press. So if you didn't come up with your alterations in time, maybe that's just, you know, one of those things, I guess.
And we'll read it from my phone. So sadly, it is clear from speaking to Paul and the family that Nicola had in the past suffered with some significant issues with alcohol.
And also, this isn't a statement on behalf of Paul Ansell, like, and the family. It's not like, oh, we wanted to put our own press statement out and the police jumped us and, you know, did it instead of us and we should have been able to do it. They're the police. This is their investigation and they're being pressured by the press who have found out information and they're going to make a statement on it. And whether the family are part of that statement and get to put their side across is not like their right and duty as police, is it? Their duty is to the investigation and to say what, like, I think, like, I understand Paul said that they weren't even working well together before that he wanted them to search the land and, you know, they were focused on the river. He's already described how he's tried to manipulate them in the past. I don't feel the police had a very good feeling about Paul and the way he's working with the press. So the fact that he brought Peter Folding in, and Peter Folding, as we saw, the police, the press, the problem. So maybe they just put out their own statement.
Which were brought on by her ongoing struggles with the menopause.
It was just such a shock when we got it. It was such a shock. The actual information that was released.
They go on to say it is an unusual step for us to go into this level of detail about someone's private life, but we felt it was important to clarify what we meant when we talked about vulnerabilities.
This is too much to reveal. Did we need to know this?
Watching the press conference and then like tiptoeing around the topic of these several vulnerabilities, and then saying they can't disclose it, but then 2 hours later just giving it to mainstream media?
I understand in hindsight it might seem we didn't need to do that.
Annoyingly about Jizzy, I don't really know what the point she's making is. It's bad that they did that, is what she's trying to say, but she doesn't say it, does she? She just sort of describes the events, with a sort of face on. Reading the news but not strongly commenting. I suppose the shade thrown at the police is it. That's what we're saying. All the social media now are saying the police are bad. Yeah. And then they're going to discuss all the things that were said in the press conference, and then they're going to discuss all the vulnerabilities, and they're going to discuss all the things that happened in the welfare check, and then we're going to go on basically just talk about it forever and ever. But it was bad that it got said by them first. It's bad that they said it first, but now that they've said it, we're all just going to talk about it like it's not a problem, just to talk about it. Do you know what I mean? I find it really weird that, it really is now, it looks like a sort of backbiting, backstabbing exercise, doesn't it? No, you said it, no, you did it, no, it was your fault and your fault. And the people that are involved are the family, in inverted commas, who all knew about Nicola's vulnerabilities. I'll keep saying vulnerabilities if you want, all knew about that story that happened and the welfare check, and it had been kept well under wraps during the search for Nicola, for whatever reasons. Paul himself, who, same thing, well under wraps, felt it. The police even themselves thought it was a threat to Paul in some way if it came out, Paul would become, I suppose people would think he'd murdered her, so they didn't want that to happen. They were very keen to sort of protect him in that way. And the social media who didn't know this had happened, when they found out, they're like, oh, finger pointy about it. And lost in all of this is the fact that Nicola's still missing, and that the disclosure of her vulnerabilities should have maybe, should we not be going back to the search man and him saying, well, now that I know about this, my search escalated because I really feel she could have been here and here, and people with vulnerabilities like this might do this and this. We need to go back to the drawing board on the search, or anything. Nicola's still missing, and she might be out there and hopefully alive. I mean, I'm so surprised that this documentary, The Search for Nicola Bulley, has now degenerated into a sort of finger-pointing exercise.
In the moment, when you are being told that people are threatening to publish stories that will damage the family, you have to take some action.
Some people have seen this.
Well, you can hide behind the family there and say it was going to damage the family, but it turns out the family are pointing at you and saying it's damaging you. So damage all round then, I suppose. So what are we doing? Damage limitation? Aren't we trying to find Nikki?
Potentially as victim.
And this whole documentary that I'm watching now is damage limitation, perspective from Paul Ansell. So
blaming. It doesn't appear to help the search.
Went mad again, didn't it, in the media? More so for the defence of Nikki.
Lancashire police are facing a growing
but it's not that, it's not that revealing of these details doesn't help the search. It's the response from the media, like them on Good Morning TV saying it doesn't help the search is a good point. I'm making the good point now, but I'm making the good point months and years after it's happened. At the time, she was still missing. So the fact that you focus on it and talk about it in those ways and sort of gossip about it in those ways, even on Good Morning TV, that doesn't help Nikki's the search. Do you know what I mean? The meta conversation about it didn't help the search, but you saying it on telly is the same thing. So I'm surprised by that as well.
Feeling that she'd had ongoing struggles with alcohol.
This is interesting because apparently this very small image of the CCTV is also worth having a good look at and examining. So we will be in the future.
And the menopause.
Many women
the 45-year-old went missing on the 27th of
or
January
drugs to
during a
distract
riverside walk in the
themselves
village of St Michael's on Wye.
The Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has
Drugs came up then in the sort of melee of conversation that they're putting up as a montage.
raised concerns with Lancashire police about the release of Nicola Bulley's.
Suella Braverman got a face in it. I don't know how or why, but Suella Braverman gets her face in the documentary. So she's a nasty Tory, horrible nasty Tory.
With the Chief Constable, I wasn't wholly satisfied, I have to say, with some of the responses I
his
got.
voice to those concerned that private information.
There's Richie Sunak. He did make a comment on this. So I suppose he's the Prime Minister and it's time to put him in the documentary. But it's just a little bit of a cheeky one, isn't it? Just a little cheeky. There's the Conservative Party having their big say on it on the telly. Weird, isn't it? Weird.
Information was put into the public domain, and
his family said they knew she would never have wanted the information to be made public.
Big old montage.
But it had been done because they were aware people were trying to
weeks
sell
ago
stories
asked
about
for
her.
speculation about her private life to stop.
It makes your skin crawl. What would Nikki think of all this? I mean, bless her, she would be mortified.
Mortified. Alexa, define mortified.
Mortified is a form of the verb mortify, which is usually defined as to humiliate or shame, as by injury to one's pride or self-respect. For more, ask me to give you more definitions for mortify.
Please give me more definitions for mortify. Thanks. Alexa, please... Oh, fuck.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Okay. Cause someone to feel embarrassed and ashamed, subdue the body and its needs and desires, self-denial or discipline. Isn't it something to do with death? Be affected by gangrene or necrosis. Be affected by gangrene or necrosis. Mortify, mortification. Late Middle English, put to death, deaden, subdued by self-denial. Like, it's a word that comes from death, like mortality. You know, it's mortify, etymology. To kill, destroy the life of. It's, you know, it's a very strange choice of words to talk about when you're talking about Nikki would have felt, you know, and she's dead.
The information to be made public, but it had been done because they were aware people were trying to
3
sell
weeks ago
stories
asked
about
for
her.
speculation about her private life to stop.
It makes your skin crawl. What would Nikki think of all this? I mean, bless her, she would be mortified.
Does he mean now that she's definitely confirmed dead, what would she be thinking up in heaven? Or does he mean that at the time, if she saw all that and she was out there alive, what would she have thought of it? You know, would she have wanted to just, like, you know, would it have made things worse for her mentally? I think he means, you know, today, if she could see all this, she'd be mortified. But like, what we've done is we've piled it all up, yeah? All that montage. Like, this is supposed to be a bit of an editing moment. Like, they've piled it all up, like all this stuff everyone's saying, even the telly and the news and the Prime Minister. They didn't include all the social media people here, which is a bit strange, but it's all about that media conversation about her vulnerabilities. And with it all piled up, it went black all of a sudden. Like, no, sorry, it did the big picture of Nikki, and then it went black, and it's like supposed to be really poignant and like a big moment. You know, like, can't you think of Nikki, like, and just stop talking about it, you know?
It makes your skin crawl. What would Nikki think of all this? I mean, bless her, she would be mortified of what's happened and how it's all come about, and you know, and it's
of what's happened and how it's all come about.
horrible to think that.
So, hi, you're with Scott. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Super Chuffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. Now I'm famous. So, now I'm famous. So. Did you get that? So make my little jipper. Chuffer, 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 chuffer. Chuffer, chuffer, chuffer. You don't want to hear this. You're not really bothered about this, are you? What are you bothered about, look? You all good in the hood? What are you all going on about? What are you all going on about? What's going on in chat? Something happening? Are you all good in the hood? What's been happening? What's been happening? Has something been happening? Has something been happening? Tell me about it in the chat. What's been happening? Has something been happening? Have you been watching something on the tellies? Did you watch it on the iPlayer or did you watch it on the tellies? What's been happening? What's been happening? Hello, Germany. Hello, Zurich. What's been happening? Have you been watching it on the... Is it Medieval Night? No, I'm... Look, I'm just wearing what... Have you been... What's been happening? Anything good? See anything good on the tellies? Have you seen anything good on the tellies? Don't know how many hours there are in a day, but I think I started watching that documentary on the iPlayer at about 2 in the afternoon, maybe, or something like that. And then I'm on the BBC now, yeah. Gravy. Wow. They don't offer you any royalties. I think I'd have to share them with Emma White, won't I? Work meeting. I think I'd have to share my royalties with Emma Work Meeting White. But they don't offer you any royalties, and they don't even contact you via email, apparently. Well, apparently they contact some people. We'll talk about that another time. I've been watching it, right? I've been watching it. I watched it at 3 o'clock, and then I noticed at 2 o'clock or whatever, I noticed some people, because it went on the iPlayer earlier, and people like contact me and say, oh, it's on the iPlayer, and I'm very grateful, thank you. So I got a hold of it on the iPlayer and had a look, yeah? And then I was obviously planning, I think it's better for me to come on after it's been on the telly, so that, you know, because not everyone's going to watch it on the iPlayer. Some people are going to watch it on the old tellies, and, you know, on the big tellies. What are you watching? A documentary about Nicola Bulley. Oh, I'm going upstairs. I'm going in the other room then. I don't want to watch this. No, they will watch it on the big tellies, won't they? Did you watch it on the big tellies? You still haven't seen it? Is that because they don't have it in America? Yeah, I did say I could come on. I told everyone I was going to come on about 10 o'clock, and this is about 10 o'clock. So, they didn't ask. I mean, just taking your points at random. You're not above my head, are you? Do you want to be above my head? Should I pop you out and get you above my head? Hang on, pop out chat. Let's pop you out there. There's the chat. Let's pop you out. And you want to be above my head, so let me figure this out. Doody-doo. Might as well. It's not going to be that bad, is it? No one's going to do anything bad, are they? Now that you're above my head. You know, don't do anything bad when you're above my head, all right? But, yeah, so exactly, it was on iPlayer. They didn't really popularise the idea that it was on iPlayer, did they? They just sort of, it happened. But I think the strange move of it was that so it's on iPlayer, which means like we can all sort of access it, but then it's on YouTube because like quite a lot of people uploaded it to YouTube, didn't they? I saw like 4 or 5 different people uploaded the fucking whole documentary. Sorry, swearing. Mind you, it doesn't matter. When the BBC clipped me, they used the bit where I swear. So it's my own fault. If I didn't want it on the BBC, I shouldn't say it, eh? If you don't want it on the BBC, don't say it. They're doing me out of context. Look, if you don't want it on the BBC, don't say it. All right? Wait, you put a fade on it? Yeah. It's not going to work though, is it? It's like a slow fade, so it's going to take ages before you butt into... Yeah. Why did you do that? More professional? We're on the BBC now. As seen on TV? You mean we're going to do as seen on TV now? You're not going to get the BBC logo and put it on your, you know, as seen on Super Chuffer. Could do that, couldn't we? Could we? Suppose, I mean, I make the rules. I think you're special. So, the Juicy True Crime was on it, yeah. I'm surprised you haven't watched it, to be honest, because everyone's watched it on all of their fucking channels. Like, listen, the whole thing's going to be copyright, and you can't just upload the whole documentary onto your YouTube. That's going to be copyright, yeah. So reacting to it with clips and stuff, I think is fair use. I'm not dissing anyone, but for me, I think if I do it like I would do a YouTube video, where I just put it on, watch it, press pause whenever I want to talk. Two problems. One, it's an hour long, so for me 1 minute of content is 10 minutes of talking, which is about right for React content, really, isn't it? You know. So what then happens is that 60 minutes is about 60 hours of talking, which is quite a lot. So I think that maybe we need to break it down into smaller sections, do bits with it. And I did say this is what happened, is we'd react to it. I thought I'd be watching it for the first time 9 o'clock till 10 o'clock in the evening, and then coming to you with my instinctive reaction. You know, my first impressions. But of course I watched it about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I waited to do this till it's been on the tellis. So it's not really like my first impressions now, it's like my 6th, 7th. I watched it, Vicky Marie did a good stream earlier, I watched her reaction to it. Some other people have done reactions to it, and I've watched it several times. Like I said, I watched it several times. It's here on the iPlayer, and I can just like quite happily you know, without breaking any bad copyright, or like just, you know, skim around, and if I want to play you a bit, you know, play you a little bit, and we can talk about it. And I'm certainly interested to hear your opinions and to talk about it. And of course, I'm in it a little bit, isn't it? So I might as well play the bit where I'm in it and like react to that. I think people want to see that, because that's my show. But like later on, maybe tomorrow, maybe later, you know, there's time in the world. I will react to it ad nauseum, probably. You'll probably get bored of me reacting to it. What I think is best to do is to react to it on a platform where I'm not going to get a copyright strike for playing it live. Yeah, like it's not live, but you know what I mean. Like if I sit here and press pause and play and talk and just press pause and play on a live stream like this, then Rogan Productions can just strike me while I'm live, and then they can fuck up my life. Do you know what I mean? They can mess with my channel. But if I do it on the other platform, Twitch, and we just talk about it live stream, even if they do that to me there, it doesn't matter, it's just my Twitch stream, and then I can upload it to YouTube and they can copyright strike it, and then we can ask about it and like delete the bit of clips and get, you know, we can sort it all out, can't we, and do it the proper way. So I'm quite happy to do it the proper way. We can definitely, Vicky Marie's is gone. Oh, there you go then. There you go. They're obviously aggressively pursuing the copyright, but then again, like, no offense, you know, not dissing Vicky, I was like, you know, just shouting her out then. But I think if you're going to play it in its entirety and pause it and talk about it, it's not a YouTube video, it's a piece of documentary made for the mainstream media on the BBC that's on the BBC today. So like, I don't think fair use would be you've got something to say and then you use a clip to show an example what you're saying, and maybe the clip wants to be about up to a minute long, and then the things you're saying are going to be the majority of the video. And I don't think I'd get away with fair use. For me, no, not for everyone. Everyone can make their own choices on this, because fair use is a grey area that everyone, like, you know, it's subjective, isn't it? But for me, I think it would require a lot more talking than video playing, and to play it from start to finish in its entirety and pause and react. That's a react. Like on YouTube, you can do that because it's React content, because everyone's put their, like, to React content to YouTube content, because they've all signed up to YouTube to, you know, YouTube essentially allow that to go on. But the BBC don't, and Sky don't, and the WWE don't, and Paramount Pictures don't, and you know what I mean? Like, I can't just play you the new film that's come out and pause it and react to it every 10 minutes, like, and thinking that pause it will stop the automated system from catching it. I don't know. Like, it's not really my bag anyway. But yeah, I'm more interested, to be honest, initially in what you think as well, and like how you felt it went, and whether you think anything was like standing out to you. You know, I'm really kind of interested in that. I'll tell you, like, I mean, obviously I'll give you my reaction. I'm going to give you my sort of, I'm going to skim through it, and like, I'm not going to play long sections, but you know, if there's any particular point I want to bring out, if I remember, I might bring out a few points now. I'm going to give you my reaction to each bit just by skimming through it like this. And I would also, like, there's a couple of points that I really strongly want to make. And I don't think they'll copyright strike me if I play the bit where I'm in it, because it's from my own stream. So I think we'll get away with that, you know, and so I'll play a little bit there. And there's like, one of the things that I was a little bit I felt was, well, I'll tell you, there's a few things I felt, obviously, and I'm guaranteeing there's going to be a lot of things to say. But initially, I think you'll understand my tone when I get through this. Yeah. I think there are some things that are missing, and some questions that weren't asked, and some questions that they brought up and sort of asked as part of the documentary that could have been answered a lot better than was the case. Like, there's some people that contributed. I mean, I'm not throwing anyone under the bus here, but essentially they took Jizzy and this other lady, and they represented like the voice of social media in a way. And I don't think Jizzy and this lady would say the same things as I would say. So, I think I would have said some different answers to some of their questions, and maybe like there's one real strong answer I want to put here, but really, like, how do I say this? Whatever your feelings are about the family and Paul Ansell, like, one of the things that they did very heavily in this is they interrupted everything with images and video of Nikki herself, and like highlighting what a tragedy it was all the way through. It wasn't like a section that they did, it wasn't like there was a section. Big ups Red Fan, thank you for the gifted memberships, thank you for that. Actually, I just realised I've got top chat and not live chat on. There you go, boom, live chat. Thank you very much, Red Fan, thank you. What they didn't do was, what was I saying? Yeah, sorry. In some documentaries, you might find that there's a section about something like, she was such a good mother, it's time to feel sympathy, let's turn the waterworks on, like an emotional moment. And then, and I understand this is a very tragic case, so I understand that people are very sad, but they sort of punctuated it all the way through, didn't they? It started with that, it had that in the middle, and it had it all the way through to the end. It was a lot of sad scenes, and I feel very, very sad for, I'm sure Ernie. Well, you see, Ernie looked like he really felt sad. Dot looked like she really felt sad. Like, you could see them crying and all that. Paul managed to hold himself together a lot better, didn't he? And at one point did some crying, but they edited it in, so you just like hear he was crying all of a sudden, and then it cut to Nikki, and then it's him crying as well. Like, they didn't, in other documentaries, they play a lot more of someone talking, and they sort of linger over the moment when they're crying, almost like that Sky News interview with the family initially, just them talking. Whereas here, when Paul cried, it was like edited very heavily. So there was, all the interviews were very heavily edited, wasn't it? It was very heavily edited. I don't think I'll be able to get a lot of body language out of this, will I? Because you don't see anyone talking for more than like 0.2 of a second before they cut to something else and cut and cut and cut. But then that is the way of the world, isn't it? That's the way of documentary. Big ups Curious Cat, rest in peace Nikki. Yeah, that's the sort of point I was driving around to, wasn't it? Is that it's a tragic case and there's a lot of sadness involved. So overall, like, they punctuated it with that, and it was the first time we got to see those views of Nicola, like the private moments, which, to be honest, I did have a few of those videos, off Facebook and stuff. Did I? I don't know if I had private Facebook videos or, I'm sure we had pictures and videos of Nikki that we just simply wouldn't entertain putting on the YouTube channel. I wouldn't put a video of Nicola just doing, and her kids as well. There's no way I was going to put those things on my YouTube channel. So it would be disrespectful, So we got to see some of those more intimate moments, and that made it even more, like, if you wanted to make a compelling, heartfelt appeal, which is what we were looking for at the very start from Paul Ansell, isn't it? That's what we wanted Paul Ansell to do at the very start. And when he didn't do that, that's what set everyone off talking about it on social media. I thought they really totally misrepresented the way things were, in order of, like, that what they seem to do on this documentary is they seem to say that people got on it on TikTok the day she went missing and everyone was talking about it. And that was just not the case. Like, I can't remember. I mean, I don't go on TikTok, do I? But I can't remember anyone talking about it until Paul did that interview by the river, and that's when it caught my attention anyway. Because he looked as dodgy as all those other people that have done those. Tracy and what is it? The road rage killer, Tracy Andrews, and I always wear my Shannon Matthews t-shirt and. What's his name? There's people that have done those appeals on the telly, haven't there? And they've looked like rotters, and people will talk about it. what's the other one's name? I suppose me linking all the names of the bad people who've done crimes, people are going to see that in a negative way, aren't they? But overall, right, I'll tell you something else as well. I thought the documentary was actually really good. Like, I thought it was really well made. Like, the sort of thing that I think, you know, I complain about media production all the time on YouTube. Well, this was good. This was up to standard, up to scratch. You know, well formed, well edited, quite a lot of editing. You know, a lot went into it. They told their side of the story the way they wanted it to be told, very elegantly. And, you know, they definitely made their points, didn't they? I was surprised by the inclusion of Giselda as interviewee, and I don't know who this is, so I don't know if I'm surprised by her being on it or not. I don't know how, you know, I can't gauge how someone's popular on TikTok or whether their popularity matters to the true crime documentary about Nicola Bulley. To me, it's not important because I don't watch anyone on TikTok, so like, what would I know? But maybe she's like, you know, the right one to interview from TikTok. She didn't seem to me to be somebody who, she said that she was listening to what other people were saying and talking about what other people were saying a lot. And maybe that's a sort of a perspective they wanted to have on there. But she didn't seem to know much about it, if you know what I mean, like, or to forward anything. But maybe they just edited it out. I don't know. You know, maybe they did an interview with her where she said all sorts of interesting stuff they edited out. So at the start, obviously, they're sad and she's gone missing, isn't it? This Ring doorbell footage is an interesting part of it, isn't it? This doorbell footage, Ring.com branded on it. Houses missing. Yeah. But we don't get to see the full thing, do we? We get to see the full thing. Like, I feel like it's hard to do this without pausing it and watching it and talking about it, but there's quite a lot of little points that I want to make all the way through it. So we are going to be going through that, like I said, more meticulously, more forensically, as much as you can with a strongly, heavily edited piece like this. But there are new pieces that come out of it, you know, there are new ideas that come out of it. So first of all, anyway, they sort of tell us without doing a heavy recreation, and also note here that they haven't intended to recreate Nicola's walk. They haven't intended to, you know, Paul tell his side. It's Paul tell. We see the CCTV, but it's Paul tells his side, and we see it from his point of view as he drives down there. Like, they've recreated what it was like to be Paul driving down there, all worried. So initially we find out that she's, you know, the story of how she was reported to be missing, and then this guy is a police search coordinator. He seemed really good. There's a couple of moments where his answers weren't quite. So when they said the house that Haley Comet picked up on, the house that was, and he said, well, this was a private property that was maintained every day, and the police checked it. Checked isn't searched, is it? Checked. And the caravan site was checked. Does that mean properly searched, or does that mean checked? Because they're asking if it was searched, and you said it was checked. So I don't know about that, but otherwise he sounded quite good. One of the things that he brought up that hasn't been said before is the idea that that you could sink in the river and then the undercurrent can wash you around and push you around, and he said that was definitely going to move people around, which is the opposite of what Peter Faulding said, because he said when you sink you stay there. No one's at it. Listen, if you really want to make sure that I get seen, if you've got a question for me, at Super Chuffer in chat, and I'll see it and I'll read it. This is mainly like chill out time for you and us. Just chill out and talk about it if you want. You know, I can give you my feelings and stuff, but a really detailed breakdown, I think it requires a bit of time and thought. And to be honest, I've had a lot of time and thought today, and I've made some small notes and some bigger notes, and I've also gone out and done some stuff and had a pizza. And like, you know, it's like late at night, isn't it? And like, my energy for this is more on the side of it's really sad what happened to Nikki, and I know that's because they've driven that home in the documentary. Like, they've really made sure to drive that home. Of course, we're going to get to the bit where I'm in it. I suppose we'll look at that, and I won't be taking any sort of like. No, I just think it's fine. It's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind. Some questions I had asked me earlier were, did you give them your permission to be in it? No. I didn't give them any permission. I don't think they need any to clip me and put me in it. They give me at Super Chuffer on it, and it is kind of, I mean, is it fair use? I don't think it is fair use, but it's not me they need to ask. Well, is it? It's YouTube own my copyright. No, I own the copyright. I think I could probably get it taken out if I petition them with legal action, but I don't care, and I don't want to. Like, I know they're trying to make me look a little bit bad, maybe, but then it is things that I've said, and I don't just think it's normal, so I just think it's all right. The core of fair use, the thing is fair use, they've got to be commenting on it, and they comment in general about TikTok, but they're not commenting about what I'm saying and what I'm doing. Like, they're not commenting on my channel, on me. You know, it's a bit vague, I think, in this instance. It's short clips, and they're talking about the sort of, like, it's in context, but I'm being used as an example rather than they're talking about the things I've said, if you know what I mean. They're not talking about me, they're talking about things that are being said by people like me and on the internet, so they've used me as an example, haven't they? I think it's a shame they didn't come to me for comment. Reading your chat there, I think it's a shame they didn't come to me for comment, because I would have given a different answer to what some of these people have said. But I don't also think that it's that bad that I need to, you know, I'm a smaller YouTuber, and they've picked Jizzy because she's got lots of subs and because she's obviously connected to Paul Ansell. Like, she was like literally in contact with the family, publishing the CCTV and stuff. So obviously she's in with them. So, you know, they've used her, and she represents the average YouTuber who's talking about true crime, and just, you know, they've included some of her making wild conjecture. They've included some of her throwing ideas around about Paul and Emma. But they've given her a chance to answer to it, I suppose, whereas some of the other people that were clipped didn't have a chance to answer to it. But I don't think all the TikTok nutters that are just people sat at home just going, I'm on TikTok just talking into a phone. I just don't think they need a chance to everyone answer to that. I think it's disappointing for me in one way, because over the course of all the content I've made, I've said a lot more interesting and not just interesting, but, you know, a lot more important things than the moments that were clipped. But then they totally illustrate exactly what was going on at the time. Like, that's what I was, you know, I do lots of different content, and my content is not just to say that I think this, and only this. And in those clips, I even offered more than one opinion. So the idea of doing a Paul Ansell first impressions video, which is what that was clipped from, was to raise red flags about Paul Ansell's behaviour in that Riverside video, and it does. It's fair. It's a fair critique, and I'm happy with my critique, and I'm happy that they've clipped it and included it as an example of that critique. I mean, I've got people texting, like my sister, like, your brother's on the telly, what's going on here? No, it's all good in the hood. No, I just, you know, I'm happy with that, I suppose. We'll play it in a minute. You know, we'll play it in a minute.
In a different direction. And
but yeah, so I thought this guy was good overall. I think he came across well. There were a couple of moments where I could go into more depth about his answers, but yeah. So the search then was covered, and it looked like, you know, good coverage of the search. We got this body cam footage, which was interesting. This was definitely interesting. I'll play a bit of this.
A friend.
This is a really good example of how frustrating the whole thing is, and I can't critique it on this. Like, it's funny because, listen, this is a documentary made by like, you know, TV style documentary people for the TV, so it's going to be more cinematically approached, but they're going to lose some of that evidentiary approach, aren't they? So we're going to see that it is slightly more. Well, there's lots of editing, and there's less room. This isn't actually, not every documentary has to be like this. Go and watch Werner Herzog. You know, you've got 3 minutes, 6 minutes of someone talking and that. But we don't get to breathe. We don't get time to see it all. In fact, it's cut and edited away very quickly. So again, they show you, like, it's almost like looking through a letterbox at something. You know, they show you glimpses of something, the same way as they've cut around my content. You know, they show you glimpses of something, but they won't necessarily be shown. And this is because of they can't, can they? They're not doing a, you know, show 40 minutes of Scott talking or anything. Like, that would be silly. But they show you glimpses of something, but it doesn't give you enough to analyse. You know, like, they've got the body cam footage then in full, I'm guessing, because they've got enough to make their chosen clip out of. So do we never get to see that? Probably not then. But, you know, there you go. I'd like to analyse it. You know, the Paul Ansell interview that he's done for this, it would include the reels, start to finish. You know, you can analyse the body language. Well, I can't, because they're not going to include any aspects of his body language. And when they do, they're going to quickly put a video of Nicola Bulley looking, you know, nice in the past over the top of it. So it's not for us to be able to infer anything from it and learn anything from it that we're not being explicitly shown and told to see. Do you see what I'm saying? It's definitely a perspective.
Tracy sent tippets.
Thank you, Tracy.
Big UPS
I'm on the
Scott on the tellis.
I'm on the tellis. I'm on the
Super Juffer owes 10
podcast.
hugs.
I'm on the podcast. Thank you very much for the 10 hugs. Yeah, it's just cool to be on the tellis, isn't it? When we were younger, they came around to the Ettington Fete. We used to live in a little village called Ettington. They come around to the Ettington Fete, and we were doing the human fruit machine, me, my sister and our family. My Uncle Claude was there. And we were doing the human fruit machine. It's 3 boxes of cardboard boxes, and in the boxes are fruits. And one who does the arm, it was my Uncle Claude, because he had this he was a strong man, he was in the Navy, and he had these tattoos. Anyway, like, they pull the arm down, and then we all pull a fruit out the box. Hey, and if you get 3 bananas, then you can win a tenner or whatever. Human fruit machine. It was just a bit of fun. The fate. And one year, this year, Bill Oddie had come round with his cameras, as he does. It wasn't as he does, he never does. Bill Oddie was coming around, he was making a show called, I think it was called Celebrations, or something like that. It was like a Sunday show after Songs of Praise, only ran for a season. But Bill Oddie, big famous Bill Oddie, came around the Ettington Fete, right? And they were filming with the cameras, and they filmed our human fruit machine. They filmed our human fruit machine. Oh, you gave me £10. Look, I've got a new button. Right, we don't do the buttons on this show, do we, really? Trying to be a bit more respectful over here, aren't I? But I am, and I have got a new button.
I done a murder.
There you go. So I'm not properly in it, Silver Memoria. They didn't interview me or anything. I'm not in it. They just used a clip to demonstrate what bad people were saying on the internet. But it doesn't make me look terrible. It's all right. But yeah, it's kind of cool. Like, people that know me or that don't know me, I don't think anyone's going to see it and think, who's that super chuffer? I'll now go on YouTube and find him. Because first of all, they didn't say it was YouTube. And second of all, people aren't going to bother to do that at the end. But people that know me have seen it and texted my sister and said, he's on the telly. What the fuck's Scott doing on the telly? Yeah, so we were on this human fruit machine. Bill Oddie had come round, he'd filmed it with his camera, and at the end of it, it was only on the start sequence for a little second, the human fruit machine. We weren't really in it. We weren't really in it. And it's like that, you get a little, fleeting little brush against fame. I don't think I'm going to be popular in St. Ives from the vibe I got from the way the documentary is poised and the way these people, but maybe these people haven't got anything to do with, like, maybe, I don't know how much in depth they know the story and the chuffer, and how much they wanted to represent me in whichever way. I don't know, do I? So I've got no negativity about that. It might be really well researched. They might have thought, oh, here's a chance to make the chuffer look bad. Or it might have just been that they needed someone to be saying, I think Paul Ansell murdered his wife. And I say it in a really brutal and succinct way, so I make a good sound clip. Because I wasn't the only person saying it, obviously. And I don't even say that in this. That's not even what I say, so... that's not so bad. We'll get to it. We'll play it in a second. Or should we play it now? I'm going through this, bit by bit to sort of give you an overview of what I thought of it, but there's not much point, is there, really? We can go through it. I'm going to go through it in a fine-tooth comb and stay. For example, like, this animation's really nice, but it doesn't actually tie up properly in my mind. We'd have to watch it over and over and decide if it does. And again, copyright strikes tonight. No thanks. Do you know what? Overall, though, for a layperson, I thought it did give a really good overview of what was going on in the Nicola Bulley case. I think it did give you a good overview. It's like, if you start from a start point of, like, what's happened in Nicola Bulley case, if you go on YouTube and watch 20 hours of videos, it's hard. But if you go here and watch this for an hour, it makes sense. It makes sense. They seem to get their timelines wrong a little bit in my mind, because they're describing day 1, day 2, day 3. And, like, on day 3, apparently all the TikTokers are into it. And I thought day 7, when they did the, Paul Ansell talking to the media, day 7 or 8 was when people really got into it. So I didn't realise people had been able to access the information and talk about it. But we get this really weird bit as well, where this Daily Mail woman, so I don't know who she is, and I've never seen a TikTok in my life, but she works for the Daily Mail, and she's telling us that TikTok is the future of journalism. But she's wrong, because journalism is still journalism. TikTok is just a platform that you can put your journalism on, and it's not that futuristic. It's talking to people on their phones, It's YouTube does it, you're just doing it on a different platform, and it's TikTok, and TikTok's a lot smaller than YouTube. So it's good that you're catching up, but like, you're not the future of journalism. You are journalism. You're the Daily Mail. Like, you're the present and the past of journalism, and also going to be the future. You and your peers and others, like other people that are different to you. And yeah, people can use TikTok to platform their journalism, but TikTok is not journalism. It's just an empty space, and you have to go and do the work and do the journalism and then put it on TikTok. So before, you would put this on the telly maybe, or some of the information you've got as a journalist is just stuff off the papers, yeah, or out of other places, and you're presenting it. Like, you know how, like, you know, the news is different from the newspaper, but it's the same information. Like, it's just presented differently. So I think she seems confused, but she does a good job of saying TikTok, when it's done well, when it's done properly, is really good. But just a load of scrubbers like you and I, just a load of scrubbers like you and me, just talking to our phones, that's not really good. So there is a difference. And we're going to be on TikTok from now on, so get used to us. We're the news. Then they put her, like, they've framed her really nicely, haven't they? I like that. A lot of people going for this now, this sort of Kubrick symmetry shot. Rogan Productions like that one. Is it consistent throughout the documentary? No, but you know, sometimes you put a symmetry shot on people and sometimes you don't. And she's looking off cam to the side instead of straight down the barrel, so it just look a bit weird. Anyway, and it's not symmetrical because of these lights, so haha, stick that up your cinematography. But yeah, it's all right. I like it. It makes it look powerful anyway. They say about how, you know, it's weird actually, isn't it? Because they basically say that they were looking for hope, the family, and like Chizzy gets, she looks bad because she's saying all the worst things, but then she seems like she's not quite saying them, so like she seems it's okay as well. So I don't see how I can get copyright strikes when you've been featured in it. I don't know what they'll say is the rules about them using it, but my stuff. But I could certainly get copyright strikes from them. Like, this is the BBC, and what will happen is they'll give you a copyright strike, and then you can argue it with the BBC if you want, if you've got a lawyer. So I don't want to argue it. I'm happy not to get the copyright strike. I'll do it the right, like when I say the right way, whether it's right or wrong, like ethically, the right way to do this, because it is proper mainstream media content. It's like, you know, they're a media production company and they can own their copyright. Like, fair use doesn't just mean that I can just play it, just play it and just ramble and just play it for whenever, you know. I can't just play it as my background video and just talk as much as I want, or like there are parameters that you should act within, and I just like, it's whether it's in good faith or not, I think is a good way of thinking about it. And like, maybe people don't understand it sometimes, but that's by the by, isn't it? But in good faith, you know, and like the amount I criticise other YouTubers for just playing the news, or, you know, playing this documentary, for example, in its absolute entirety without making comment just so that you get the views. Like, you know, I'm not jumping on that bandwagon. I will be playing it in its entirety, but I'll be talking more than you'll be seeing the clips, so it will fall under fair use purview, and I'll be doing it properly by thinking about it and which clips and stuff. But I will be playing, as I said, this bit. So I suppose let's play this bit, because it's weird. I've listened to this documentary so many times today, I think I can tell it you inside out. But at the same time, all my venom, well, not venom, but like all my higher energy for the bite, you know, the drive to say things about it, it's kind of drained away over the day, and I kind of just don't really care. Like, I kind of feel like everyone's intelligent enough to know what they're seeing here, and a few other people have made reasonable comment. I think people will care about what, you know, me being in it and what I say and what to say about it. So I think I definitely want to cover that. And as I say, I think I definitely will cover the rest of it, because it's only an hour. We'll get through it. Where is it? It's about here, isn't it? That's the CCTV. Yeah, there's me. Way. Okay.
Have a watch of this.
So,
and said, "Where are you?"
This is really interesting.
What do you think about that?
We'll just do day 9 today then, like, and we'll generally chit chat about the rest. I was thinking you all in chat might have like, you know, oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And like, you know, I'd be answering questions. But do you agree with me? Like, you know, you think it's similar to how you thought it would be, and like, you know, do you have any like staring complaints or anything like that? You know, before I just do like day 9. You know, like the font. It's very basic. It's very straightforward. Like, you know, it feels like they didn't have a lot of time to work on it. Like, not years. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like a labour of love or something. It feels like not hastily put together, but quite straightforward in lots of ways. You know, maybe you could say that. What about the CCTV part? They don't address the CCTV part. They literally don't address it. Like, there's no, like, they include it, but they don't address that it was given to Jizzy via Paul's friend, and that it was messed about with, and why was it messed about with, and who put the, you know, the stuff on it or whatever. Like,
me and Nikki were such private people. I couldn't think of anything worse than going to do an interview on the news. But on that day, I remember getting to the school, getting into the car park, I got the girls out, walked them into school, and then...
See what I mean about not being able to do anything on the body language, how heavily edited it is? Like, you got to see that from Paul Ansell then. Like, it's just so short. I did want to say, I heard Vicky Marie talking about body language earlier, and I agree with her. Like, you need Paul Ansell's baseline if you're going to do a proper read. But I'm not doing a proper read. I'm just a chuffer on the internet. You know, and there's no science to it, as everyone knows. You can't get a degree in body language and be like the body language qualified expert with your big certificate. It's part of a collection of psychological ideas. But you can read people generally. You know, people are smiling, they're happy. You know what I mean? Like, people are giving you a frown, they're cross. Like, I think everyone reads body language universally. So whilst you might need a baseline for people to give detailed readings in certain aspects, I think you can just, like, you know, give general body language readings, and I certainly do, so I'm happy to. But you can't hear when you don't see any of it.
And Emma called me and said, "Where are you? All the press are here."
See how we just saw that? Like, it's so heavily edited. And I don't know if that's because he's not spoken well and they want to cut around him, because they've just got that line, all the press are here, but then he's coughed and fucked around in between, but then we cut that and this and that. I don't know if he's so heavily edited, you know, or if... I'd just love to see the reels, you know, but then that's me, isn't it? I was going to repeat myself over and over again. Lovely drone footage though, yeah.
If you drive over the bridge and all the press are able to get these pictures if you're driving over the bridge, that might be enough to just shut them up.
So this is really interesting, is that, you know, we saw Paul Ansell stood at the river and he gave his talk, and that's where this kicked... For me, that's where this kicked off. I'll say for me, because it was in the news. The same day as Tillian did 11 points in the news, Paul Ansell went on the banks, and for me that's where it took off. And there's a guy in this from the Times earlier that says the reason that it took off was because it could be that this and that. The reason it took off, mate, was because Paul Ansell stood on the riverbank and everyone said he looks like a dodgy one. That's why everyone was interested in this. Yeah, it's because it could have been you. You know, the selfish lady from the Daily Mail said the reason I was interested in this because it could have been me. And actually, the reason we're interested, it could have been your sister, could have been your friend, it could have been you. Yeah, you selfish chuffer. But the guy from the Times was wrong about this, about why it caught national interest. The reason it caught national interest is because Paul Ansell looked really guilty on his interview. So what he's saying though is the reason he did this interview, right? The reason Paul Ansell went out of his house, drove over the bridge, drove down to the river and parked up where all those news crews were with his bobble hat and all that to do the interview was because Emma called him up and told him to. Emma was down there with all the news crews and she called him and she said, "Paul, come down here and do a news interview." And later on when they talk folding, they don't say in this that when they talk folding that Emma called folding, but in Emma's interview she said, "We contacted Peter Folding because I saw him on the telly. I thought he was good. Went on the internet." She said went on the internet and had to look him up, find his website. She looked him up. Emma said that she did that, or they did that. But it's the other way around. It's told the other way around in this documentary, that Peter Folding offered help and contacted them. It's told the other way around. And we know that Peter Folding did offer help and probably did attempt to contact them. But we've got two different stories from two different, well, the same camp, essentially, haven't we? Yeah, Gizzy didn't like his first interview. She says as much in this. She says, like, you know, she thinks he's having an affair with the friend in this. And then she says, it's okay to show red flags, really, if they're red flags. It's what the audience thought. So, I mean, she didn't go as far as I did or say things as clearly as I did, or bluntly, maybe. I don't know, actually, because I didn't watch all of her content. But what they put here, you know, people, we'll get, listen, we're going to do the reacting to this by playing all the clips and everything. I'm not going to stay here tonight doing it. It's going to take me hours. Like, I'm not just going to play the documentary and it will take me an hour and a half to just add in a bit of this and that. I'm going to take it apart, like dismantle it, but it's going to take hours. And we'll start it probably this week, next week, you know, weekend, whatever. I'll do it over on Twitch. I'll put it on. We'll watch a section, whether it be day 1, day 2. It doesn't go day 1, day 2, day 3. It goes day 1, day 7, day 9, whatever the fuck they want. But, you know, they use the day this, day that as like a sort of editorial motif rather than a strict analog. But the big ups, B-Click Jog. Big ups.
I done a murder.
Hey, Gary Waterman, ex-cop who is revealing fraud at company's house to elites linked to Nicola Bulley case. I think he sounds like a nutter, doesn't he, that guy? I've had him down as a nutter, but thank you very much for the super chat. Like, I would say, obviously, fraud at company's house is mass. Like, there are loads and loads of fake companies, like fucking loads of them. They get struck off all the time, yeah. And you don't have to have so much details and this and that. I get what, you know, that concept. It does sound a little bit like he's like gone a bit beautiful mind on it though. Thank you very much, Sienna Howe. Thank you. But yeah, like, we will go through this. Like, you know, it's, why not? This seems good. Like, overall, like I said, I do think it's good. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad documentary and they're bad people doing bad. Well, I think there might be bad people doing bad things, but the crafting of it, like, you know, if I was to make if I'm going to go in your restaurant and you're going to cook me an egg sandwich, I'm vegan, I'm not going to eat it, but I can rate it an egg sandwich. I can say that's done well, isn't it? Like, I like the way you've used a good pan, and I think that your you know, your choice of thick cut bread was nice, and you know, you've not popped the yolk, and you know, this and that. I'd be able to rate your egg sandwich and say it's a good egg sandwich. This is a good egg sandwich. It's crafted well, and it's obviously designed to draw a lot of sympathy for the family. And if you're in the family, and whether you have or haven't done anything wrong ever in your life to the point of being arrested, but whether you have or haven't, like, irrelevant here. Is the point is it makes you look good and sad, and like, so they should be, and so they are. And I'm not critiquing them for looking sad and being sad. Like, that's not at all happening here. They've laid it on thick. You know, it's emotional. It's like, it's a well-made. I think people think the word documentary means these are the facts sometimes, and I don't think that myself. So I think this is a well-made documentary, like, in the same way as I think, like, lots of other things are well-made. But I don't really, I don't know if it's documenting the truth the way, you know, the cold hard realities. Even though they use that phrase in here in a second. Anyway, yeah, let's do a little bit of watching and talking, yeah, because, like, go on then.
And so I did it.
So my important point here that I wanted to raise was that Emma White was the reason that he went down there and did the interview, and Emma White was also the reason for a lot of other things that happened. Wasn't she though? She was driving a lot of things, you know, into existence. The Channel 5 stuff, I believe that was people. Well, again, is that too much of a rumour to say that her links with the people that produced the Channel 5 documentary and even the interview with Paul Ansell, her links with Dan Wootton and, you know, those sort of people. Dan Walker, you know, may have helped to. You know, this is what her job was to help to link into the media and get, get it out there. And she was definitely doing, you know, all those interviews and stuff, wasn't she? So, yeah, I feel like it's interesting that I'm now learning that the reason Paul Ansell did the interview was not because he decided he wanted to go and talk to the press so that he could find Nicola. It was because he thought that if Emma White thought that if he drove down there and showed himself driving his car and did an interview, that he would in some way shut up the people who would... Like, a lot of this is about shutting people up on social media, isn't it? If I do this, it will shut up the social media people. If I do this, it will shut down what's happening there. This is a thing. I'm going to, like, whack-a-mole it by coming out and talking. And it feels like this whole documentary is about that. Is in a sense, whack-a-moling things by talking. But if you're looking for your loved one, and this is exactly what I was saying, they're going to clip me saying, is if you're looking for your loved one, I don't know if this is the way I would behave. And so I'm learning that the reason that they did this interview was to whack-a-mole the idea that Paul might be involved, or that there were fishy goings on, or, you know, stuff like that. The theories, they were going to whack-a-mole them.
I drove over the bridge and I pulled up.
I've got something really important to say about this after my little clip. I've got a really important thing to say after my little clip as well. So I should have said that at the start and everyone would carry on watching. But do stay watching, because this is the bit that I'm in. And I've got something really important to say. They asked this lady from TikTok, no offence to her, I don't know who she is at all, but they asked her like a question and I would have answered it so differently. But then I suppose that's why I'm not on this. Except I am on it. But
So, I know this is stupid.
So they show his interview, but they show it with the little bit of pre-reel. So they've got access to the full... You know what I'm saying about the reels? They've got access to this, and they show it in this way to expose the little bit before it. You know, getting set up and that. You know, I can see more of his body language now, yeah? Which is good, isn't it? I want to see more body language. They're not showing it for the interviews that they've taken of him for their own documentary. They're cutting him, editing him. You don't see him much. But then that's fine, because otherwise, unless you're looking for it, like Werner Herzog would do it. Werner Herzog would show you the subject talking and not a lot of cutaways, like just subject talking. But this lot don't, and they don't want to. It's an editorial style. I think that's okay. But it does mean that we can't get a good read of whether we think Paul's genuine or not in this, because we can't see him talking, and he's edited, like this sentence is edited onto that sentence and cut together sometimes. So.
Just for
but not this. This is by the river. This is Emma White said, go to the river and do this interview because it will make you look less guilty. No, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he just sort of said.
Hi.
Let me just rewind that and check that, because did he say he was going down there because he thought it would raise the profile for Nikki and get her found, or did he say something else?
Me and Nikki were such private people. I couldn't think of anything worse than going to do an interview on the news. But on that day, I remember getting to the school, getting into the car park, I got the girls out, walked them into school, and then Emma called me and said, where are you? All the press are here. If you drive over the bridge and all the press are able to get these pictures if you're driving over the bridge, that might be enough to just shut them up.
Right, so the reason you went to drive down there and do the interview was because it was to shut up the press. But you don't want to shut up the press. You want the press to talk about your interview so that you can help find your missing wife. She's not your wife. You know what I mean, though? This is exactly my problem with this whole thing all the way through. You're not supposed to be talking like that. It's not to shut up the press. Why do you need to shut up the press? Oh, they think you did it. No, they don't. No, they don't. Not at this stage. Are you confused? Do you remember what was happening? I remember what was happening, but maybe I remember it differently because I wasn't there in Inskip. Like, I thought you were using the press to get the word out about Nikki, and that Emma had been doing a really good job of doing as many interviews as she could, handing out flyers, but this was still the early stages, and until you did your interview on the banks of the river, we didn't think that you were dodgy. Like, people had said the husband is usually the first one to be interviewed and things like that, but no one had said this Paul Ansell looks like a right dodgy fucker, because we hadn't even seen what you looked like doing any talking. So you didn't have to whack-a-mole here. Like, I hadn't talked about you on the internet until you came out and did an interview, Paul Ansell. I'm not talking directly to you. Don't mean you alarm and distress. Oh no, wait, I pressed the wrong button. It's going to happen.
Bang!
Now. Okay. Don't mean you alarm and distress.
I done a murder.
But it's weird to be told that you were driving down there so that you were going to shut down the press and essentially, as I say, paraphrasing, whack a mole, because the press were there to support you and what you were saying about Nicola and help find her. Like, that's my critique of this, is that you were supposed to be utilising the press to help find Nikki. So any opportunity to talk to them is a good opportunity to get the word out there. And, you know, I mean, at this point, okay, here's another important point. You think she's alive and you think she's out there. You hope she's alive and you hope she's out there. Maybe it's in the back of your mind somewhere that she's not, and that's why you're doing this. But you hope she's alive, you hope she's out there, you hope you might be able to talk to her directly. You know, she hasn't got a phone, but you could say, hey, Nikki, if you're listening to this and you can hear it, we love you and we just want you to come home. That's what we wanted to hear from Paul, and he never said that. And that was another reason it was suspicious. And he's going into the interview with those problems that we never even knew. Imagine he got into the interview and said this: hi, I'm Paul Ansell at the side of the river. Listen, I didn't want to do this. I'm only doing this to shut you fuckers up, to shut you down, all right? What would we have thought then? We'd have thought, that's bad, isn't it? Why does he want to shut the press up? And he did the opposite, because talking to the press and doing a public interview is not going to shut them down, is it? It's going to amplify them, just like this documentary. So maybe these people are stupid. I don't know.
And so I did it. I drove over the bridge.
So I did it. You did what you were told by Emma.
Pulled up.
So I know this is super.
And again, we get such a short ooh on the documentary, but that looked like an ooh. But we don't. The body language, you know. I'm not allowed. I'm not, like, you don't have to show this boring image of a drone shot of the road. Like, you could just show a few more seconds of Paul talking. But I really feel like they've chopped it so hard that we don't get to do any body language analysis at all, or any sort of analysis on it. And also, we jump from Paul to images of Nikki quite often. So if you were going to say something about how bad Paul was, you'll be saying it over a picture of Nikki in the past, and that's quite bad.
All the press are here. If you drive over the bridge and all the press are able to get these pictures if you're driving over the bridge, that might be enough to just shut them up. And so I did it. I drove over the bridge and I pulled up.
So I know this.
And he goes, ooh, with his face. It's interesting. Maybe that's what Emma said to him in order to sell the concept to him that it would be a good idea to do the interview. Because it seems like he doesn't want to do this interview then. He doesn't want to do it. And he said he's a very private person. He's doing this to shut them up. Okay.
Just for a sound check.
Because I agree. It looks like he doesn't want to do it.
Introduce yourself for us.
Hi, I'm Paul.
Hi, I am Paul.
And I started recording. Now I'm in this now. And now I can't get out of this.
Such a difficult.
And it's interesting because, again, we get such a short clip. I mean, I am really, you know, it's not fair really for me to do a strong analysis on such a short clip, but now I am in this. If you're doing your statement analysis, you know, what is it you are in? You are in this. In what? You know, in the interview, I suppose, and you can't get out of it. In the media circus, I mean, you're in the process of looking for your missing wife, not your wife, but you're in the process of looking for your missing loved one. You are in this. Well, you are publicly now, officially, because you're doing the interview, I suppose, yeah. And if you want to back out of the interview at any time, I suppose you can literally just say, sorry, this is too much for me, and then just stop doing it. And just take off the microphone and just say, sorry, this is too much for me, and just take off the microphone. I think everyone would have accepted that as well.
Time, just tell us your thoughts and emotions at the moment.
I don't really have any.
Don't really have any, what, thoughts or emotions?
Anything to say other than what the family said yesterday. My whole focus is on 2 girls.
And that's the exact bit that I critique. They used my clip in second of me critiquing. Of course, I critiqued it all, but they used this bit. And what they're doing here in the documentary is saying, look, you didn't see the little bit before. You didn't see how worried Paul was. You didn't see that he was forced to come here just to whack these horrible social media moles. And so now you're getting to see the full bit, and then this horrible bad people are going to come and critique Paul and say, well, why did he say this? Well, why did he say that? He looks bad. And so they've literally like put up this as like the reality, and then us as the, I suppose, critique on it, and to say that we're bad for critiquing it. But they're using this moment, aren't they? So this is the moment.
You are so far out of.
But it's not the moment, is it? It's just a moment in a bigger interview. I think this documentary would have been better if it was an hour and a half, and I don't really, because I don't want to react to an hour and a half of it, but I think it would have been better as an hour and a half in a way, because if it was an hour and a half, then you would have got potentially what you call it, like these spaces, like they could have talked more about some of the things, like, you know, I think there's more nuance here, and I think the interview itself by the river, I mean, we talked about it for hours, didn't we? So you could possibly just get a whole documentary out of just that. But here you just got to, I mean, I feel for the people that are making the film and the editor and whomever. This is the bit where we talk about the Riverside interview, and we're going to have a clip from the Riverside interview, and we're going to show a couple of sides of what people said about it, and we're going to move on. We can't go any further than that because we've only got an hour. So I think that's fair, to be honest. Like, I'm not cross about that. I'm just disappointed that I think there's so much more that can be drawn out of it, but I guess we're not going to do that here.
Your normal life, comfort zone.
I'm scared that
it's obviously something's taken over to protect you because you're in such a high level of stress.
we don't have anything else, do we? Well, there's hope.
And he's laughing there. That's the bad. This is bad, isn't it? These bad moments. He's laughing. I mean, that's duper's delight. It's all these things. It's body language. Again, this is where I say you don't have to have a baseline on the man to say that this body language looks wrong. Although the body language panel didn't seem to think so, did they? But this is an issue for many people. And so I guess they're answering the issue. And what they're saying is that Paul Ansell was stressed and he was having some sort of out-of-body moment. So he done a laugh.
I done a murder.
We're never ever going to lose the hope, of course, for that.
He had to be reminded to not lose the hope by the interviewer, who has probably done more of these interviews and knows the sort of routine language that people would use, and he's surprised to not hear Paul using it. So he reminds him of what people in his position would normally say and the sort of soundbite that they're looking for the news. And Paul seems like worried that he got, instead of laughing, he was like, oh yeah, shit, no, we're not going to lose hope. Yeah, like, it seems like he messed up there.
And I think from that Sky interview, I think awful things started to be said.
I agree. From that Sky interview, awful things started to be said. Initially by you in the Sky interview. Some of the things you said seemed pretty awful to people, and then they reacted to them. And then we get a slew of TikTok nutters, because nowadays, as we're seeing from this documentary, TikTok is just any old nutter like you with your phone out. You're not like, well, I don't stand much higher than you, do I, as a cut from this documentary? I don't think do I make it as high as some of the others? I don't know. I don't know if it even says that I'm a YouTuber, because I still think that's better. You know, it's just people talking into their phone here, isn't it? So people talking to their phone don't know anything, apparently.
Watch this. Now, why is he smiling? Get that guy in for questioning. There's something wrong there.
What doesn't sit right with me, with this gentleman, is his body language.
These people are being presented as like the working class proles. Like, you're just like the sort of normal people. And I say these people, I think it's us. I think it's us, really, that they're talking about here. You know, the normal people are being, do you know the word proles? You probably don't, because you're just fucking proles, aren't you? It's from 1984. The bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Like, the bourgeoisie are the ruling class. This is Marxist theory now. And the proletariat are the underclass. The bourgeoisie have all the money. They own the factories. They're the elites. That's the Conservative Party. And then the proletariat are just the scumbags who have to work in the factories and have our faces ground into the dirt. So, like, we're just normal scumbags, and we just say things on TikTok, don't we? So TikTok explodes with people just saying things.
First thing.
No offence to these people. I'm not saying that's my opinion of it. I'm saying that's the way I feel the documentary is kind of presenting it. But then, to be honest, I don't think any of these people come across particularly badly, because they just look like normal people saying things that just seem sort of self-evident in a way. So I think that's okay as well. Like, you've got to, as a documentarian, even if you're showing the family side and you're employed to, and we could come to that and probably should talk about that a bit more depth, about the BBC employing people to take the family side in this way, in a case that is still to this day not, I want to say cut and dried, but I don't think it's the right words, but you know what I mean? You know, it's a bit of a one, isn't it? But I think it's fair that you've got to be able to show the family side and Paul's, like, not, I don't want to say his right to reply, but you know, he's in the thick of this. This is a documentary about what happened to him, not what happened to Nikki, really. Like, this is more of a documentary about what happened to Paul. So you're going to hear what he thinks about it, and whether he's telling the truth or whether you believe him or anything like that. Like, the documentary is going to show his side, and then it's going to show some other people's alternate opinions, isn't it? Like, So I guess that's okay. It's just really hard, I think, for them as well to find out whose alternate opinions to show and how much of them to show and which ones are valid. And I wonder whether the documentarians themselves have their own opinions or whether it matters. No.
I hope, of course, for that. And I think from that Sky interview, I think awful things started to be said.
Have a watch of this. Now, why is he smiling? Get that guy in for questioning. There's something wrong there.
What doesn't sit right with me, with this gentleman, is his body language.
First thing, I go to the partner. He is always the main suspect. Because people are murdered by people they know.
Cannot get my head around any of it.
People were suspicious because he does come across detached, I think.
What's interesting to me is this lady is given the good grace. I mean, I think she represents a lot of different people in different ways. Like, you know, I think they look at her and see a lot of people in the audience, a lot of people that make TikToks, you know, and she kind of represents that group well. So fair enough. But she says people said this and people thought that. And if you interview me, I'd say I thought this and I said that. You know, I don't know if they want the content creator's personal opinion here or somebody to say what the audience was saying en masse, you know, what generally was being said, because it happened with Jizzy earlier as well, although I didn't show it, like, you know, it's in the documentary though, that she says that the audience were interested in the abduction theory, you know, and they show some comments and stuff. So she's saying like, this is what other people were saying rather than this is what I believe and my thoughts. And I think a lot of content creators do that. So I guess that's all right, you know, but I wouldn't have said that, but she does all right, I suppose, like, you know, it's fair enough.
What we're doing is sitting there going...
I mean, I can't comment on her content or anything because I've never seen it. I don't know who she is. But...
Around.
In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, well, perhaps if things weren't great at home.
So that's something she was thinking, but I don't know if she said it on her content, you see. Like, here's me.
The idea that your full attention should be on the two girls, meaning the children, is not entirely correct here, is it? Because your missus is missing.
When the
Your missus is missing. I was like, do you know, I feel like I sound a little more eloquent when I talk to you generally, but I sound really down to earth there, which is kind of cool. Like, yeah, and I think that's okay what I said. Like, your full attention shouldn't be on the girls. I mean, it wasn't. They were at school and they were being played, dated and looked after and stuff, and Paul's full attention, in my opinion, should have been on searching for Nikki. That's my opinion still. So I'm happy that they voiced it there. I got a little shout out. There's another 2 clips of mine that I'll answer about, and then I'll talk about what she says as the summing up to this part, if you know what I mean. And then we'll skim through a bit more and talk about it. You know, yeah. Because the one other standout point that I kind of want to highlight tonight is Jason Dean Rothwell a little bit for some reason. I just got a psychic feeling I should. But we will, like I say, go through this a bit more forensically. Add it to my CV, yeah. No, I'm going to put it on my As Seen on TV, you know, care of the BBC now. It's cool. I mean, I got a shout out. They atted my thing. I doubt people will end up coming to my channel because of it. You know, I don't think I'm going to start like picking up new viewers who say, oh, I saw you on the BBC documentary. I thought I'd come and check out your channel. I think it kind of makes me look just like some normal person just talking into the internet like everyone else. And I kind of think that's what I am. So this isn't like an advert for me, is it? But I do voice. I think what'll be interesting is I think there's a lot of people who probably still think what I say is fairly relevant and acceptable, and we'll probably see this whole documentary as painting Paul Ansell out to be the victim, and won't, like, for some people, how do I say this carefully? I think some people want this to take down all the bad people that said bad things, whether they believe they're bad people or not, to take down the super chuffer. Like, let's just talk about me. Let's just talk about me. But, you know, I'll talk for myself and not for everyone else who I don't know, yeah? But I think some people might think this is an opportunity, like, you know, I might not be able to ride this out or live this down. The BBC have said I'm a bad man. But it's not like that, really, because the people that agree with me will agree with me, and the people that don't won't. And I don't think the people that watch this will be suddenly convinced to change their mind. Although I do think there'll be a certain percentage of the average floating voter who will go, you know what, that Nicola Bulley thing, those parents were really sad, and that Nicola Bulley's fella, he was also sad. So it turned out that she just died in the river and it was sad. Like, I think some people, and those bad TikTokers, you know, I think some people will just take the top line and just say, all right, there you go, that's it. But there aren't that many. Like, I think, again, if there is hope, it lies in the proles, and the proles are not that naive, and I think that people spot things, and that's the problem with the Nicola Bulley case initially, is that's what gained their interest, is they thought something's fishy. So watching this won't necessarily make them think, oh, that fishy smell, oh, it was just explained by the drains. Like, I think they'll still think something's fishy. So if the people that think it's fishy will still think it's fishy, they won't watch Super Chuffer on this and say, oh my God, who's this evil man? Let's remove him off YouTube. Right. I think I just come across all right, to be honest. I think I just come across like an everyman, like just voicing the opinion of the normal person.
Shut. You don't know what arguments have gone on if they were going to stay together, because there was a lot of room.
Because also, I wouldn't, this is another point, right? I wouldn't stand for any of this nonsense on my channel. Not offence to her and what she's saying, it might be true or anything, but, you know, rumours and he said, she said, and there was a rumour going around that, I mean, I don't know if she said this on her channel or not, but I didn't, do you remember with this, when you do, because you're here and, you know, the Nicola Bulley stuff, it's all there on my channel. I've got ideas, we'll explore thoughts, you know, theories, not conspiracy theories. Actually, we're going to come to talk about conspiracy just at the end of this section, so stick around for that. But I definitely would not entertain anything that I didn't feel was grounded in fact. Like, if we're talking about something someone said, or she used to have this, I won't really name any particular, you know, she used to do X, Y, Z, and I'd say, well, if it's not proven, I'm not going to talk about it as if it's a fact. I'm going to just ignore that and we'll move on. And people would say, like, you know, check this thing out from Facebook. And I'd say, I don't look at Facebook posts. They're not facts. They're hearsay on Facebook. No thanks. So none of that ever came into my content. The reason I was critiquing Paul by the river there is because, of course, he looked fucking dodgy in the things he was saying. So I didn't know about what she's saying about, you know, whatever she said there. I wouldn't have brought it into it.
They're saying that they weren't going to be staying together.
Every single
that's it, about Nikki and Paul having a breakup and stuff, and like gossip about that. I mean, I didn't gossip about that.
comes to a brick wall.
Does it though? Every single scenario comes to a brick wall. Okay, I'll give you some scenarios that don't come to a brick wall. One, she's gone off because she just fucking hates you.
It just went like that overnight.
I love it. And they contrast me with this lady who looks very professional, and I don't look as professional as her because I don't work for the fucking Daily Mail. But that's not so bad. That wasn't the only scenario that I said, and it's a fair scenario. She's gone off because she just fucking hates you. Could be a scenario, couldn't it? So I don't know. They did use a clip of me slurring though, didn't they? Saying the F word. Fact, bang. I mean, what do you think? How do you all think I came out? Like, I'm sure some people could look at that and say, well, Scott's a bad chuffer and he looks bad because he's, you know, said that she might have run away from Paul or something. But I don't know. I don't think that's that bad, to be honest. Like, in fact, I think it's all right. The only thing I'm a bit sad for, or like, I think they've missed an opportunity, is that I think I've got a lot of things to say about the Nicola Bulley case, and I think I've made a lot of intelligent comment and reasonable critique. And I think that although that's not this film that they're making, so, you know, the style of my content doesn't really fit with the film they're making, but they could have just enjoyed a bit of a chat with me, maybe. Or maybe I'm not their sort of person, so maybe they wouldn't. I don't know. But other than that, I'm happy with the way that came out. But I'm not happy with the way we were represented by this lady when they asked her an important question at the end. So I'm going to play this out, and I'm going to answer that question for us instead.
Yes. Now, why is he smiling? Get that guy in for questioning. There's something wrong there.
What doesn't sit right with me, with this gentleman, is his body.
Tell you what, I do like this lady with her accent, though.
First thing...
I'm going to lose the hope, of course, for that. And I think from that Sky interview, I think awful things started to be said.
So it was Emma's fault that these things went wrong then, because Emma said you should do the Sky interview. And it was Sky's fault, wasn't it? Because they didn't, like, they made you look bad. Well, they didn't make you look bad. They looked at it and thought, well, he looks bad, let's put that out.
Have a watch of this.
Have a watch of this.
Now, why is he smiling?
Now, why is he smiling?
Get
Endo 86. She sounds alright.
Get that guy in for questioning.
Get that guy in for questioning. All I'm saying is Nicola Cassinger needs questioning.
There's something
all I'm saying is NK needs questioning.
Wrong there.
What doesn't sit right with me, with this gentleman, is his body language.
Do you know what, as well, have they got the dates on these TikToks? I don't think they've all got the dates on, have they? Because how do you know whether these things were said after I did my video and they copied me? But how do you know whether these things were said when they were said? And I'm assuming that it did all kick off after Paul Ansell did his Riverside thing, and they're talking about Paul Ansell. But I'd have to go through the documentary with a bit more of a fine-tooth comb and just confirm that the timeline of when they say people were reacting on TikTok and this and that, because they bring Jizzy in a lot earlier, and like Jizzy's there talking about the case, like apparently on day 2 or 3. And we'd have to just check that when we go and look over that, but I haven't got time tonight to look over everything. But I'm going to give you my sort of big highlights, the bit with me in, obviously.
First thing, I go to the partner. He is always the main suspect, because people are murdered by people they know.
Cannot get my head around any of it.
People.
Also, my room looks quite tidy. They could have filmed my room. I think it's good that they've got a representative from the social. To be honest, I think I didn't expect them to interview and include social media representatives at all, really, because I thought they were going to slate them so much that they weren't going to, give them an opportunity to react. So I think it's good that they've chosen at least some. I feel they've gone really TikTok heavy with it. Like, it's like TikTok is social media to them, and YouTube doesn't really sort of get a proper mention, whereas YouTube is the biggest social media video platform by a mile. TikTok seems to be like, it's like, how on Facebook everyone got on Facebook and just started posting whatever the fuck about their dinner and about this and about that, and it's just like everyone just saying stuff, and like, it doesn't matter if you're BBC News or anyone, it's just Facebook and everyone's just saying stuff. It feels like TikTok's being represented like that, apart from the Daily Mail woman, is that just, like I said earlier, it's just like anyone can just get their phone and just go live and just rant into their phone, and like media production doesn't really come into it. And the reason that she looks so much better here than she probably does on TikTok is because they've filmed her with the lovely camera, the slider and all that, giving her the good filming look about it all. And I think there's a lot to that, isn't there? Which is why I wonder why the YouTubers have been ignored, so to speak, because you think about the amount of YouTube content creators. No offense to Jizzy, I don't rate her very highly, do I, generally, and I feel like she wasn't asked all the right questions here, but giving her a credit, she looks quite good. Her show looks, her quality of her camera and all that looks quite good. And I think when you put that up on your documentary, if you show too many YouTubers that look good and look like their show is good and they look reasonable and they're saying smart things, then it doesn't look like a load of nutters on social media just saying nutty things, does it? It looks like a load of sensible people like making good content. So I think they've lent heavily on the TikTok people talking into their phones bit, which they bring up quite a few times. They'll show you a load of TikToks back to back and say, oh look, TikTok people are nuts. But that doesn't even fairly represent, that's just people with phones. That's just like going through Facebook and finding a load of mad posts, isn't it? But like, YouTube's got that too. Anyone can just make a video. But over the time that YouTube has been around, it's not used in that same, like, you'll be social in the comments. You'll open an account and chat to people in the comments. But putting up your own videos, answering back in a video, having someone doing a back, like, it's TikTok's like that, isn't it? People are just like talking on it all the time. So yeah, I think TikTok's been the conversation about social media has been heavily weighted towards TikTok here.
I was suspicious because he does come across detached, I think.
All we're doing,
which then surprises me that I'm edited into this section because I'm not on TikTok.
Sitting there going round and round and round.
In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, well, perhaps if things weren't great at home.
The idea that your full attention should be on the two girls, meaning the children, is not entirely correct here, is it? Because your missus is missing.
When the door's shut, you don't know what arguments.
And do you think that it makes it look a little bit like she's watching people like me on YouTube and then going on TikTok and saying stuff? Like, because maybe that's unfair to her, because maybe she's making her own content. I don't think I'm not saying that she's copying me, but I'm saying the way they've edited it in, it almost looks like she's watching on the internet and then she's saying stuff, doesn't it?
If they were going to stay together, because there was a lot of rumours saying that they weren't going to be staying together.
Every single scenario comes to a brick wall.
Does it though? Every single scenario comes to a brick wall. Okay, I'll give you some scenarios.
Big ups, Kelly. I don't know if I was reacting to something you've said. I'm specifically not, I don't have anything against anything you've said or anything. Like, we've all got different opinions on stuff as well, which is absolutely fine. Like, I don't, I see body language as an entertainment form more than I would see it as a, like, if you think you could go to court on the things I've said on a body language video, then I think you're going to be worrying, because they're not going to accept it as admissible in court, are they? But like, it's my opinions. I give you the reasoning behind it. I'll explain what I think I'm seeing and why. Whether it's a sneer of condescension or a eyebrows raised and shoulder shrug of believe me, look, like, I can explain why these ideas are formed and where they've come from and stuff, but it doesn't, I don't know, I don't think I've ever come out and sort of said, therefore it's written in stone and everyone has to, rally behind me. It's just sort of content, isn't it? It's like something that I do that I feel instinctively I talk about and just makes interesting, like, people liked it. And red flagging something doesn't mean that you're going around, like, I suppose I didn't do any videos saying, like, white flagging Paul Ansel or whatever the opposite to red flagging would be, but it's only a perspective, isn't it? It's only a critical perspective on something. It's not the entire reasonable range of thoughts and ideas. So I think it would be unfair for me to do a video that's like Paul Ansell red flags plus loads of mitigating everything else. Like it's just this. We're going to watch this video. I'm going to see if there's any negative red flagging body language we can find. And I think that's just a fair approach. Even Jizzy says it in here in the documentary. It's a fair thing to do. So
don't come to a brick wall. One, she's gone off because she just fucking hates you.
It just went like that overnight. It went from Nikki's gone missing, she might have run away, to husband's killed her.
If I'd murdered my... Oh God, I'm going down this road a bit now. If I'd murdered my wife...
I done a murder.
It makes me look fair and good, that does, doesn't it? Because I even go, oh, this is a bit bad. I can see why this is going to sound bad, but it's something we should talk about, isn't it? Because loads of people have done murders and then gone on the internet and done interviews. What's the Soham murders? What's the name of the guy who did the Soham murders? Why can I never remember his name? Soham murders. What's his name? He did interviews for the telly. Yeah, and I think it's like, I think it's kind of okay. I can see that they've edited this immediately into Ernie Bulley saying they were nasty people. So I think they've kind of made me look a little bit. Ian Huntley, that's it. Ian Huntley did the murders, and of course, bad Ian Huntley did those TV interviews as well. So, like, yeah, it did overnight. She's right, the Daily Mail woman, because of this video, and it wasn't just me, like, but I guess I represent people who thought and saw this, which is fair enough. He looked bad, so like people said that, like, and then they're not even, actually what's not fair is they didn't cover the GoFundMe either, did they? Like, because the reason I felt like he might be complicit in a crime is because there were other forms of what you might call circumstantial evidence, or at least supporting ideas, and that's what we're going to come to in just a second when we get to the big question that's going to come in just a second.
I done a murder.
But yeah, like, so they made me look a little bit bad because obviously they have Ernie Bulley immediately following this saying, oh, there are bad people on the internet. So, but yeah, I did go on the internet and question whether, if I'd murdered my wife, would I have said this and that? And like, yeah, that was the whole point of that video, and I did it. And that's my first impressions of Paul, so I still stand by them because I can't change them. They're my first impressions of Paul. I'm glad I called the video First Impressions, and I'm glad they put the little thing on there to say Super Chuffer, Paul Ansell First Impressions, because they are my first impressions of that.
He is always the main suspect, because people...
Is not entirely correct here, is it? Because your missus is missing.
When the door's shut, you don't know what arguments have gone on, if they were going to stay together, because there was a lot of rumours saying that they weren't.
Every single scenario comes to a brick wall.
Does it though? Every single scenario comes to a brick wall. Okay, I'll give you some scenarios that don't come to a brick wall. One, she's gone off because she just fucking hates you.
It just went like that overnight. It went from Nikki's gone missing, she might have run away, to husband's killed her.
If I'd murdered my... Oh God, I'm going down this road a bit now. If I'd murdered my wife...
Oh, there's some nasty people out there that just conjure up rubbish.
Nicola and Paul was happy as a couple.
See, now I don't conjure up any rubbish. I didn't conjure up any rubbish, did I? Like, I've never said anything that's not like based in actual stuff I've said. Like, I'm showing it you on the screen. I'm saying my opinion and what I think, but coming and sitting down and making something up entirely, just completely, like, I don't know, there was like Isla Tracure, for example, she went on this morning and said that there was an encounter on the path. And that encounter was reported actually in the town hall meeting. And when the police followed up on it, it turned out that encounter on the path was somebody in the town hall meeting had said that their friend had heard there'd been an encounter on the path. And that's hearsay. And when the police followed up on it, they couldn't find any, proper lead through, from what I could understand, and it became a piece of non-evidence that was nothing. It seemed like there was a witness, and then there wasn't one. They turned out to not be credible because they couldn't follow it through, because it wasn't someone had seen her on the path, had an encounter with her on the path, I had an encounter with her. It wasn't that. It was, I heard my friend said they'd had an encounter with her, or my friend said they know someone that had an encounter, and that became nothing. And that, in other people's hands and mouths, became an altercation on the path. So people did literally make things up, but not me. So I'm not taking the flak for that.
And as a family,
they loved each other.
Yeah,
they were always together, and
Well,
they just like being together.
You say they were always together, yeah? They did like being together, except Paul didn't want to be together with her that morning, did he? Because he didn't finish drinking his coffee and get his shorts on and go with her to walk the dog. He wanted to be at home, so he wasn't with her that morning. He wasn't together with her that morning, was he? When she was so tired she could hardly, sort herself out. He didn't do the taking the kids to school himself. He was so tired he wanted to go back inside. He was in his dressing gown.
Together.
Some of the absolute batshit crazy things that were being said. Conspiracies about me having an affair with one.
There's that word again, conspiracy.
Of Nikki's friends.
Okay, a conspiracy about him having an affair with one of Nikki's friends. I don't know if that's like a, I'm going to do an episode saying Paul Ansell is sleeping with Emma White confirmed. I don't think I ever did that, but I guess we discussed whether someone who was in this situation might have been cheating and whether that was a motivation to a murder. Yeah, I definitely think that. And because of the behaviour of Emma White and the always being around Marsh Farm Hall and stuff like that. People even looked at some of the photographs of Paul with his arm around Nicola's sister and questioned that. I didn't, but I've heard all sorts of ideas being forwarded. Yeah, that's that word again, conspiracy.
And then that wasn't Nikki who left my house that morning.
Today, new images have been given to the BBC showing
this one where people said she doesn't have a nose. Yeah, these images.
Nicola packing her car on the morning she disappeared.
But then...
And do you remember whether that was a tennis ball or not? Whether it was a tennis ball. Someone was really interested to see if that was a tennis ball there. Turns out it wasn't.
You release something to try and squash something.
So, wait, you release something to try and squash something. Hang on, this is important.
Crazy things that were being said. Conspiracies about me having an affair with one of Nikki's friends. And then that wasn't Nikki who left my house that morning.
Today, new images have been given
So
to the BBC.
that wasn't Nikki who left my house this morning. How do you mean? In what? In the images, but we haven't seen the images, have we yet? Or the CCTV that we haven't seen because you haven't released it yet? Or are you talking about once you've released it, the crazy conspiracy theories started coming out? Because in the chronological order of what's being said here is, you said that there were conspiracies about whether she left the house that morning, and then they released the pictures. So I don't know if they're releasing this information to us in the documentary in the right order, because I think they mean they released the pictures and then people suggested it wasn't Nikki in the pictures, don't you think? And so you're saying whack-a-mole as well. Are you releasing these pictures to prove that you're not having a relationship with Emma? Because you said you were on the internet and finding out all these weird conspiracy theories, probably on social media, which you said you weren't using because you'd backed off it because you didn't want to be part of it. And then to squash those conspiracy theories about you having a relationship with Emma or something, or her not leaving the house that morning, you released these images. So again, Paul Ansell compelled to go down to the river to essentially whack-a-mole. I'm using colloquial language, of course, but to whack-a-mole. Paul Ansell going down to the river to squash those stories by the mainstream media actually caused more problems. But here again, we're using these images to squash the stories. We're not using these images to help try and find Nicola. She's still missing at this point. We're not using these images to give people a good impression of what Nicola was wearing or to help try and find her. These are to squash the stories that Paul might be in some way complicit or something might be going on behind the scenes that we didn't. So that, again, raises another red flag or an alarm bell when the images are then doctored when they go on Jizzy True Crime. And they're proving that they've been edited and doctored in this documentary by showing us a different kind of image. So either both images, when I say image, I mean the CCTV, either both copies of the CCTV have been doctored in different ways, or one is and one isn't. But ultimately, they can't both be right, can they? Because they're both different. So...
showing Nicola packing her car on the morning.
And I think it vindicates everything I was saying. I think that the CCTV is so full of errors because it has been edited and re-edited. And I think the original would have been it would have been prudent to put out the original in its full entirety, even with children in it, maybe. And just put those black things over, the black bar over it, the black squashy thing, or the crystal, when they pixelate it out. Just pixelate out the things you want to block out, but leave the majority of it, because we're trying to find a missing person. So any information is good information, and it's not putting anyone at risk or any harm. It's just video of someone getting in a car. So I think they should have just done that. And I still, to this day, do not understand why, unless in order to whack that mole, that entire video would have made things more difficult for you in some way, or you needed more time to process things.
She disappeared.
But then you release something to try and squash something, and all it does is then spirals into something else.
On the clothing that Nicola was last seen wearing.
Looking at the...
And I think if you're releasing something to squash something, but it spirals into something else, that sounds like what would happen if you were lying or something like that, getting caught in problems, because it shouldn't spiral into something else. It should clear things up. So he's like saying, we're doing this to clear things up, right? And then they don't clear things up. They make it worse. And I can understand that, because to me, it made things worse. Yeah. I don't know why you did that, to be honest. I still don't understand why you did that. Because you had the opportunity to just do it. And when things are worrisome like that, it's best just to be really honest about it. And then it just is honesty. And then you're just like honest, isn't it? I don't know if the questions lay at the door of Giselda, but she's in this documentary. They don't question her about it. So that's weird, because now we're talking about it and here it is on the screen. That's her channel. Jizzy True Crime there. That's where this woman's watching the CCTV. So this woman's not, like, it's weird, isn't it? Because like Jizzy's in the documentary and she's in it and they could ask her, and this woman's been watching Jizzy and talking about it on TikTok. So
CCTV and then listening to the police description of Nicola.
They are an ankle-length black quilted gilet jacket.
If you look at the CCTV, it is not ankle length and it doesn't look black to me. The person that was wearing the long black jacket was Emma White.
that's quite right, isn't it? And I don't know if she come up with that herself or if she found that out off the internet, because multiple people ended up sharing that piece of information around a bit, didn't they? No one needs to lay claim to anything. It's just good that we can get this thing sorted. I certainly wasn't the first person to say that, but I agree with that, you know. I don't know, what I mean is, I don't know whether they're trying to say this is an armchair detective who is finding things out, and like, you know, these online sleuths they're talking about, you know, I don't know whether they're trying to paint her as that, or whether she's just a lady at home watching those sort of things on the internet, as she just was watching Jizzy True Crime. They just showed her watching it and just sort of saying what she thinks, because I don't know exactly if it's who she's supposed to represent. And I'm not an armchair detective, I'm just a normal person like you chuffers. I'm more like her than I am some, you know, Jizzy True Crime channel, but I don't know like exactly what the point is they're making here, because like she makes quite a good point, isn't it, that there are inconsistencies. So the whack-a-mole didn't work.
People were saying, why would Paul give Emma White's description and not...
But not the same inconsistencies as I would raise, because there are a lot more inconsistencies, and it doesn't lead to the questioning of Jizzy, which is strange because she's in the documentary.
Nicola's description. They were just different things that didn't add up at the time, made people question, including myself.
Not just at the time, they still are open questions.
Get worried that being part of that increases the conspiracy theories.
Do you get worried that a big part of that increases the conspiracy theories? Okay, that's the question that we're now going to answer. Do you get worried that a big part of that increases the conspiracy theories? I'm going to let her answer, and then I'm going to give you an alternative answer. How does that sound? Let me just, I've got a window here where I was doing some notes earlier. There, okay. That's her answer. Do you think that what we, and she's similar to me, you know, we're just talking about this thing on the internet, watching it and reacting to it. So do you think that this increases the conspiracy theories?
No, it doesn't worry me, because at the end of the day, in the great scheme of what's going on out there, 1,000 people in my life is a lot to me, but
going on, but they're watching.
So before we get about reality, her answer to does this increase the conspiracy theories is no, because 1,000 people might seem a lot to me, but in the big scheme of things, it's not a lot, which is very similar to what Eddie said when we talked to Eddie, isn't it? That we're just grains of sand on the beach, and there might be a lot of people, you might think it's a lot of people in your little life, but it's not really, is it? It's not a lot of people. So do I think it contributes to conspiracy theories? No, because there's not a lot of people, and that's not an answer. In my opinion, that's a bad answer, because it either does or does not, like either that small amount of people are infected by your conspiracy theories or they're not. Like, it's not because there's not many doesn't make it a problem. Well, we're not very big, are we? So, yeah, but does it contribute to conspiracy theories? Well, we're not talking to lots of people. I would argue that that's not even the answer I would give for a different reason as well, though. And my answer would be, is that I'm not contributing to conspiracy theories because I'm not doing conspiracy theories. What I'm trying to do is to substantiate legitimate lines of inquiry. So I'm not going to, you know, keep her on the screen here. Maybe I should put me back on the screen for a second. What I'm trying to do is well, not exactly in this video. You know, but in fairness, you know, in that video, I'm looking at legitimate lines of inquiry, in my opinion. That's what I'm looking at. In the same way as a police would. I'm not a police, am I? So I'm not going to be able to do the same work as a police. But what the police would be doing is looking to rule things out, looking for inconsistencies in stories, looking for evidence. That's what I was doing. I wouldn't take hearsay. I wouldn't have someone said this or that, or they had a psychic revelation or something like that. You know, I'm not taking that. I'm taking hard, cold evidence, and I'm looking to substantiate legitimate lines of inquiry. I want to get the word substantiate. Substantiate. It's funny because it makes me think of Substack. Substantiate. Today, the word substantiate came into my mind, and it made me think of Substack. And like, anyway, substantiate. Provide evidence to support or prove the truth of. Provide evidence to support or prove the truth of. Substantiate. So I don't think that the work I was doing on YouTube, to this day, the work I have done on YouTube, helps to contribute to conspiracy theory, because I hate conspiracy theory. I don't mind a good conspiracy theory for a good discussion and this and that, but ultimately, if you can't substantiate it, I will rule it out. And I know there's a lot of people a little bit eggy about this in some ways, because like we talked about things like, I don't know, the paranormal or the tarot or stuff like that. And whilst I entertain people's ideas and accept and respect their beliefs, I do not follow it unless I can substantiate it. So I'm looking for actual legitimate, this is my quote that they did. See, if they'd asked me and they'd put me in as a little clip, yeah, mate, way. But if they'd actually wanted me to say something intelligent for their documentary, they could have asked me that question. And I'm not, listen, I don't care. I'm not in the documentary. I've got 10,000 subscribers. I'm nobody, yeah? But she didn't do a very good job of answering it, I don't think. I think the correct answer here, well, for me, is I'm not going to perpetuate conspiracy theory, regardless of how many subscribers I've got. It's about the content and the quality of the content. And so I'm looking to substantiate legitimate lines of inquiry and to create legitimate lines of inquiry. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm trying to do. And I think we did a fair job of it over the time, you know. We looked into some things and poo-pooed them. We looked into some things and opened them up. I don't think there's much wrong with it. I'm not going to do as good a job as a police. Well, looking at this documentary, maybe I could do as good a job as a police. But no, I'm not going to do as good a job as a police. And, like, I think the family, as much as they'd be angry about some of the people on social media, maybe they shouldn't be completely as black and white as all this, because if you look at it, like, some of us on social media were critiquing Peter Folding. Some of us on social media were critiquing Mark Williams-Thomas, you know. Actually, I didn't critique Mark Williams-Thomas till later on. But there are people out there that social media, and again, it's not conspiracy theory, you know, they looked into them and they found they were bad eggs, you know. And there are people out there that maybe could have helped the family if the family had listened to some of that critique. So it's not all bad. It's a melting pot of different ideas. But yeah, I don't think the correct answer for me, you know, and I'm fair enough to talk about me on my own channel here, aren't I? Because, you know, essentially I've had the same critique levelled at me by being a clip in this segment. Is no, I don't think we seek to perpetuate conspiracy theory here. Not on Super Chuffer. I'd like to substantiate legitimate lines of inquiry. Thank you very much. But also have a good laugh. And I'm surprised they didn't use the work meeting quick. Quite frankly, why didn't you use the work meeting clip? That was our fucking highlight.
Not entirely correct here, is it? Because your missus is missing.
When the door's shut, you don't know what arguments have gone on if they were going to stay together, because there was a lot of rumours saying that they weren't going to be staying together.
See, now, maybe that question's fairer for her. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that question's more fair for her, because if she's been going on about whether they're going to stay together and all this stuff and about their relationship, I didn't talk about that because I didn't know about it. So, you know, I could have asked, do you think they, you know, of the audience, and you know, if they'd not had a good relationship, X, Y, Z. But I'm not going to say, oh, did you hear Paul had been seen around so and so's house and this and that. I just, you know, I'd heard lots of rumours, but I can't do a show like that. It's just, again, no substance to it. So, but maybe she had, so maybe the question's more fair for her, I guess. And I don't know. No, you know, I don't know whether I should defend this lady or critique her in the same way, because I haven't seen her content. And to be fair as well, it doesn't look like they're showing much of it. Like,
does it though? Every single scenario comes to a brick wall. Okay, I'll give you some scenarios that don't come to a brick wall. Because like, one, she's gone off.
I'm the clips and she's doing the talking. Yeah. So
because she just fucking hates you.
It just went like that overnight. It went from Nikki's gone missing, she might have run away, to husband's killed her.
If I'd murdered my... Oh, God, I'm going down this road a bit now. If I'd murdered my wife...
Oh, there's some nasty people out there that just conjure up rubbish.
Nicola and Paul was happy as a couple and as a family.
They loved each other.
Yeah.
They were always together. And they just liked being together.
Some of the absolute batshit crazy things that were being said. Conspiracies about me having an affair with one of Nikki's friends. And then that wasn't Nikki who left my house that morning.
Today, new images have been given to the BBC showing Nicola packing her car on the morning she disappeared.
But then you release something to try and squash something, and all it does is then spirals into something else.
On the clothing that Nicola was last seen wearing.
Looking at the CCTV and then listening to the police description of Nicola.
They are an ankle-length black quilted gilet jacket.
If you look at the CCTV, it is not ankle length and it doesn't look black to me. The person that was wearing the long black jacket was Emma White.
Like, she
People
seems
were
quite...
saying, why
she
would-
seems quite fair and normal here, so I don't know if they're making her seem bad either. Like, you know, the only thing I don't like is that at the end when they did the conspiracy question, she didn't shut it down and said, well, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, thank you very much. But she seems quite fair to have asked that question, doesn't she?
All give Emma White's description and not Nicola's description.
And also,
They were just
they've got Paul on, they don't answer her. Like, she asks them a question, they don't take it back to Paul and get her an answer.
different things that didn't add up at the time made people question, including myself.
Do you ever get worried that being part of that increases the conspiracy theories?
No, it doesn't worry me because at the end of the day, in the great scheme of what's going on out there, 1,000 people in my life is a lot to me, but in the population, it's not.
You've got reality.
Like I say,
going
before we get onto this bit about reality, that makes her look really bad as well because she doesn't say whether it's taking on, I suppose I'm repeating myself, but she doesn't explain whether she's taking on conspiracy or not. She just says, well, you know, there's not many of us. She basically says, we're basically nobodies. There's not many people watching, are there? So, you know, which it doesn't come across very well in my opinion. Like, but yeah.
But they watch.
This is the conspiracy theories.
No, it doesn't worry me because at the end of the day, in the great scheme of what's going on out there, 1,000 people in my life is a lot to me, but in the population, it's not.
You've got reality going on, but they're watching it like a soap opera. Even some well-meaning people, they just revel in drama.
I was on my phone and me and Mum were at Paul's, and I just had a message come up from a lady referring to a video of me dancing.
Right, yeah, so let me get
Doing
into
lot-
this stuff. So, again, I think I'm going to skim over this bit now and not watch this because I would never show a video of her dancing from ages ago. This is the sort of stuff that I debunked before I put it on my channel, so I didn't put it on my channel. Like, I'd never, you know, people sent me all sorts of things and, like, not saying there was bad, well, there were some bad people sending some malicious things, but, like, you know, yeah, this is bad. What the hell's that doing on the internet? Like, yeah.
They don't know me, they don't...
I mean, in context with the Nicola Bulley case saying that you're dancing, it was bad. They did it to Jay Slater's mom as well, didn't they? A video of her dancing. Like, that's probably why they drew the parallel here in this documentary.
know us, they don't know Nikki, they know nothing about us. Just messages like you back.
And we get this bit, yeah.
Can't do anything about it.
He's right to reply, he's saying he can't do anything about it, which is ridiculous as well, because what he did about it was to go and do the interview, to release things into the press, drip feed, leak, CCTV images. So he did do things about it.
All that kind of stuff. There was some that I felt like replying. The nightmare that we're in.
This river, I would have thought.
And then we get onto folding. So that's another chapter, isn't it? Folding and stuff like that. But, you know, just quickly, you know, to highlight the inconsistency again that brought in by the family, or did Peter Folding offer his services? And apparently they're not big friends anymore, are they? Like, yeah. There was another bit that I wanted to highlight before I go to. I'm not going to, you know, I think most people just wanted to see what I had to say about myself, really. But there's, I mean, it just is what it is, isn't it? It's being this. It just is what it is. It's not the, I'm not going to win an Oscar and they're not going to come and fucking take me to the loony bin. It's just nothing, really. I mean, it's something, but it's Do you know what I mean? They're not. In 10 years' time, I'm not going to be writing stories about how I was in this documentary. Although I probably. Do you remember I was in Vox magazine for my ASMR channel? I was in Vox magazine, and do you know that I was captain of the British fencing team when I was 17, and I was. So yeah, but it's all good. And then there's a bit that I wanted to pick up on as well, though. Like I said, we're going to go through it in much more detail, so look out for that. But the way they treat the TikToker there and me, I guess, and then in contrast, this is the way they treat Jason Rothwell. Now, Jason Rothwell did find Nicola's body, so he is I suppose like a character, you know, in inverted commas. I don't want to say actor, like, because, you know, some people think it's full-on actors, don't they? But like, and I'm going to talk to people who believe in that stuff maybe in the future and just see what their opinions are. But in inverted commas, Scott, she effing hated him. Big ups, Glenn. Thank you, Admitted Audacity. Thank you very much. You're on a button.
I done a murder.
So yeah, like, big up Stupid Delight. Like, we didn't do any conspiracies, yeah. I felt like the reason I was wanting to talk about that head on there is because obviously they put little clips of my channel in and then they asked the woman about the conspiracies, and I felt like in some way I was being bracketed in with people online who just said a load of shit. And like, in a way, kind of am, but there's levels. Yeah, just because I went to Kes doesn't mean I overlook folk. No, because Kes is not a paid school. Like, it's a grammar school, so like, I'm a working class person in an environment with quite smart people, but just smart people, not rich people. Although some of them are quite rich, I guess, because you can put your kid through tutoring or whatever. But yeah, just because I went to Kes doesn't mean that I would overlook folk. No, because I am folk. Thanks. Big ups. I'm going to include Peter Folding, yeah. Like, I'm not going to do it now, though, because it's like after midnight. This was like a quick react. Well, I wanted to make sure I came on and did a react after it had been on the telly when everyone could have seen it. Because there was a lot of reacts today and it was on the iPlayer, and I just watched everyone else's react and I was interested. But I wanted to make sure I came on here and, you know, said some stuff. Made sure that I reacted to the bit about me. And I think that's mainly what people were interested in seeing. Certainly I could see that some people are knocking it on the head now because I've done that bit. But there's a little bit like, you know, the difference in how Jason is handled here, and I just like to critique the way that, I mean, I think it's fair though, because like I say, I'm praising the documentary in some ways. I'll show you. Like Jason Dean Rothwell, we've looked at him on social media, yeah, and he's a fucking fraud, and like, well, in my opinion, the psychic stuff is fraud. Yeah, he's like, you know, not really talking to anyone that's dead. That's my opinion, and I think we can go to court on it, can't we? And he also had that video of him saying about how he put dead meat, rotten meat, into a bin, and there was all flies and maggots in the bin, and he was excited by how it was decomposing, and he's named himself after the characters from Heathers, which were murderers. In Heathers, Christian Slater plays a character called Jason Dean, and Rothwell is a town nearby, so he's named himself after the character in Heathers, and that's a murderer in Heathers. And there was a young lad that was murdered, died tragically in the river near Preston, who looked a bit like Christian Slater and was on the scene down there where most of the people that were on the scene, like Jason Rothwell, would have been. So we could go into that in more detail. On the other hand, because Jason Rothwell claimed to have found him and he didn't find him, there's no evidence to suggest that Jason Dean Rothwell found him. But, you know, he seems to want to be attached to that case. Maybe he is. So anyway, Jason Dean Rothwell, who I would say is completely incredible, in my opinion, like my professional, for what it's worth, opinion. And I would put him in the bracket of social media full-on nut jobs. The only difference is he found her. Yeah, he was the one that like poked her with a stick and said, there she is, yeah? That's the only difference between him and every other social media nut job. In fact, he's worse than every other social media nut job. He does all like psychic call-ins and like, you know, he's in my opinion, he's probably a terrible grifter. Like, that psychic calling stuff, I don't have any cop with that. You know, maybe he'll sue me, I don't know. But like, you know, I'm not a big fan of Jason Dean Rothwell, let's put it that way. And I'm surprised that the producers of this documentary show him so much respect. Let's have a look. It's a bit of comic relief at the end of the show. I mean, as I say, we will go through this. You know, they'll do me for copyright, guaranteed, if I just play the whole thing and then just, you know. But I'll do a stop, start, pause, we'll watch it. You know, I'll show you some reacts. It will come. I'll upload them on this channel. Maybe some of them will be members content as well, to just avoid that monetization copyright problem. You know, I just put it as members content, then I don't have to get copyright strikes because I won't monetize it. Well, it will be monetized because the members can watch it and you'll pay to watch it as a members. But no guarantees yet. We're just going to do it as a big project on Twitch and upload them as they come. But yeah, this is Jason Dean Rothwell getting respect.
Third week, we were getting into the window that a body would potentially come up to the surface. All of the searches were aerial based, and we had static points on river bridges with officers observing the surface of the water.
A spiritualist medium believes that...
Before we do that, you know this drone shot here? Like, it's the same river, but you see this river up high and moving slowly with the drone. It looks like a very slow river. But when you get down low and move fast over it, it looks like a very fast river and quite dangerous. It's all about perspective, that is, on the drone.
At the end of that third week,
and it's because of the pace of the drone, and we're going upstream and the water's moving against us, so it looks even double fast.
To the window that a body would potentially come up to the surface.
If you watch that shot again, and instead of the water, you focus on the reeds at the side, it doesn't look like you're moving as fast.
Bless her, she would be mortified.
And we had static points on river bridges with officers observing the surface of the water.
A spiritualist medium believes that life continues.
So I've filmed with someone who works in one of these spiritual churches before, and the church is a very elegant looking building, and they shared it with an actual proper church, so it wasn't even their fucking church. But I understand, you know, this is a documentary. Jason has found her. You are presenting him like all the other people in the documentary. He's been given a chair. He's looking, you know, it's that symmetrical Kubrick shot again. It makes him look very, very... and the way he talks about, you know, a spiritual church is this and we do this, makes him look almost like kind of like normal and professional, when actually, if you look at his social media content, like, he looks like a fucking savage nutter to me. So I think they're giving him a lot more respect than I would. Do you know what I mean? A lot more respect.
After the moment we call physical death. Nicola, when I first communicated with her...
I can't believe they left this in. Nicola, when I first communicated with her, what did you do? Page her? You didn't communicate with her, in my opinion. Well, I don't think it's... I think it's fair for me to say I don't think you communicated with her because she was dead. But is it possible that you did communicate with her? Because that would be like some sort of mad evidence thing. Like, you said you communicated with her and they put it in the documentary. You communicated with her.
Bless her, she would be mortified.
She'd be mortified.
Of what's happened and how it's all come about, and, you know... And it's horrible.
He's not just delusional, he's sick.
Horrible to think that.
At the end of that third week, we were getting into the window that a body would potentially come up to the surface. All of the searches were aerial based, and we had static points on river bridges with officers.
to me was, find me where you find your dog. So my dog Hudson had died a few weeks earlier, so I just typed in St. Mark.
So again, like, it's all right to be typing in on Google what Nicola told you to search for, but out of all the people they've had on and all the things that have been said in this documentary and how important it's been to the family that they're so sensitive about all these issues, and the family have all been crying, and all the bad TikTokers, and we have Jason Dean Rothwell say that she fucking told him where she was at the end. And that isn't going to be weird for the family, or like, you know, they're going to watch this documentary and say, I'm glad that we got this conclusion on it and this part towards it. I'm glad that Jason Dean Rothwell appears at the end and gives us that really professional, like, you know, not at all creepy and weird, like, what the fuck? And they treat it with such respect. Like, they just give him the, like, they don't put clips of his social media and show you that he's a fucking nut job, do they? Like, did they do the research? And he doesn't even bother to dress up for it either. He's just wearing his jumper. Like, maybe it's his nicest jumper, but it doesn't look like a nice jumper. I don't like your jumper.
Michael on the weir Hudson. And there is a place called Hudson's Fishery just along that piece of the water. And so we walked along the river to the place that she said she would be, and then this object came floating.
Right, it wasn't an object, it was her body, you say. So object is a little bit disrespectful. And I mean, maybe that's the way you saw it when it was floated, but you're telling us again that Nicola spoke to you, and they're leaving it in the documentary and no one's questioning it. Like, it's just like completely acceptable that this man's religious beliefs are that Nicola's speaking to him from beyond the grave, like, and he can hear her, and that he's gone to find her. Like, that's just completely acceptable. And it's not in any way disrespectful to Nicola. Her children won't mind, nor will the parents. They're very upset. Those terrible people on social media. Cut to Jason Dean Rothwell. I mean, I can't believe they put this in like this. Like, there needs to be I know this is his version, the family's version, whatever, like, but this is his version. Like, but really? I suppose they treat the audience with the respect to assume that we would watch this and go, well, he's a fucking nutter. Listen to what he's saying. This can't be right. But doesn't that leave like a really weird note and sour taste towards the end? Like, or is this just fine for people that, oh, that's how he found her. She told him.
In the water.
Police have closed off Rawcliffe Road, very close to where Nicola was last seen.
Police drone, divers, officers, roads cordoned off here.
I got a call from...
He came out like the cunt from hell, didn't he?
On the river to the place that she said she would be, and then this object came floating in the water.
Police have closed off Rawcliffe Road, very close to where Nicola was last seen.
Police.
This guy, he came out like a total toss piece, didn't he? Oh, I'm glad they trusted me to interview them, because it made great telly when they cried. It was gold dust when they cried. It's like fucking gold mine round here. I hope they never find her. Like, he just, I didn't say that, did he? But like, you know, he was like, I'm glad they cried because it made great telly. And he also said it was a very competitive environment, trying to get the story about this. What are they on? What are you on? What are you on?
I done a murder.
You know, how on earth can you? If I think if you're in that environment and you are being competitive and seeing it as a competitive thing, then maybe you should just change your job, because you're a fucking arsehole. Like, oh, well, that's just the world of that media. Yeah, okay then. But like, you're contributing to it as well, so like, it's bad. Oh, Scott, but you're on the internet contributing to all this badness. Hey, you know, I don't watch people crying and think that's going to make great copy. Like, they think I'm bad for suggesting bad things about the family. Oh, you know, what did I suggest? Well, I found video of what I believe. Video evidence to me is good. Like, I'm allowed to have my beliefs. I'm not putting it in the nose of the family. I'm not sending them emails. I'm not doing anything like that. You know, I've got my opinions and my things. They're all on my channel. That's fine in my world. In his world, it's also fine to go on Sky News and egg them up to cry and get great copy and, you know, whatever it takes, because it's a competitive world out here. Like, he said he felt pressured to give good stories. Or when you feel pressured to give stories like that, to create stories, you know, there are some YouTubers that feel that. They're on every day, dropping a video every day. Oh, wow, something new. I'm pressured because I've got to keep up this facade. Like, you're in the wrong game. Like, take some more time over it. I feel good for the people in this documentary that at least they had a few months to put this together. Maybe they felt pressured, I don't know. But if you feel pressured to produce a story, you're going to produce a load of shit, aren't you? Like, you're going to end up making things up and cutting corners. Or like finding angles that create hysteria or crying or great copy, sell those tickets. I don't like it. I felt he came across really badly, and he knows what he was saying, and he tried to fucking, you know, say it better. On the other hand, this was made to make him look bad, and they filmed him and edited him and made him look bad, didn't they? So maybe he said, you know, in that situation you feel really pressured to give good copy, which is why I won't do that. And I always take an hour off before the interviews so that we feel relaxed. And they cut that bit. I mean, I doubt he did, but they might have misrepresented him slightly. I doubt they did.
Drone, diver.
It felt like the producers of this documentary, commissioned by the BBC that they are, felt like they got a grievance on their shoulder, like a chip on their shoulder, and their chip is that the scumbags on social media call everyone a murderer, and what do they know? They're just scumbags on social media. And the scumbags from fucking Sky News that are being paid, because remember, we're on the BBC and we're not being paid properly. But like, you know, the scumbags in this Murdoch media empire are just trying to drive all this hysteria, and that makes those fucking proles on TikTok even worse. And we're the fucking, like, I do respect the BBC, or did until I saw this documentary. But I thought that, you know, they're supposed to hold everyone to account because they're not driven by those market forces. You know, there shouldn't be any pressure to provide any story. It's just the truth that matters. But here they seem to have a right chip on their shoulder and a hard on for. Not just social, you know, we all expected the social media teardown, didn't we? But that was provided by this lot of mainstream media, because this lot of mainstream media, as competitive as it is, felt they were out of control of the story and they were losing to social media. So they're on social media now and they think it's the new journalism. So they're going to be in it looking like you, pretending to be you, you know, driving it forward, fake comments, the lot. It doesn't matter. Pay for your fake comments, pay for your fake views. You're only made of toffee, you're only made of chews. So the point is that this documentary seeks to throw him under the bus as much as it seeks to throw any of the rest of them. Am I been thrown under the bus? I don't really feel like I am I? You know, I look reasonably comedic, if anything. So yeah, like, but I did get a nasty. It was nasty. You know, that was edited next to me, wasn't it? The word nasty from the dad. I think I dare say if Alan had still, shouldn't talk about him on this channel, but you know, if Persona Non Grata had still been on YouTube, he might have got in there as like the worst of the worst, but perhaps they couldn't find his videos. But yeah, like I feel like it's a bit rich, isn't it, as well? Like, you know, from the BBC here in this particular documentary to sneer at these people for the way they've made their media, whether they be social or mainstream, because the way that this piece has been created, you know, is not completely without bias, I feel. And that's what we're looking for, really, isn't it? Something without bias. It's entertainment, it's the BBC, it's I don't want to call it docudrama, but, you know, dramatic documentary. And there's clearly a bias, isn't it? There's clearly a bias, which is to say the family are completely innocent of anything and maybe looked weird and maybe made mistakes, but it's your fault for taking it the wrong way. And without information, or the wrong or right information, and we haven't delved into the other parts about which information was released when and stuff tonight, but you know, without that information, maybe this lady representing sort of the main audience and people talking on TikTok is okay to feel the way she feels and have those ideas, because she had not explained to her properly. But now I've explained it to all of you properly, it's time for you to shut up. And Jason Dean Rothwell gets tacked on the end, and as I say, the respect he gets, I cannot believe that they didn't find my Jason Dean Rothwell video where I critiqued him and used it as a critique of him here. At least like a little clip of me saying, yeah, but he's a fucking nod. I said nod. I don't know what nod means, but you know what I mean? Like, they should have had at least a clip of someone here saying that Jason Dean Rothwell seems like fishier than the fucking things he was pulling out of that river.
Just along that piece of the water. And so we walked along the river to the place that she said she would be, and then this object came floating in the water.
Police have closed off Rockcliffe Road, very close to where Nicola was last seen.
Police drone, divers, officers, roads cordoned off here.
I got a call from one of Nikki's friends to say there was a lot of activity going on, that there's a couple of people that look quite traumatised.
It's interesting, isn't it, that one of Nikki's friends was the one that called him. Some people get named in this documentary and some people don't. You know, at important points, certain people get named and they don't. And when Jizzy was supplied with the CCTV, it was through one of Paul Ansell's friends. So this was one of Nikki's friends, not one of his friends. And they called him to say there was a lot of activity. And the police were there doing stuff. I suppose the police hadn't confirmed that it was Nikki, so they wouldn't have called him. But yeah, one of Nikki's friends instead. Fair enough, I suppose.
I knew at that point that it must be
Gets sad here again, and it is sad. You know, the trauma that these people have been through is sad. And let's make this really clear in case anyone's got the wrong end of the stick about any of my content. Whilst in the early stages, I'm happy to absolutely critique and analyse and, you know, throw shade around. Do I think Paul Ansell murdered Nicola Bulley? Not 100%. I'm not going to be able to take him to the gallows. Like, I think there's not enough evidence to say that she fell in that river, as clearly is stated in this documentary. Ernest himself says there's not enough evidence. They themselves thought that she had been kidnapped. We'll go into that in more depth, of course. But without that strong evidence, that is fair to ask those questions, to utilise the things that we've got to try and create more substance, which is to analyse the things Paul has said. You know, stuff like that, the interviews, that's the majority of it. But with the stuff I've done later, I'm not saying that I think Ernie Bulley murdered Nicola. I'm not saying that Ernie Bulley was directly responsible for killing Nicola. But I think that the world that people operate in and around Nicola. I can't listen. I don't want to be too clear, but also I don't want to be too opaque either. But the world that is being, basically, I think there's a criminal world, and that Nicola has brushed up against it and become the victim of it, and that's not the fault necessarily of Nicola, but the people around her that have been brushed up against it and engaged in it. And I think that video of Ernie driving the truck and Peter folding on the front lines, and I think it harks back, I've said it, harks back to something more complex. And so Nicola has fallen victim to other people's deeper problems, yeah? So I'm not saying that these people, I mean, that's an option. I mean, there's another option, isn't there, that Paul put her in the hot tub and just fucking kept her there until he, like, or someone at the fisheries had her or something like that, these other options. But in these cases, right, the people don't think Paul looked upset enough on this. I would agree with that. But these people look upset enough, I think, and I think whether they're complicit or completely innocent, they're still going to look completely upset. Like, they're still going to be upset, aren't they? So I think that's okay as well, I think that's okay. Penny, I've not got a hard on for Penny. I think Penny might be completely innocent, in my opinion. The Fitbit, I've got an episode in it coming at some point. I have done for ages, and I'm glad that I held off in a way, but yeah, we can talk Fitbit sometime. Yeah, for sure. Right.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Again, these are things that are not addressed here, are they?
One of Nikki's friends to say there was a lot of activity going on.
Like the whack-a-moles they've done in the documentary have been the very wide arc, easy to whack moles. People said nut stuff on conspiracy theories, and you didn't know that this and that. So, but there are some very interesting questions that are simply not asked, simply not addressed. Simply not asked or addressed. I do think this is very beautiful, and I suppose we'll finish with it like they did, which is this shot of Nikki.
Sometimes you say, yeah.
Very independent.
Yeah.
So independent, drove you nuts.
It drove you nuts.
Yeah.
But here, I think this is a very clever shot. I think it's a very clever choice. I think they don't have a huge range of footage of Nikki, because it's just stuff they filmed as a family on, on the phone like this. But the choice to use this particular shot here, I think it's got a very, and I'm sure they've done this for this reason. I think, again, there are some qualities to their work here. It's got she floats around on this board, yeah, and Paul is almost enchanted by her. And it's got a very sort of, I want to say heavenly, the blue light, her floating around, a very sort of otherworldly quality to it. And I think it's clever that they've used it at the end here. I think it's clever.
Nailed it. We were just lost in each other, really. Sure enough.
And Paul says finally something romantic and positive about his relationship with Nikki.
Make me dizzy that. We got this spinning.
And I'd never really met anybody like it before. I feel very blessed that we found each other.
Thanks, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they use that music that's used, I think, in other productions as well. That real evocative string.
I love it.
It's interesting here, it says 4 months later an inquest rules Nicola's death accidental. She had drowned as a result of the inquest determined this, so it's now a fact as we predicted it would be.
None of us know when our time's going to come. I wish she hadn't have taken the dog that day, and she'll be here now.
And then we get the bit with the kids and stuff, which I don't really want to watch here.
Flying object just gone over it.
This place where she's been found.
They go into Curtis at the end, don't they? And they give him the lickings of a dog and basically say that he should be in prison.
Right, okay. I went for a walk in the countryside and I've come back this way.
And again, they make this point really clearly at the end. So when they're doing their big written statement pieces at the end, this is really the nail on the head, drive it home. So after Nikki was found, Sky TV and ITV contacted the family, so they're bad. Sky TV and ITV are bad. They got complained, Ofcom, bad. Peter Folding, he's bad. Look, when they declined to take part in the documentary, they're bad. You know it. Everyone knows it. That's why you put that at the end, to make sure everyone knows they're bad. I didn't decline. They just didn't ask me. Well, I took part anyway. Unsubstantiated theories and speculation about what happened to Nicola continue to be shared online today, and that's where the word substance came into my mind today. Substantiation, substantiate. I thought unsubstantiated theories. That's not conspiracy theories then, but they're unsubstantiated, and yeah, some of them are. Speculation's where it starts, but substantiated theories. What police work is taking speculation and unsubstantiated stories and turning them into either unsubstantiated, inconsequential, writing them off, or substance, evidence, fact, a case, a trial. You know, like the police's work is to create proper leads and substantial theories, and that's what I said earlier, is that I think what I'm trying to do, or hoping to do, is substantiate legitimate lines of inquiry. And the police, I mean, I'm not going to throw the police under the bus as hard as many other people do, I don't think, in this, but they failed to substantiate legitimate lines of inquiry all the way along, and I don't think this documentary completely, I mean, we're going to go through, and as I said, you know, it's a bit unfair because I haven't shown you everything, and I suppose you've had a good chance to watch it, and if you've got questions, you know, but I don't think it does completely, it does give more substance to the menopause aspect insofar as we learn a little bit more, you know, but sadly some of it slightly conflicts with what was previously accepted as truth. Certainly we hear about Nikki falling over and banging her arm, but we thought there was a bang on the head before, for example. The concussion isn't mentioned. The visit to the hospital the next day with concussion, you know. Big ups, Curious Cat. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm a cat.
Bang. Fact.
I'm a cat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't want, listen, I don't want to, what's the word? Like, ring this out. Like, it's not a juicy thing that I can be like, right, I can react to this for the next 6 weeks. But, I can react to this for the next 6 weeks. And whilst I said to you, you know, when I started, I don't have, like, you know, it's been a funny day. I've watched this documentary 6 or 7 times today. Other people's reactions. Usually I don't like to watch other people's reactions. I like to just keep it to myself, you know, so I'm giving you my fresh, raw, live reaction. But I do understand all the sentimental aspects of it. I do understand that there's children missing their mom, and I do understand that the parents feel devastated. You know, I do have sympathy for that. Like, I'm not excited that I'm in it necessarily. I'm not hurt that I'm in it, or wasn't asked, or, you know, didn't get interviewed or anything like that. I'm grateful that I'm in it, if anything. Do you know what I feel that's weird as well? Is it's kind of like, after all this, like, I am grateful that they put a clip of the Super Chuffer in there. You know, after all this, there it is. You know, I talk about I mean, it's a funny one. It's a funny little place to start, but I talk about statues in memory and stuff. Like, Nicola Bulley's going to be remembered. You know, her story's going to be remembered. Yeah, and I guess in a way, all of you chuffers that were in chat, and everyone that's been in the streams, because all your names are going to be above my head when they go back and watch the streams. You know, you're all going to be remembered too, and the work we do as a community on YouTube to try and push this forward. Because ultimately, what people are trying to do is find the truth for Nikki. Well, they were trying to find Nikki initially, and then trying to find the truth for Nikki. And we can all just do a little bit and try and forward our ideas. And I mean, that's what society is, you know. Like, we're not the police, we're society, but, you know, good police are trying to substantiate legitimate lines of inquiry, and I don't think that unsubstantiated theories and speculation are completely worthless. But obviously we don't want to wait, you know, we don't want to, I said about weighting it towards TikTok earlier, but we don't want to weight it too hard towards, you know, nonsense, of course, do we? Like, definitely not. But yeah, what I mean, it's a different way of saying it. It's like ideas and thoughts continue to be shared online today. They do, and this documentary won't stop that. It will increase it. Like to some people, it will be a, all right, this thing, and this thing. You can put them in the bin now because they said that on the documentary. So now what have you got to say? And to some people, it might feel like that, but not to me. I don't feel like threatened by it in any way. I think it's a good documentary, well made, and it tells the story the way that it is told from Paul Ansell's point of view. Like, this felt very strongly to me like, you know, not Nikki's documentary, although she features in it, but what it feels like to be Paul Ansell during the process of what happened, with supporting cast from the parents. You know, that's how it felt to me. So, yeah, or another way to describe that, Carla, yeah, is a load of biased bollocks. 7 out of 10. But no, honestly, like, you know, it's crafted well, it's produced well, and like, if you're conscious enough to view modern media with a critical eye, you would assume that all documentary is not simply the truth and the facts of the matter. Like, it's a perspective and a story and a side, and I'm glad that we have it. You know, it's more. I want more. You know, more. Do I get a free TV license? I'm glad I pay the fucking thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so confident about showing you this on the screen, would I? I could be outside in the van cranking it, wanking into the that's what they do in the van, isn't it? They have an aerial and a porno mag and then just come and knock your door later when they're busy. They got paid a lot of money. I don't know how much they got paid. I mean, I assume the commission from the BBC will work in that way. You'll get a bunch of money for it, and there will be some costs involved in producing it. And I think, like, when you're producing media, I believe Rogan Productions, I've seen their name before. You know, I need to look into their name a bit more and stuff like that. But I assume, like, you know, they hand in to the BBC as sort of, this is how much it will cost. I mean, I've made a documentary, and if you're lucky enough to get commissioned by the BBC, yeah, you get your money, you get your costs, you don't worry about like, when you turn up to do those interviews, you don't worry about a hotel, do you? That's getting paid for, it's all getting factored in, and you make your money. But like, you are producing quality media for the national broadcaster, so like, being paid for quality content is acceptable. No, I'm not see, when I'm saying good quality, I'm like, I don't think anyone would argue this was badly made, like, and like, the shots weren't elegant and, you know, modern, and, you know, they got all the story in there. Well, not all of it, but they got, you know, the story they wanted to tell in there. 50 minutes, sorry, an hour, 59 minutes got at a push. It's hard to fit it in. Imagine all the stuff that's been said about Nicola Bulley over the time and trying to squeeze it into an hour. So, like, they got it all in there. We got to see more of the family, more human than, like, all the way along. We haven't had that access in that way to that story. They even included, like I said, I was surprised because I thought they were going to poo-poo social media to the point where they wouldn't give us a right to reply. But Jizzy got to say some stuff. I mean, she doesn't represent me and I don't like her, but she got to say some stuff. And I mean, I don't, to the point where, like, some people think she's a fucking mainstream shill, but, like, you know, she got to say some stuff. That other lady, and I don't really know how to judge. Should I judge? But, you know, the other lady is a TikToker who I don't know, but she got to talk. I think, as with these things, I don't think this will be the definitive, but maybe it will be, like, seen as the definitive Nicola Bulley documentary, insofar as if Paul decides not to talk again, and he doesn't need to in any way, does he? I suppose, like, you know, maybe this will be the one. Like, in lots of ways, I'm pleased we have it, and I think they did a good job making it. And big up Stryspell, thank you for gifting the membership. Thank you.
I done a murder.
I think we had a lot of fun, and I think we talked seriously. At times we laughed, at times we cried over the Nicola Bulley case, frankly. And I don't think this is the end of it, but you know, credit where it's due. They've done a good job on it. Of course, the ethics behind it, the content, and the message they've put across, and what it does to the mainstream audience who will watch it and maybe take on some of those thoughts and feelings as their own, I really am not happy with. But the pictures are nice. Like, if I made a video for you about the Nicola Bulley case and it looked like this, and had this sort of level of cohesive narrative, like, you know, beginning, middle and end and all that, even though I wouldn't want to say the same things as they did, like, you know, you've got to say it's well done. So there is that. It's much better than the Channel 5 documentary, but insofar as, like, the Channel 5 documentary is even more obvious bollocks, isn't it? So this is much better than the Channel 5 documentary, but then is that a good thing? Well, it's a good thing, but is it a good thing because it's more sophisticated manipulation rather than more base manipulation? So base manipulation, people see through it, it's not so useful, it's bad. But here, sophisticated manipulation, people don't see through it as easily, if it is manipulation, and some of it is. So that's worse, that's even more sinister. But on the other hand, it's even better for me, in my opinion, because it's made better. Like, I think a better crafted manipulation is a better manipulation. I mean, I do feel really sad for Paul. Like, not as sad as I feel for the parents, and not as sad as I feel for the children, in that order. But there's cats fighting outside my house. Hang on. It's either cats fighting or Peter Folding making funny noises to get me to come out of the house. So I'm going to take a torch and a weapon. I wonder if it's a stray cat. Anyway, I'm coming up to finish up. Yeah, I'd agree DJ is painted as a villain at the end, but also, like, the things he's gone on to do since this are not particularly pleasant, are they? And Jizzy has been, I don't know how planty, you know, how planty, you know, I don't know what plant means necessarily, but she certainly, you know, there's questions that she had to answer for, and they simply didn't ask them, which was fucking weird. I don't know if some people might think that this is simply out of the naivety of the people who made the documentary, but why on earth would you contract people who were just simply completely naive to the story to just, like, here's something you know nothing about, you do it. Okay, we'll research it and produce it in like 2 weeks then. Like, it would seem silly. You'd hopefully choose someone who could say, oh, you know, this story, yeah, we've been sort of following that in the background, and I've got quite the right group of researchers who'll be able to knock this on the head. Like, maybe, or maybe not. Maybe it's fair to say, you know, we're a documentary team, give us a subject, we'll turn it over in a few months. You know, maybe that's fair. Peter Folding didn't want to take part. It's a double-edged, again, that's a weird one, because I think the mainstream media have all said that they will reject Peter Folding and will not accept him on their show. So maybe they didn't want Peter Folding to be on it. Like, but apparently he did not want, you know, that's what they said. So, but nor would he want to, would he? Because everything that he touches turns to shit. So he will not want to be part of anything that, like, you know, is anything to do with this that he can't control. Any questions? I don't know about saying questions about. Like I say, Hassie was saying NBP. I don't know about that. You know, I don't know about that. In fact, I didn't look into it too deeply in this, but apparently he's still got that in this interview. In which case, it would be a mark on his face. But I'm not. That's not my opinion actually, because I haven't seen it, so I should check. Like, he's got an indent on his face, so maybe it's a bit of shadow. Like, people, you can't see it very well. He's obviously wearing makeup here as well. Well, no, he's not obviously wearing makeup, is he? Because I don't put makeup on every interviewee. But yeah, maybe, you know, some people think it's an indent in his face anyway. I think it may well have been something that was covered by the hat. And I don't know if that was, you know, I don't know if that means now's not the time to discuss things like that, really. So I think maybe. Poor Paul. Poor all of them, really, yeah. Poor all of them. Who's manipulating? Well, the tone of the documentary is to say that you should feel guilty if you entertain any other idea than Nicola fell in the river. You should feel guilty about that. And the reason you should feel guilty is because, and this is the manipulation that's being done to you, is because these people feel very sad. And of course they will feel sad. And sadness is, you know, grief and all that. You know, we should feel empathy for that. We're now, how much time on, and we are the general public as such. So, you know, the grief that I would feel and the grief that they would feel would be very different. I'm reminded of their grief, and it, you know, I understand it. But the tone of the documentary is that if you embark or engage on social media critique or whatever you'd call it, anywhere from investigation to speculation, then you are essentially heaping grief and torment on these people, and you should feel guilty. So shut up, get back in your fucking homes and stop being dicks on TikTok. Thank you very much, Macabre. Am I saying this wrong then? It's Macabracadra. No, I say Macabracadabra because I think it's like abracadabra, but Macabracadabra. I want to say Macabracadabra, but apparently I'm saying it wrong. But I think Macabracadabra sounds good because it's like abracadabra, and there's all the same letters. I can see them. Thank you very much for those gifted memberships. Thank you very much. 5 is very generous of you. Thank you.
I done a murder.
I'm a cat.
Thank you. Yeah, so the tone of the documentary and what the manipulation is, to be clear, is that you should feel guilty for your behaviour online unless you fall into line, essentially, and believe what you're told by these people, which is fair if they are completely innocent. Well, it's not completely fair. It's their perspective on what they think social media should be, even if they're completely innocent. But if they're not completely innocent, when I say completely innocent, I don't mean they've pushed her in the fucking river, but not told everyone everything, had something they wanted to hide, no more, like, oh, the family no more, I only want them questioned. No, not that, but just, you know, is there any form of cloud of doubt? Well, yeah, there was a lot of that, wasn't there? There was a lot of that, because there fucking was. So, and to some extent there still is. So, if they were not, you know, this family, for example, might be a family that is completely... I find this really interesting because Kelly Blank Faces, like, I want to get her on this stream on Super Chuffer. I need to talk to her about it, and sort of like have someone's different opinion to mine being voiced, and not have an argument or a debate, but like give someone else's, like, you know, opinion more space and validity, because you hear my voice a lot and you hear what I think a lot here, and like I think what I think by learning from other people a lot as well. So I think we should open up the door to more ideas and more space on this channel soon. And I look, you know, that's the sort of opening. Kelly knows, like, you know, I'll talk to her behind the scenes, but I think she's good. So yeah, maybe even, you know, open up more doors. But yeah, like, so if this family are completely innocent, I'm not. We've been so specific about Nicola Bulley and the Nicola Bulley case, and that's what we're talking about tonight. And I think I signed off from the episode when we looked at that bit of her spinning around on the thing earlier. But like, this family represent a family who may or may not be completely clean and squeaky clean, yeah. But there have been other cases where people have come forward and done the interviews and sat in front of the cameras, and they've not been squeaky clean. I mean, there was a documentary about Chris Watts the other day, you know, on Channel 5. If we'd have been given the social media smack on the wrist before we started a case like that, I didn't do it, but you know what I mean, before that was going on, then, and it was a different time then maybe, but you know, with the social media smack on the wrist, that you should believe these people in everything they say, and they're always completely innocent, and they're going through such a trauma and it's not their fault and all this, then in the future people will get away with crimes, and they'll stand out on the telly and cry about it and say, oh, I wish they could come home, and can you help us find them? And they'll just get away with it because you won't be able to say anything about it. And back in the day, it might not have been on TikTok, but I swear when Tracy Andrews, Road Rage Killer, when she was on the telly, I remember my nan saying she did it. Nan knows. And I was like, you can't. I remember I was quite young, like youngish, but I was like, well, she's looking for the killer. And my nan was like, she's done it, I can tell. And like my nan had this sixth sense for stuff like that. But you know what I'm talking about, don't you? I think it's quite important that we have a range of voices, even if some of them are distasteful sometimes. I mean, that's the world, and that's quite important. Like, distasteful is acceptable, dishonest is not, you know? And like, taste is subjective, but honesty is a virtue. Well, it's not, is it? But it is, you know? Bring Mickey Liner, please. She's a good debater. I haven't heard her talk publicly. Are we talking about the same person? I don't know. It's not a debate that I'm looking for. It's to hear somebody else's perspective and to ask questions. And like, you know, it won't be that there's a point where we're like, oh, I don't agree with this and I don't agree with that, and let's argue about it. It's like, oh, that's what you think. Is it okay? Like, you know, this is something that I find hard to explain. How would you explain this? And then they would say about it, and I'd say, okay. And then there's more conversations to be had that branch off from conversations. So, I mean, you all know what I think, and not specifically in depth, because I don't have a, like, you know, in order for me to give you my, like if you asked me to write it down on a piece of paper, what happened with Nicola Bulley, I'd have to have 3 pieces of paper for 3 different theories and ideas that aren't all the same, and I don't know which one is completely correct, because I don't know the truth, do I? So, you know, but other people have got a different piece of paper with other ideas written down. I'd like to hear it and like to have it, you know, as part of the collection, so to speak, because I think it's interesting, you know. Do you think the documentary will stir people up thinking what happened? Does it ask questions people have? I think they seek to suppress and close down. It was almost like there are certain things, like the CCTV got covered, didn't it? Insofar as they put it out there, and then this woman talked about it, and they said, well, there it is, like, and with the reason we didn't show it. You know, I think there were certain questions that were hanging over the case, in inverted commas, that the family wanted to say, well, no, we're eggy about this, and we can explain it. But I don't think they did a very good job of it. I think it will stir people up again, yeah, because it simply has. Like, we're doing it now. Shouts out Vicky Marie earlier, shouts out, like, you know, other people who are talking about it, because it will, and it should. And that, like, they keep talking about the double-edged sword, but that's part of it, yeah. Like, I don't know whose idea it was in the first place, because the BBC had to commission it, so they had to put the money up. But did someone at the BBC think, you know, this family have gone through hell and I really want to help them? Or did this family want their voice to be heard and went to somebody and, you know, said, or did, you know what I mean? I don't know how this thing started, but ultimately, if you're doing it, your aim is to get this seen and talked about. Like, there's no way. Like, the reason we're all talking about it is so that we hype it up. So that, like, not like, I mean, when I say we're not being paid by the BBC, you know, you and me, are you? But like, we're part of the mechanism. Like, they talk about it. Like, as much as people diss social media, the BBC ain't going to get as many views on this as they. I mean, they're going to get more views on this because of social media than they're going to get on fucking EastEnders because no one gives a shit, aren't they? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's the mechanism of social media that we've all been talking about it for the last week and a half or 2, whenever it was announced. Like, we are the hype machine that has got the views. We're the people fucking viewing it. Like, our critique of it will serve to drive more views. So that's good for them, because that's what they want, is views, I suppose. And the people that made it, yeah, they're going to cause more questions. I think there's, because when I go through it, there's a couple of points. Like, I made one tonight, didn't I? I made one tonight about how he said that, whatever the fuck he said. But there are going to be more red flags that come out of it. But more is good. There will be some more answers in there as well, which is good. But there's a couple of them that they seek to be answers, but they're not good enough as answers. Like when the police search operative said that they had checked the caravans. I want to know, does check the caravans mean 2 officers walked up and down like that? Or did you open the doors of the caravans and look inside? There was certainly no forensic examination of the caravans, were there? But, you know, a search of the property is different from a check. So, stuff like that. Big ups, BHTV. Is that Brian? Shouts out Brian. I love Brian. Shouts out Brian. Shouts out Brian. I would love to. I'll stay. I don't know if Brian's ever heard me saying this, but I'll just quickly say I'd love to do some work with Brian in the future. I am a little bit nervous because Brian is someone that was like on the TV when I was not on the TV, is a superstar and has amazing talent and has seen through the veil and like has been through has been climbing a mountain, you know, and I think has reached a plateau and like a really good place. So I'd love to do some work with Brian in the future. I've got like little cameras, and you know, I can maybe make a documentary like this, but maybe not as highbrow as the BBC. But I'd love to just come down and do some work with Brian at some point. But it's the sort of thing where I feel both nervous and a bit intimidated. But also, I feel like once we open up a Pandora's box of conversation, like I need to be ready for working hard and, you know, like sort of giving it my all. And at the moment, like maybe I am nearly there, but. Yeah, I'm just really grateful that obviously I've been aware of your work and stuff like that, you know, and I'm really, really grateful that you've been positive about it, and like I hope you've been aware that I've been positive about you as well, because some of those bad chuffers out there, you know, some of those bad chuffers, like, yeah. And you know what, Brian, when I dropped that Nicola Bulley case soul video, and you know, I'm just a chuffer on the internet trying to put things together, looking at old videos and trying to find stuff, and I found those videos, and Brian said that there'd be an increase in negative opinion and like trolling, and I laughed that off and said, well, you know, no, we get trolls anyway. But he was right. He was bang right. And when I pulled some of those threads on those jumpers, they led back to some funny places, and now's not the time for it. It's not the time for it at all, but I'm sure that there's a lot of things in common with that. So, yeah, and I also imagine that, like, I think it's a funny, weird one, because I guess it's the sort of stuff we just have to talk to. Like, I guess you probably don't want to just, like, you know, send emails, and I'd rather just, like, sit down and have a face-to-face, you know, not cameras and not, you know, none of that, like, just where you can just, like, build a relationship, I suppose, like, you know. So, I'm very grateful, basically. I'm very grateful. And, yeah, a lot of respect goes out to Brian, so shouts out, yeah, shouts out. Do we have further questions? I feel like I want to go on, carry on talking now because Brian's here, but I was coming towards the end of what I was saying, really. And ultimately, I don't feel like a strong... like, I don't feel like this documentary requires a big, shouty, strong, like, angry response, but a more nuanced look into it, because it is a more nuanced look. And I think they... Like, we have to be really careful. Careful's the wrong word. Like, we have to be really respectful of the fact that Nikki did die, I think, and like, it is a tragedy. So they've been really heavy with that top note on this documentary. They've really, you know, put that in our faces again. And in fairness, like, that is a real, you know, a real sad thing. So yeah, I don't feel like Raging Bull today. You know, I don't feel like Raging Bull, but. Big up, Shay. Dover and Dolly's mom is my point of contact, but yeah, whatever Brian feels most comfortable with. I mean, I don't know, like, to be honest, what's the word? Like, I don't know what's the most secure thing to you know, but you think it's about shutting down social media, right? Yeah, like, it feels. I was wondering this today, right, while I was walking my dog. I was like, can I look at this documentary and then walk away and say we need to do shutting down social media? And I was thinking, not strongly, I feel like, but it's like a layer of the sandwich. It's like this sandwich is mainly the sort of Paul Ansel is innocent sandwich, but there's definitely a slice of social media is really, like, I mean, there's a slice of it. It's a big feature of it is bad. But then they had the Daily Mail woman on as well, saying that we're going to be social media now. And I think with Jay Slater, it was like a test case for what happens if we decide to go with social media. And when I say social media, they mean TikTok, don't they? They're really angry about TikTok in the main. It's like TikTok this and TikTok that. You TikTok this and TikTok. It's all TikTok this and TikTok that with you, isn't it? It's TikTok this and TikTok. Put down that TikTok and come and have your dinner. Listen, no more TikTok for the night. But no, it is. They really bang on about TikTok, and I think that is because TikTok is like just like normal people just talking to each other a lot, and like that's harder to control. And certainly, like, one of the things we've learned through this whole Nicola Bulley case, well, I've learned, is that, and it's stupid, it's weird, but Peter Folding, like, he popped his little head out, didn't he? He popped his little head out. Peter Folding. Oh God, I should play my songs if Brian's here. I should play my Peter Folding songs. Wait. Have you heard this one? This is not the time nor the place, but have you heard this one? Wait. This is my Peter Folding songs.
Folding in helicopter. Peter in helicopter.
Like police in helicopter. Dirty Americana boy. Folding in. Okay, look, calm down. So the mainstream media and shutting down social media. I feel like with Jay Slater, like they embraced TikTok and they said, okay, so like before, social media was losing out, like in numbers of views, in who's driving the conversation, in who gets to put their agenda across. So social media is beating the mainstream media. So no one's watching the BBC, no one's watching Sky News. They want to see it on TikTok. So what we'll do is we'll just be on TikTok. Let's send Isla Tricura out and she can just talk a load of shit and let's just be on TikTok and just do it. And I wonder how many people that are like normal people on TikTok are actually social media managed, like mainstream. Like if you go from university into a job in the Daily Mail, now they put you on the TikTok desk, don't they, and they make you do TikToks. So I wonder how many people are and who are not who they seem to be on a very down to earth range of normal people on TikTok. Weirdly on YouTube we don't get all that, like we don't get the same, I don't know, like it's like YouTube doesn't need to be shut down because Piers Morgan's on here. We're not getting shut down. Like you can shut down individual channels, but you're not going to shut down YouTube, are you? So I think there's like this funny grey area now where, like if you can't beat them, join them, or at least convince them that you are them, and then manipulate them from inside their own heads. Like it used to be as well that it was religion is opiate of the masses, but then TV took that up and took it away from religion. But like, they used to force you to not, it's not that they force you to think, it's that they just sort of slow you down and you don't care because you're watching like whether Grant Mitchell's having a fight with Phil Mitchell on EastEnders, or you know, people that get eggy about silly, like, you know, you haven't got enough time in your life to pay attention to everything, so pay attention to this rubbish, and then like, you know, you'll miss what else is going on. Oh, also at the top of it all, it's pharmaceutical companies, isn't it? Whoops. Now I'm going to get Peter Folding again. But just quickly, if Brian is here, it's pharmaceutical companies, and Millie Dowler, GlaxoSmithKline have a headquarters that is literally, look where their headquarters is, next to the Millie Dowler train station, but it wasn't the GlaxoSmithKline headquarters back when Millie Dowler went missing, but it was used for production of pharmaceuticals. But GlaxoSmithKline went around and bought up all these like big they bought this whole place and then set up their new HQ there. So I don't know what was going on exactly when Millie Dowler went missing, but the pharmaceutical industry is right behind that train station, and they have been for fucking years. And I just feel like right at the top, the pharmaceutical industry and the people that make the most money off it are the most evil people. And when we're talking about make the most money, like we think people like P. Diddy's parties are bad. Like P. Diddy's not making the sort of money that pharmaceutical industry is making. And like to them, he's just like a sort of like trinket, like a plaything. But at the top end, like I think the real bad people overlap with like where the major drugs are getting into our system, like because they run the pharmaceutical companies and like, you know, drugs. I think there's so much overlap here, you know. So yeah, I just want to get it all off my chest, before they murder me. But yeah, like it's been said recently about the Diddy thing that pharmaceutical companies are involved in some way. I just think like when you follow the money and follow the raw power, if you know what I mean, like some of the things that they do in those industries, like if you're going to be able to breed, and I don't even want to get into it really, but you know, the animal testing stuff, like if you're going to be able to sort of oversee that and do it, then you've got to be pretty fucked in the head. So I don't know who does what, but like, yeah, I don't know who does what. Certainly not. You deleting? Wait, who's deleting messages? We're getting trolled. Lego's not a troll, is they? Oh, they might be a troll. I don't know who's a troll and who's not these days. I don't care. I don't feel bad. If people want to say bad things or mean things to me, that's fine. It's fine. Ian Puddick's wife stood by him outside the court after that 10-year affair, so it's fine. I don't know. Anyway, why have I turned the show into this now? But yeah, like, oh, that was someone being mean to me. That's okay then. Well, they called me Pooh. They can stay. I mean, it's only Eddie, or one of his friends, isn't it? I don't think we mind. But yeah, like, overall, it's big wheels turning, isn't it? But underneath it, everyone gets crushed, I suppose. I don't know. I don't have the answers to the big picture stuff, do I? Because I'm just an idiot who smokes weed and goes on the internet. But now hold on, Lorraine. There's a good idea. Let's have a bit of now.
Now hold on, Lorraine.
That makes me feel better. What happened to being able to just come home from school and put in Neighbours on? You know, what happened to being able to take the day off and watching Neighbours at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Yeah, and then Countdown with Richard Whiteley, and then after that, watching Neighbours again later on. What happened to that? Or was it before Countdown? You know, but what happened to that? You know, what happened to Ready Steady Cook and Brandy Snap baskets? Do you remember when they used to bring stuff in on Ready Steady Cook and you used to think, oh, well, you've never eaten Brandy Snaps. No one ever eats Brandy Snaps. I know, that's why I brought them in my bag, because we never get to eat them. And I'm like, well, you never eat them though. You don't like them. Like, no one likes Brandy Snaps. Well, do you like a nice Brandy Snap? I'll tell you what I like.
I've just had a lovely cup of tea and a Bakewell tart.
Oh, Grandad! Yeah, no, but do you have brandy there? No, not really. And they have to make something out of them, and they're just like, oh. You know, what happened to that Brian with the moustache getting eggy about Brandy Snaps while Ainsley pretends to mix a bowl of, like, custard? Those were the good days. Nowadays, everything's Masons and murders. Can't cook, won't cook. Can't cook, won't cook with Ian Puddick. Can't cook, got cooked. No, don't start me off. Don't start me off. Don't start me off. Because this was quite a new, you know, this was quite a balanced, no. This is quite a, you know, don't start me off. The later I go and the more I smoke, the worse the, don't start me off. You'll get me in trouble. I'm all right. I'm all right, me. All I do is chat about nonsense on the internet and, you know, have an opinion. Oh, opinions like arseholes. Everyone is one. So, John Wedger. Poor John Wedger. The things he's seen. Yeah, R.I.P. Nicola. That's, what do you think? Big ups ABC. This finishes the whole saga for you, do you think? Yeah. That's a good point, you know, about who's choosing to seek justice. I think it will open another point. Actually, we should make more clearly. I've got to go over it all in depth, but I think it really takes aim at the police as well, because for once we see the family say the police weren't helping, but we also see Paul Ansell admit to sort of directing the police in a way, like sort of asking them to do this and go there and do this. You know, you did Can't Cook, Won't Cook. No. Is it on the internet? I'll watch it. You made a curry. Made a curries. Can't cook, won't cook. Those were the days. Oh yeah, and also I should mention Eamon Holmes is involved. Like, Eamon Holmes is the head of the Manchester media mafia. I'm sort of joking, but I'm kind of not joking. Like, he used to go back and forth to Ireland all the way through his TV career. Him and Philip Schofield are having a bit of an egg off. Philip Schofield seems to have been threatening him because Eamon Holmes got really eggy the other day, didn't he, on the telly and said, oh, Philip Schofield's bad. And what does Philip Schofield know? And why did Eamon Holmes get the boot so quick? Oh, because he talked about 5G. But yeah, they didn't like him anyway, did they? They wanted him to go. And Eamon Holmes talked about how famous people, Manchester scene, everyone from Wayne Rooney to the Spice Girls, big parties, and you know what parties all, you know, the big parties and the, you know where we're going with that, don't we? So yeah, big up Eamon Holmes. You know, you won. I didn't realise it was a competition. I thought if you cooked, the learning to cooking was the win along the way. Big ups. And now you've got the lovely kitchen and you can cook at your leisure. I'm so pleased that they've fucking sorted that out. Like, the stress that they were putting you under. It's not fair. Like, it's not right on people, is it? And, like, it does make you wonder, doesn't it? Like, you know, it does make you wonder. how many people have to suffer. Let's not get into the big picture stuff. Yeah, who was on it with you? Who did you have to beat? Who were you competing against? And were they a good cook? The documentary was a precursor to signing everyone except mainstream media. Maybe so. You know, I do see what that perspective is, and it being said, you know, I understand the perspective on it. The thing is, right, the internet exists because of freedom and free speech and stuff, and like, that's what it's for, and that's what it does. So if they shut everything down, we'll just go somewhere else, won't we, in a way? Like, surely they can't completely demolish it. I think maybe for the mainstream entertainment platforms, like, we're already quite restricted on YouTube, aren't we? Like, it depends what you want to do, but like, there are reasonable restrictions, and then there are what seem like unreasonable restrictions that they become norms, and you stop just saying certain words and you just get on with it. But if you want to go somewhere and talk about it, like, you know, free and frank, you shouldn't be made to go in a room with all fucking pedos and nonces on the dark web. That shouldn't be the case. But like, when the internet first came about, they did try and do restrictions and stuff, and people said, bollocks, we're going to start anonymous movements and you know, websites where people can talk freely. So it's like one of those where you try and create, I mean, they probably will try, but like, they probably have a better job of manipulating it so that people feel that they're talking with their peers when actually they're talking with fake accounts, because that's probably easy as well. Like, artificial intelligence will fuck us over. You won't know who you're talking to. Like, a lot of psychology involved in it, you know, a lot of sales psychology and marketing psychology. If you can get someone to Terry, was Terry all right? Was he the one that was doing the lying? Can't remember. I know you, and I know Tony. Am I getting the names right? But the other two weren't as good as you, so they didn't count as big. But yeah, you see, I understand this whole argument towards it. You know, I think, in fairness, if you are the government or the powers that be, you're looking at social media and you're saying, how do we control this? How do we affect it? But they're probably a bit of a step ahead. So I wonder if draconian laws to just silence us is the way to go. First of all, they've got to remove your peaceful right to protest. First of all, they've got to create anti-heroes in the protest movement that you would hate, so that we could have them removed forcibly, and then create laws so that we could and like, this is the story of Nicola Bulley, is that Peter Folding has been doing that for years. You know, Peter Folding took animal rights activists and turned them into criminals. Not him directly, but his peers and his era. They had a problem with the social. That's what I did on that Nicola Bulley case solved thing, isn't it? Is that, like, society went out as a group and said, hey, I don't want this. I'm not up for this. I'm not having it. And they said, oh, this is a problem because you're going to have it. we're driving these trucks full of animals through, and you're going to eat them for dinner. So you better fucking have it, and you better go back home and stop causing a fuss. And so the more the police turned up and kicked heads in, the more everyone, like, oh, that was the miners' strike, you know, oh, everyone's cross. So you can't just go and drag all the old ladies off the street and kick their heads in. You need to get into their heads. And this is why I think true crime is so important to them at the moment as well. People like Mark Williams-Thomas and whomever that seem to have the ear of the working class matriarch. You know, if you're the mother of the family, like, you're not interested in listening to, like, right-wing bollocks on GB News, or you shouldn't be, but you're more interested in, like, Coronation Street and true crime, apparently. And so by getting people interested in true crime on social media, now they're on social media and they're in a space, and like, now you start feeding them with some more right-wing or populist ideas, and like, that's how you get into their heads, I reckon. Like, it's the keys to the kingdom, because those matriarchs, the women that run the families, when you get funny ideas in their heads, they can pass them on to everyone else. People used to listen to their dads, didn't they? They were the authority. You know, dad would buy the car, so make sure the man likes it, put a lady on it. But nowadays, like, the ladies choose what car you get, so make sure the lady likes it. And I don't know how they do that, like, because I'm not a woman. Don't know anything about how they think. If I did, I'd shag one. But no, but like, you know, like, it's a different kettle of fish, isn't it? So I reckon that, like, whilst I agree with the sentiment, I think they will try and control, like, that social control is important to some, well, more right wing, but you know, like some people in the high end elites, I guess. I do truly believe that, you know, they wouldn't be investigating it and enacting it, in like, they have to do it, otherwise we'd be tearing our own country to shit, wouldn't we? Like, we've got a police force. Like, I don't think the police force are bad, they should be doing the right things, but like, I mean, as a principle, you know, as an idea, like, having a police force isn't a bad idea, is it? But you know, making it work properly is another I keep saying another kettle of fish, but I don't even like fish, I'm vegan. But yeah, you know, a police force is not supposed to be our enemy, and I think it's about so okay, so if you're worried about this is a mechanism to shut us down and stop us talking, we have to be really careful about allowing conversations about immigration to create a climate where people want to disband from the European Court of Human Rights. Because if we break away from the European Court of Human Rights so that we can vilify other poor people, then we're not going to have protections, and then they can go after us human rights wise, and then the next thing that will happen is you won't be able to protest against things. I mean, you're already really limited on that, but as soon as you can't protest, then they can start doing things to you that you don't want, and you can't say anything about it. And that's when you've got real problems. But social media control, I think maybe more than anything, it'd be like, is it harder because of access as well? Like, we are able to access social media more and more, so the more that you put that in people's hands, the more people have the means of production. Like, they can make their own videos, they can talk to each other, and that can't be stopped because people want that. It's commercialism. Like, you know, we're buying into that, so they're selling at you. Like, I wonder how much you could restrict people from communicating openly and freely. Why'd you forget what's happening now? Am I missing something in chat? Yeah. Time to wrap up. Okay, good shout, Beth. Yeah. Sorry, I just got a bit excited because like, Brian's cool, like, and he was in the chat there. So I'm very grateful for. I'm grateful. I'm grateful that in existence there are good people. Like, when you're, I'll try and finish on something positive like this. Like, do you want to listen, Scott? You better. Do you want to? What's got? What, him now? Say something about him now. I think I've seen a video where he does one up on someone else. Does one up someone. Anyway, look. Press the like button if you like. But ultimately, like, I'm wearing my jumper today. Look, it's about. I was taught when I was a kid. You know, when a knight won his spurs and you know, valiant and bold and sword of truth and shield of truth. Like, I think somehow in life there are good and bad people. I just think there are. I don't know if they're born or if they're created or whatever, but you feel it instinctively. Should I hand that wallet in, or should I, take the tenner? Like, you feel it instinctively, and in big pictures, like stuff like this, it draws it out, and you see the good people even more keen to find justice and truth, and the bad people seem even more keen to do what they do, don't they? To muddy the waters, so to speak, to smokescreen and vilify and bully and troll. Like, it's weird, isn't it? Well, it's not weird because it's big picture stuff. So, big picture stuff. Do you want me to press the do's and don'ts button? I'll press the do's and don'ts button, but I don't really talk about those people on this channel. They come into it as far as the conversation about these online goings on, but I pressed a few buttons tonight. Apparently I press buttons and I like pressing buttons, but that's more for battery exhausted for not to watch, which will be tomorrow. And I'll give you a do's and don'ts though.
Do's and don'ts.
And
also
do's and don'ts.
Do's and don'ts.
The do's and don'ts. Yeah. It's a funny old world, isn't it? It is a funny old world, and it definitely has. I just started on YouTube talking about stuff on YouTube, reacting to a bit of body language, and it feels like it's drawn me into what. It does feel like some sort of epic war between good and evil in some way, but ultimately you have to go and get your chips from the shop, and you know, just be normal people as well, don't you? So, yeah, like they say at the end of Crime Watch, don't have nightmares. This will go on and on. It'll go on beyond a few weeks of talking and this and that, won't it? Stuff like this. I think you're right in some ways, the way people have talked in chat towards the end here as well. It is more of a bigger social conversation about rights and things as well. But I also don't want to entertain the idea that there's some sort of clandestine Masons group trying to take away our rights through some conspiracy, if that's not, like, you know, laid out as clear. I find it all to be very grey area, and I'm not really sure about stuff. But I know when there are bad people, and I know, like, one of the things I'm pretty sure about is when I see someone's telling lies or being a bad chuffer, really, or when they're not, and when they're being genuine. So yeah, more genuine voices and fewer chuffers, isn't it? That'd be good. Halloween coming up, so get yourself a pumpkin. What song do you want to? Have I got a really inappropriate song to finish on? Maybe. I just put one of the chuffer songs on because I don't want to finish on something really, really inappropriate. As seen on the BBC. So that's me up there with well, Jimmy Savile or like. Do you know Nick Owens? Nick Owens, he does the BBC News, but he does it on Midlands Today. He's big. Well, for me, he's big. I've seen him on the telly loads. You be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty. I'm very grateful for everything. Who's your favourite BBC? Who's your favourite big BBC one? Hugh. Oh wait, not him. Big up Eamon Holmes. Michaela Strachan. Brian Harvey. They should have got Brian Harvey doing This Morning. that would sell. Do you like mornings? I'm not a big fan of mornings. When Eamon Holmes got kicked out, they should have replaced him with Brian. More people know who Brian is than Eamon fucking Holmes. Have you seen Eamon Holmes' swollen ankles now? He's got himself a bit of a sort though, hasn't he? That's what racism does for you. Well, he's not racist. Wait, the song stopped because he's not racist. That's I shouldn't say that. He's only on GB News, and they're definitely what? Why did he do that at the end? I've ruined it now. Oh. Get yourself down the local park. John Wedger's doing hand jobs for 50p. And he gives you the 50p. I've made £5.50. I feel completely drained. John Wedger gave me a tenner though. He's coming round again later. Big ups JJ Kane. Shouts out JJ Kane. You didn't get 50p, no. I'm getting paid. Getting laid and getting paid the John Wedger way. You should do a book. It's only a quid for a kid. All right, all right. It's only a quid for a kid. All right.